Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I live on a farm in New Jersey, a place that's been in my family for generations. My great-grandparents were the ones who first settled here, running the farm and living off the land. The old farmhouse where they raised their family was torn down years ago, and now my family's house stands where it once did, though it's newer and different. Still, the land feels the same, like it carries the weight of all the years and memories it's seen. The farm itself is split into several fields. There are 3 big fields of corn, one to the north of the house, one to the south, and one on the west side. Across the street, on the east side, are the soybean fields. The rows of corn grow tall and thick in the summer, and come harvest time, they stretch out like a golden sea that ripples and waves in the wind. It's beautiful during the day, but at night, the cornfields are a whole different world. I moved into this house when I was 12, and ever since that day, I've been scared of those cornfields. The feeling started as a quiet unease, but grew into something heavier and harder to shake. When the sun goes down and the shadows crawl in, I can't help but notice the corn moving. The stalks rustle in the breeze, sure, but sometimes it sounds like something is walking through them. Slow, deliberate footsteps pushing through the leaves. I've never gone to check, and I never will unless absolutely necessary. Just thinking about it makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The barns on the property add another layer to that feeling. They're old, worn down from years of weather and hard use. One barn is the milking parlor, or it was back in my great-grandparents' day. Now it's more like a storage shed, holding all sorts of old tools, furniture, and keepsakes from years gone by. My friends who come over say the barns give them the creeps too, especially at night. We often play manhunt around the farm, and while the game is fun, there have been times when the atmosphere has shifted, and the barns seem less like a place to hide and more like somewhere to avoid. It's hard to explain the feeling. There's a weight to the air, like something is watching or waiting. My friends have told me they felt eyes on them as they ran past the milking parlor. Sometimes they say they saw shadows move inside, or heard voices that didn't belong to any of us. But when we look, there's no one there, just the silence of the old barn and the creaking of the wood. One night, during a manhunt game, I was on the hunting team. The others were hiding in the cornfield to the south. It was late, probably close to midnight, and the moon was just a thin sliver in the sky. The air was still, almost unnaturally so, and the usual sounds of crickets and frogs were quiet. As I stepped closer to the corn, I could hear the faint rustling of leaves, but the way it moved didn't seem like the wind. It was uneven, like someone walking carefully and quietly. I froze. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I knew I wasn't alone. I held my breath and stayed still, trying to listen, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. But the rustling stopped suddenly, and an icy silence fell. I waited, but no footsteps came closer, no shadow appeared. After a few minutes, I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the edge of the cornfield. The barns have been worse. One time, my friends dared me to go inside the milking parlor by myself. It was packed with old wooden crates, rusty tools, and stacks of dusty boxes. The place smelled like damp wood and old hay, with a faint metallic tang that reminded me of the cattle that used to be there decades ago. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and the walls seemed to close in. As I moved through the shadows, I thought I saw something flicker out of the corner of my eye, a dark figure standing just beyond the piles of crates. When I turned to look, there was nothing there. The air grew heavy, like it was pressing down on me, and I started hearing voices. Not clear words, just murmurs, whispers carried by the wind. It was like the walls themselves were talking, but no one was inside. I ran out of there before I even thought about what I was doing. After that, I never went back to that barn at night. There have been other strange things too. Once, when I was checking the fields late one evening, I saw lights moving between the rows of corn. At first, I thought it was fireflies or a flashlight from a neighbor, but the lights moved strangely, sometimes disappearing and reappearing in places that made no sense. They weren't steady or predictable. My parents say it's just the wind playing tricks, or my imagination. But the feeling I get, the way the hair stands up on my arms and the cold that settles in my chest, tells me something else. More than once, I've felt like I'm being watched when I walk past the barns. It's not just the feeling you get from knowing you're alone in the dark. It's deeper, like eyes are tracking every step, following your movement. Once, I swear I saw a figure standing just inside the doorway of the old milking parlor. The shape was barely visible, a dark silhouette against the faint light leaking in through cracks in the wood. When I blinked, it was gone. It's not that I believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I don't. What I do believe in is that old places hold memories, and sometimes those memories don't want to be disturbed. I think the cornfields and barns hold the stories of the people who lived and worked here before me. Maybe the creaking wood and rustling stalks are just echoes of those days, reminders that the past is still around, even if you can't see it clearly. Still, the fear is real. It's the kind of fear that sits in the pit of your stomach and doesn't go away. It's why I never go near the fields after dark unless I absolutely have to. It's why I stay inside the house when my friends play manhunt, letting them explore the barns and fields while I watch from the porch, flashlight in hand, ready to call them back if something feels off. The worst night came last fall. The harvest was over, and the cornfields had been cut down to stubble, but the barns were still there, standing dark and quiet under the cloudy sky. My friends and I were playing manhunt again, and this time, the game took us further than usual. Some of them hid in the old milking parlor, while others slipped through the barns. I was on the hunting team, moving slowly along the edge of the northern cornfield. The air was cold and damp, the ground slick with mud from recent rain. As I rounded the side of the barn, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I stopped dead. There, just beyond the broken fence near the milking parlor, was a figure standing still. It was too dark to see clearly, but the shape was tall and thin. It didn't move or make a sound. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I called out to my friends, but my voice sounded weak, swallowed by the night. The figure didn't respond or move. It just stood there, watching. Suddenly, the figure stepped forward into the faint moonlight. The details became clearer. It wasn't a person at all. It was an old scarecrow, worn and tattered, with a crooked hat and a face made of burlap, stitched crudely with dark thread. Somehow, in the shadows and distance, it had looked like a person watching me. I laughed nervously, the tension breaking, and called out again to my friends. They came running out of the barns, joking about how scared they had been and how the scarecrow had freaked them out too. That night, I realized something important. The fear I felt wasn't because the farm was haunted or dangerous in some strange way. It was because my mind played tricks on me, turning shadows and shapes into something more frightening than they really were. The rustling corn wasn't a person walking, just the wind through the stalks. The voices I heard were probably the night sounds mixing together, making strange noises in my head. I don't say this to dismiss what I felt. The fear was real. The feeling of being watched was real. But understanding where that fear came from my own imagination, from the history and atmosphere of the farm, gave me a sense of control. It didn't make the night any less dark or quiet, but it helped me face the fields and barns without running away. Now, when I have to go out after dark, I keep my flashlight and phone with me. I stay aware of the sounds and shadows, but remind myself that they're just that, sounds and shadows. The farm is still my home, and the fields are still the fields my family has worked for generations. The barns may be old and creaky, but they're just buildings, not something to fear. I still don't like being out there at night, but I'm learning to live with that feeling. After all, some places hold memories that reach deep into the silence, but they don't have to control us. When I was around 10 or 11, I used to spend most of my free time outside. My parents encouraged it. They liked that I wasn't stuck to a screen all day, and we lived in a quiet, small community where nothing really ever happened. We were surrounded by woods on all sides, and everyone knew everyone. It felt safe back then. I wasn't worried about anything when I left the house. No online horror stories, no true crime podcasts to fill my head. Just me, my sneakers, and wherever the trees took me. Behind our backyard there was a narrow path, not really a trail in any official sense, but worn enough from deer and kids that you could walk it without bushwhacking. I found it one summer morning after chasing a squirrel too far behind the tool shed. The path wound its way through a patch of tall trees, then opened up and narrowed again, curving left and right like the game trails I used to follow. I started walking it every day, seeing how far I could go before I'd get bored or hungry. It was mostly quiet, some birds, maybe a rabbit, Sometimes a big tree branch would snap under its own weight and make me jump. But that was the extent of the excitement. One day I decided to explore further. There was a point along the path where the trees thinned just slightly and the light came in differently. It was hard to explain. It just felt like a natural spot to step off the path. I hadn't gone past that area before, but something about it made me curious. I walked straight ahead through some underbrush, pushing branches out of my way, the dead leaves crunching under my shoes. I expected it to get thicker, but instead the woods suddenly opened up. I remember the way it looked like it was yesterday. The clearing was huge, far bigger than any opening I'd seen before in those woods. It wasn't just a patch of grass between trees. This was a flat, wide area of land that must have been cleared intentionally. I could tell by how even the ground looked and how few stumps there were. There were tire marks in the dirt, and the grass that had tried to grow back was patchy and crushed. And in the middle of it stood a house. Not just any house. This thing was massive. Easily the biggest house I had ever seen in person at that age. It looked like something out of a rich people movie. 2 full stories, maybe more, with big windows and a roof that stretched wide. It had a stone chimney on one side and what looked like a glass sunroom on the other. The wood on the outside looked dark and clean, and there were huge wooden beams framing the front entrance. There was no porch furniture or anything like that, but it didn't look abandoned. It looked lived in. What really got me was how out of place it felt. I knew the families in our area, especially the ones who lived close enough to our part of the woods for me to run into their houses. No one I knew had ever mentioned a giant lodge-like house hidden back here. You couldn't see it from any road, and there was no paved driveway, just a dirt path leading away through the trees on the opposite side of the clearing. I remember turning around to look behind me and realizing I couldn't even see where I'd come in. The woods had closed in around me when I stepped into the open space. I stood there for maybe a full minute, not moving. I wasn't scared, just frozen in surprise. Then I heard it. A sound, distant but growing louder. Tires crunching over dirt and dry leaves. I turned my head toward the trail opposite me and saw an old truck coming in. It looked like a beater, one of those rusted-up models with dents in the fender and mismatched paint. It was crawling slowly toward the house like it belonged there. Something about that moment made my stomach twist. I didn't want to be seen. I ducked low and crept back toward the tree line, trying to stay out of view. I didn't run, didn't even make much noise. I was too afraid of drawing attention. I made it back into the woods and then ran until I hit the path, then ran some more until I could see my backyard through the trees. I didn't stop until I was back inside my house. That night I told my parents what I saw. I described the house, the clearing, the truck. My dad raised his eyebrows, but neither of them seemed especially alarmed. My mom figured it was private property, maybe a hunting lodge or a retreat someone had built. I asked if they knew who owned it, but they didn't. My dad said maybe someone had bought a big lot out in the woods and never told anyone. It didn't seem like a big deal to them, but it bugged me. That house didn't make sense. I'd lived there all my life. I rode my bike all over town, and everyone knew everyone. Someone would have mentioned a mansion being built in the woods behind my house. The path I used had always been there. If a construction crew had brought in materials, machinery, anything like that, I would have noticed. My parents would have noticed. That kind of house didn't just appear overnight. Still, I let it go for a while. I didn't go back for about a week, maybe a little more. I don't know why I waited. I guess I didn't know what I expected to see. When I finally did go back, I remember feeling nervous. I walked the same trail, found the same spot where I'd stepped off, and headed into the woods. But something was off. The trees weren't how I remembered them. I knew I was in the right spot. I could feel it in my gut, but the underbrush had changed. It was thicker. There were more fallen branches, and I had to push harder to get through. I kept thinking, maybe I missed the spot. Maybe I was one trail bend off. So I backed up, returned to the main path, walked a bit further, tried again. Still nothing. I spent nearly an hour circling the area, trying to retrace my steps, looking for the edge of the clearing, the tire marks, anything. But it was gone. The woods were unbroken in every direction, thick with trees, undergrowth, fallen logs. The clearing had disappeared. I know how that sounds. It's the kind of thing you'd hear in a ghost story. But this wasn't some dream or fantasy. I knew what I saw. I'd stood in that clearing, seen that house with my own eyes. The trail I had taken to get there hadn't been hard to follow. I wasn't guessing. And the clearing hadn't just been a patch of dirt. It was wide, huge even. You don't just misplace something like that. It had been cleared by machines. The tire marks were deep. It had taken years to look like that. But now it was just forest again. Nothing but trees. No signs of a foundation, no leftover boards or bricks, no driveway, no scrap wood or beer cans or cigarette butts. Nothing. Like it had never been there. I remember walking home slowly that day, confused and honestly kind of unsettled. I tried to think of every possible explanation. Maybe I had gotten lost. Maybe I imagined it. But none of that sat right. I wasn't prone to imagining things. I had no reason to make it up. I had a decent sense of direction. And besides, I hadn't just seen the house, I'd seen the truck. Heard it. Felt that moment of fear when it came around the bend. That had been real. I told my parents again, and this time they seemed more doubtful. I think they thought I was exaggerating. My dad said maybe I just got turned around. My mom reminded me not to go too far off the path alone. I stopped bringing it up after that. But I started asking around in subtle ways. I talked to neighbors, older kids, even the mailman. No one had ever heard of a big house out in the woods. The guy down the street who hunted deer every fall said there weren't any new clearings in the area he knew of. Everyone said the same thing. The woods back behind our place were untouched. Nothing had been built there. Not ever. Eventually I let it go. What else could I do? I couldn't find it again. I couldn't prove it. And talking about it only made me sound like I was trying to get attention or tell stories. So I stopped bringing it up. But I never stopped thinking about it. As I got older, I kept going back to that day in my mind. I'd look at satellite maps, try to find aerial views of the woods behind our house. I never found a clearing that matched what I saw. Even the oldest maps didn't show anything out of place. Years later, when I was in my late teens, I went back one last time. The woods were denser than ever. The path was still there, though more overgrown. I followed it, stepped off at the same spot. Nothing. No clearing. No house. Just thick forest, darker than I remembered. I've talked to a couple people since then who've had similar experiences. Not exactly the same, but strange things in the woods that didn't make sense. Places they stumbled into that weren't there the next time. Things they saw once and never again. Maybe there's some weird psychological thing that happens in the woods. The mind playing tricks, the light shifting in odd ways. Maybe I crossed onto private land that someone didn't want people knowing about, and they buried it fast. But even that doesn't feel right, because I was there. I remember every detail. The chimney, the truck, the way the ground looked, the strange feeling in my gut that I shouldn't be seen. It happened, and whatever that house was, someone didn't want it to be found. Last summer, me and all my buddies decided to go exploring on this piece of land that was mostly downhill. We wanted to check if we could build some jumps for our mountain bikes. We knew right from the start that it was private property, and we weren't allowed on it at all. But like most teenagers, the thrill of sneaking onto forbidden land was too tempting to resist. We packed our backpacks with water bottles, snacks, some basic tools, and of course, our mountain bikes. It was early afternoon when we pulled up to the edge of the property, where the fence was old and rusted, with gaps big enough for us to slip through without making too much noise. The sun was high in the sky, casting long shadows down the slope, and the air was thick with the smell of wet earth and fresh grass. We all knew this place was perfect for what we wanted to do. The downhill slopes were just steep enough for some serious jumps, and the terrain had a natural feel, with trees scattered here and there and rocks poking out of the ground. We started walking down the hill, pushing our bikes alongside us because it was too steep to ride yet. The ground was uneven and covered with leaves that crunched under our shoes. Every now and then, one of us would point out a spot that looked good for a jump, a small rise, a clearing between trees, or a patch of dirt that seemed smooth enough to land on. We joked around, talking about the tricks we could do once the jumps were built, imagining the rush of flying through the air. After a while, we found a small creek running through a narrow part of the land. The creek wasn't very wide, maybe just a couple of feet across, but it was deep enough to have clear water flowing steadily over smooth rocks and fallen leaves. The sound of the water bubbling over stones was peaceful, a sharp contrast to the rough noise of our bikes and laughter earlier. We stopped for a moment, catching our breath and checking out the area. The creek was surrounded by dense bushes and low-hanging branches, and on one side there was a little patch of muddy ground that looked like it might be soft enough to build a jump on. We wandered around that part of the creek, looking at the banks and the slope, trying to picture what we could build here. The sun was starting to dip a little, and the air was cooler now, the kind of cool that feels nice after a hot day, but hints that night is coming. Suddenly, out of nowhere, my friend, who had been wandering off a little farther from the rest of us, yelled. His voice was sharp, cutting through the quiet of the creek like a knife. "Dude, I found a bloody bucket, and it smells like shit." Everyone froze for a second. We were used to finding random trash or old stuff out here, but blood? That was something else. We ran over to him, pushing through the thick bushes and slippery rocks. Right in front of him was this bucket. It used to be white, but it was covered in dried blood that had soaked deep into the plastic. The smell hit us before we even got close, a thick, rotten stench that mixed with the damp earth and made our stomachs churn. It was the kind of smell that sticks to your skin and makes your nose itch. The bucket looked like it had been sitting there for a long time. The blood was dark red and brown in places, crusted and cracked, but it was still fresh enough that you could tell what it was. We hesitated for a second, but curiosity got the better of us, as it always does when you're 15 and your brain doesn't fully think about consequences. We decided to open it. The lid was stiff and hard to pull off, but eventually we managed. Inside was something that had once been alive. It was hard to tell exactly what it was because it was all mixed up, a mess of long blonde hair tangled with guts and what looked like a lung. The flesh was pale and slimy, and some parts were gray and starting to rot. We dumped it out carefully onto the ground, stepping back because the smell got even worse when the contents were exposed to the air. We all stared at it, feeling a mix of shock and disgust. None of us could say what exactly it was, but the hair was definitely human, long and blonde, tangled with clumps of something that looked like intestines and other organs. The lung was the most recognizable part, but even that looked wrong, swollen and misshapen. The blood on the bucket and the contents made it clear that this was not just an animal or trash. It felt too real, too horrifying to be ignored. Then, like a stupid pack of kids, we started picking through the mess, separating the hair from the guts, trying to find anything else inside the bucket that might give us a clue about what it was or where it came from. Maybe we thought we'd find a name, a note, something that could explain why this was here. Instead, we found only more hair, more blood, and more organs mixed together. The entire time, the creek flowed quietly nearby, the peaceful sound making the scene even more surreal and frightening. It was like this one spot had a dark secret hidden beneath the surface, something terrible that didn't belong here. The sun was starting to set, casting long orange and purple streaks across the sky, and for the first time, I felt real fear. Not the kind you get from movies or ghost stories, but the kind that settles deep in your chest when you realize you're standing somewhere you should never have come. Without saying a word, we all turned and started running. Our bikes were forgotten at the edge of the bushes as we bolted uphill, scrambling over roots and rocks, desperate to get away from that spot. But as we ran, something caught my eye just ahead. There were 3 more white buckets, sitting in a row near the edge of the creek. They weren't as covered in blood as the first one, but each had dark red stains smeared on the sides and the lids. We didn't stop to look inside. We didn't want to see what was in those. We just kept running, adrenaline pumping through our veins, lungs burning as we sprinted toward the fence and back to the car. When we finally made it back to the car, our hands shaking and faces pale, we pulled out my phone and called the cops. We told them everything about the property, the bloody bucket, the smell, the stuff inside, and the other buckets we saw. The person on the line sounded serious and told us to stay where we were until officers arrived. It wasn't long before we saw a couple of patrol cars pull up, their lights flashing red and blue, reflecting off the trees and casting eerie shadows on the ground. The officers got out, looking grim, and started walking toward the creek. We stayed back, watching as they disappeared into the bushes, the lights flickering between the trees. After what felt like forever, they came back. One of them told us in a calm but firm voice that we needed to leave and never come back to that land. They said it was private property and off-limits, and they couldn't say much more. As they spoke, 2 more police cars came speeding down the dirt road behind us, their sirens wailing as they joined the others. We didn't ask questions. We just packed up and left as fast as we could, the weight of what we'd found settling on our shoulders like a heavy blanket. On the drive away, the road was quiet except for the hum of the engine and the occasional nervous glance between us. We never heard anything else about that land. No news, no follow-ups, nothing. Looking back, I still think about that place and what was in those buckets. Who had put them there and why? Was someone trying to hide something terrible? It's a question that has no easy answer, and maybe it's better that way. Sometimes, when I'm out riding my bike, I remember the smell, the blood, the pale hair, and the sound of the creek flowing quietly nearby. And I know some places aren't meant to be explored, no matter how tempting they seem. Some secrets are buried for a reason. Last July, something happened that I still think about almost every day, and honestly, it still unsettles me when I remember it. It's not something I can explain, no matter how much I try. I live out in the countryside, where farms stretch for miles, and there are open fields right behind my house. It's peaceful most of the time, quiet enough that you can hear crickets and frogs at night, and far away from the city's noise and lights. It's the kind of place where you know your neighbors by name, and where the sky stretches out wide and dark, perfect for looking at stars. I've lived here all my life, so I'm used to the calm, the familiar smells of grass and dirt, the occasional distant sounds of tractors or cows. Behind my house is a big field. The first 7 acres belong to my family, but we don't farm that part. It's mostly left wild, with tall grass and weeds, and in summer, fireflies light up the air like tiny floating lanterns. Beyond that section, the rest of the field is farmed by a local farmer, someone who grows corn and soybeans. I don't usually go past the edge of our part because it's fenced off, and it's pretty rough ground. But on this particular evening, after my parents and I came home from dinner at a restaurant, it was around 8 p.m., just about dusk, the sky still holding on to the last hints of light before nightfall. For some reason, on a total impulse, I told my mom I wanted to walk back to the field to see the fireflies. It was a quiet night, the air warm and still, with that soft smell of grass, and with smoke drifting faintly from a neighbor's chimney somewhere down the road. We didn't bring flashlights, just walked slowly through our backyard, the soft crunch of dry grass beneath our shoes the only sound apart from the distant chirping of birds settling in for the night. The first 7 acres behind the house stretched out before us, a wide open space fading into a row of trees at the far edge. As we moved deeper into the field, the fireflies started appearing, little flickering lights dancing all around, blinking on and off like nature's own tiny fireworks. It was beautiful, calming even. The kind of moment that feels timeless, and I could see my mom's eyes soften as she looked around, her face catching the faint glimmer of those tiny glowing sparks. But then, something caught my eye, farther out, beyond the part of the field we usually walk, near the farming section, there was a pair of red lights. They looked like 2 small circles, steady and bright, hovering about 5 to 10 feet off the ground. They were positioned parallel to each other, with some space in between, maybe 15 or 20 feet apart. They weren't blinking or flickering like the fireflies, just steady, like the glowing eyes of some animal. I blinked, thinking maybe it was a reflection or something on a piece of machinery. I asked my mom quietly if she saw them too. She did. Both of us were a little puzzled. The farmer sometimes left his equipment out late, but I'd never seen lights like that before, especially not hovering. At first, we guessed maybe it was a tractor or some farm vehicle with lights on, but then the lights began to move, and not in any normal way. They started slowly bobbing up and down, rising and falling gently as if floating on invisible waves. They stayed perfectly level with each other, still facing us, steady red circles, not flashing or changing color, just moving up and down like they were suspended in the air on strings. The movement was smooth, deliberate, almost mechanical. It wasn't a drone or any small flying machine I'd ever seen. No blinking lights or noise. Without even thinking, I stepped forward, and my mom followed. We tried to keep them in view, moving slowly but steadily toward the farming part of the field where the lights were. The air felt heavier as we walked, like the usual calm of the evening had thickened around us. The fireflies faded away behind us as the shadows grew longer. The lights didn't speed up or change course. They just moved straight away from us, still going up and down in that steady rhythm. We followed them for maybe 5 minutes, crossing through thick patches of tall grass that brushed against our legs and made soft swishing sounds in the stillness. The smell of earth and grass was strong, and somewhere nearby a cricket was chirping persistently. The sky was nearly dark now, but not quite black. The last purple-blue hints of twilight lingered above the tree line. Then the lights passed behind a small cluster of trees at the edge of the field and disappeared. They should have come into view on the other side, but they didn't. Nothing. Just empty darkness where they should have been. No sound, no glow, no sign that they had moved any further. That moment, when the lights vanished without a trace, was when my heart started pounding. The comfort I felt in my own backyard, in the familiar openness of the fields, drained away. I felt suddenly exposed, like something unknown was watching me from the shadows. We stood there for a while, staring at the empty space beyond the trees. The usual night sound seemed muted, distant. My mom and I both felt it. That strange silence that creeps up when something isn't right. The field no longer felt safe or peaceful. We walked back slowly, our steps quickening, but careful so as not to stumble in the dark. The fireflies didn't return to light our way. The night air felt cold against my skin, even though it was a warm evening. I kept glancing back toward where the lights had been, half expecting them to pop back into view. But they never did. When we got back to the house, the normal sounds of the night seemed to rush back in. The creak of the old porch steps, the soft rustle of the wind in the trees, the distant bark of a dog. I locked the door behind us without thinking and stood there for a moment, heart still racing. Since then, I haven't been able to shake the feeling that something was there, watching from that field, something not quite right or normal. I don't know what those lights were, and I haven't told many people because it sounds crazy. But I know what I saw, and I know how it made me feel, like the peaceful countryside I thought I knew had a secret I couldn't understand. The next day, I went back to the field with my dad. We checked the area where the lights had appeared, looking for signs of equipment or anything out of place. There was nothing, no tire tracks, no disturbed grass, no footprints. The farmer's equipment was parked down by the road, far from where we saw the lights. I asked around the neighbors, but no one else had seen anything like it. No reports of strange lights or noises. Just normal farming and quiet nights. That summer went on as usual, but I never walked back to that part of the field again after dark. I tried to convince myself it was some kind of drone or maybe a trick of the light. But the steady, slow up and down movement, the perfect symmetry of the two red circles, and the way they vanished behind the trees without a trace, none of it fits with any explanation I can come up with. Sometimes when I'm outside in the evening, I look out over the fields, watching the fireflies flicker in the grass, and I think about those lights. They didn't seem dangerous or angry. They just felt out of place, like something not meant for this world, but still here, watching quietly from the shadows. That night changed how I see my home. What was once a place of peace now holds a secret I can't explain. And even now, thinking about it makes my skin crawl. I'm glad I live in a quiet, open place, but that night reminded me that even in the calmest fields, there can be something unknown lurking just beyond the trees. A few years ago, my parents signed me up for a summer camp that lasted a little over a week. I didn't know anyone else going, but they said it would be good for me to get outdoors, make friends, and unplug for a while. I wasn't sure what to expect, and honestly, I didn't really want to go. But once we got there, I was surprised. The place was pretty big, surrounded by pine trees and hills, with a big open field where we played games. The cabins were old but decent, just a few bunk beds, wooden floors that creaked when you walked, and screen windows to keep the bugs out. The camp was set near an old mill. It wasn't right inside the campgrounds, but close enough that we could see it through the trees when we walked down the trail toward the lake or when we hiked. The counselors told us about it on the first day. They said it had been abandoned for decades and that the original owner and his wife had both died there in a tragic accident. Something about the machinery malfunctioning or maybe a fire. I didn't catch all the details. Most of us just shrugged it off. It felt like one of those stories adults tell to creep kids out. A little spooky moment. I didn't think about it much. The days at camp passed in a blur at first. Mornings started early with breakfast in the big mess hall, followed by group activities like canoeing, crafts, or hiking. The sun was always beating down on us, and even in the shade, the humidity made you feel sticky all day long. Afternoons were the worst. No clouds, just a burning white sky and the hum of bugs in the background. We always ended up sweaty, clothes clinging to our backs, faces red. Some kids took it better than others. A few got sunburned pretty bad by the third day. It was on the fifth day that something happened. That day had been especially hot. The kind of hot where the air felt like it was pressing down on your skin, and even the breeze, when it came, felt like it came from an oven. We had been hiking earlier in the morning, and by noon, Everyone was drained. A few of us had water bottles, but they didn't last long. The counselors gave us a break in the early afternoon, told us to hang back while they checked the trail ahead. The mill happened to be just off the dirt path where we stopped. We gathered around the clearing near the old structure. It stood back from the trail, maybe 50 feet away, partially hidden behind overgrown brush and a fence that had mostly fallen apart. You could still see the outline of the building, gray wood siding faded and cracked, windows boarded up from the inside. The wheel by the side of the mill had long since rotted away. The whole place looked like it could collapse if you breathed too hard on it. We didn't go inside. The area around it wasn't blocked off or anything, but the counselors told us to stay away. Liability or whatever. Most of the kids either sat in the shade of a tree or sprawled out on the dry grass. A few were still running around, playing tag, or trying to stay active to fight off the boredom. The ground was hot. I remember that clearly. I'd sat down for a second and felt the heat of it coming up through my shorts. Not unbearable, but definitely uncomfortable. My shirt was sticking to my back, my hair damp with sweat. Then there was a scream. It wasn't loud enough to sound like someone was hurt, but it was sharp enough to get everyone's attention. Heads turned, the kids playing tag stopped mid-run, and even the counselors looked back. We all walked over to where the noise had come from, which wasn't far, just a few steps off the dirt trail. A girl was standing near a patch of grass, her face pale like she'd just seen something. I remember the way her arms were pulled in close to her sides, and the way she kept pointing at the ground in front of her. Some of us thought she'd seen a snake, or maybe a dead animal. A few kids hung back, not wanting to get close, but I was curious. There was nothing on the ground that looked weird. Just dry yellowish grass like everywhere else. No holes, no trash, no blood. But she kept saying that the ground felt cold. I didn't believe it. None of us did. How could it be cold? The sun was directly overhead. Not a single cloud in the sky. One of the older boys stepped forward and stood in the exact spot she had pointed at. Then he stepped off, turned around, and stepped on it again. He looked confused. Said it did feel different. Everyone got curious after that. We started lining up, one at a time, stepping into the patch of grass. It was only big enough for one person to stand comfortably. When my turn came, I stepped onto it and immediately understood what everyone was talking about. It wasn't just cooler. It was cold. Not freezing like ice, but like sticking your foot into a fridge. The contrast was so stark that it didn't make sense. The air above the spot was cool too, not just the ground. I bent down and touched the grass. It felt damp, slightly slick, but there was no shade above it. I looked up. The sky was a hard, cloudless blue. No wind, no trees close enough to block the sun. I even checked my shadow to see if something might be casting one, but there was nothing. When I stepped off, just a foot to the right, it was warm again, sun-baked and dry. Back on the spot. Cold. I did it 3 times just to be sure I wasn't imagining it. Other kids were doing the same, stepping on and off, shaking their heads or laughing nervously. No one could explain it. The counselors tried to play it off at first, said it was just a trick of the breeze, or maybe some underground spring. But the thing is, the ground wasn't wet. The grass was no greener than anywhere else. There was no hole or visible dip. It was flat, dry-looking grass that just happened to be cold. Some kids said maybe it had to do with the mill. Like maybe something underground had collapsed, creating some kind of airflow. I thought about that too, but the more I tried to reason it out, the more it bothered me. Even if there had been a cave-in or a tunnel or something under there, why would it only affect that one exact spot? Why not a wider area? We marked the edges of the spot by laying down a few small sticks, lining them up along where the temperature changed. It wasn't a perfect circle, more like a lopsided oval. I paced around it slowly, trying to figure it out. Even crouched down to see if I could feel anything, smell, sound, anything strange. But there was nothing, just silence and that unnatural cold. The counselors eventually told us to leave it alone. We finished our break and continued on the trail, but the rest of the day felt different. Everyone was quieter, less playful. That night, back at the cabin, I kept thinking about it. I even woke up once and thought I was standing in that spot again. The same chill in the air, that dry grass underfoot. But it was just the breeze blowing through the window. The next morning, a few of us talked about it again. No one had an answer. Some kids thought it was funny, some looked uncomfortable. I noticed that a few avoided that area for the rest of camp. They'd walk on the far side of the trail whenever we passed by. I kept thinking about it. I asked one of the counselors if anything had been built underground near the mill, maybe an old basement or something. He said probably not. The mill had been used for grain processing, and most of those structures didn't have basements, just storage areas. After camp ended and I got home, I tried to forget about it. But it stayed with me, this nagging feeling that something had been off. A few weeks later, I looked up the old mill online. Didn't find much, just a few mentions in some historical record blogs and a grainy photo. It had been abandoned since the 1960s after an accident that killed the owner and his wife. Some kind of mechanical failure, no clear details. The property had been sold a few times, but no one had done anything with it. No mention of tunnels or storage units under it. What stuck with me was how ordinary everything else around that spot had been. There wasn't a breeze, no strange sound, no flickering lights, no animals acting weird. Just heat everywhere and one weird, refrigerator-cold patch of grass under a full sun. It was like something had sucked the warmth out of that exact point and nowhere else. It didn't make sense, and it still doesn't. I never went back to that camp. Not because I was scared exactly, but because the feeling of that spot never really left me. I still think about it sometimes, especially on hot days when the sun feels heavy and there's no breeze. I wonder if it's still there. If that patch of cold still exists in the same place, untouched, unchanging, no explanation. I don't believe in ghosts or curses or any of that stuff, but I do believe in the unexplained. In things that don't add up no matter how much you turn them over in your mind. That cold patch of grass, it was real. I felt it with my own feet, my own hands. It's the kind of thing you don't forget. And maybe that's the strangest part. Not that it was there, but that something so small and simple could stay with you for years. Not everything has an answer. Sometimes things just are. It happened a long time ago, before everyone had phones with flashlights and GPS. Back then, if you were out late and got lost, that was just it. You were out there. My dad and 3 of his close friends, V, S, and K, had gone out one evening just walking around, talking and messing around like young guys do. There wasn't much to do in their small town at night, so they often ended up wandering around aimlessly, not really caring where they went. That night, they were walking along a set of old train tracks that cut through the edge of town and ran off into the woods. There were no streetlights there, just open air and trees on either side and pitch-black sky above. The gravel under their feet crunched as they walked. The air was cool, not cold, but the kind that bites a little when the wind picks up. My dad said you couldn't even see your own shoes unless you squinted hard. Everything around them was just shapes and outlines. He said something about how dark it was, something like, "I can't see anything, we're gonna get stabbed if we stay out here." It was supposed to be a joke, but my dad remembered the way his voice sounded when he said it. Nervous, like part of him really meant it. The kind of line people say and then laugh, but they're not really laughing inside. They kept walking, maybe hoping to get somewhere with better light, or maybe just killing time. The tracks felt endless. The only thing they could hear was the wind, their own footsteps, and sometimes animals moving through the brush on either side. Every now and then, one of them would shout or whistle just to break the silence. My dad said that's when he noticed something strange in the sky. At first, he didn't think anything of it. Just a small white light above the tree line. His first thought was that it was a plane, maybe flying low, which wasn't that weird. The airport wasn't too far. But the more he looked at it, the more it didn't look right. It was moving way too fast, not just in a straight line, but darting back and forth, stopping, changing directions like no plane could. It would disappear behind the trees for a second, and then suddenly be on the other side of the sky. He stopped and pointed it out to the others. They all stood there, back stiff, watching. Then it suddenly stopped in place, dead still in the sky, and more lights appeared around it. They weren't blinking like airplane lights, and they didn't move like stars. Just these solid white dots in a pattern, 3 or 4 of them spaced evenly around the first one. For a moment, none of them said anything. They just stared. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, the lights blinked out. Gone. Nothing in the sky but stars again. They waited for a few seconds to see if the lights would come back, but they didn't. S said something under his breath, maybe trying to shrug it off, and they started walking again. None of them wanted to stand around thinking about weird lights in the sky. They didn't say it out loud, but my dad remembered feeling that thick, heavy kind of silence settle between them. They were trying to act like it was no big deal, but they were all thinking about it. The tracks eventually led them to a part of town where a big construction site had been cleared out. Some company had started building a new housing development, but left the project half-finished. There were piles of gravel, concrete pipes, and some rebar sticking out of the ground, all surrounded by that orange plastic fencing that flaps in the wind. The place was dead quiet, and everything looked like it had been abandoned mid-job. They decided to cut through the edge of it, just to see what was around. Kay, being the kind of guy who always joked around, picked up a long metal rod and hit it against one of the steel beams that was lying across the site. It made this loud, echoing clang that cut through the air. It was the kind of sound that travels far in the quiet of night. They laughed, not because it was funny, but because it broke the tension. Then they heard it. A scream. Not close, not far. Not like someone calling for help, but sharp, loud, like someone in pain or rage. It came from somewhere past the edge of the site, deeper in the trees. They all froze. My dad said it didn't even sound human at first. It had this ragged, guttural tone that made the hair on his arms stand up. Then footsteps. Heavy, fast, running straight toward them. A man came out of the darkness, wild-eyed, clothes dirty, like he hadn't washed or eaten in days. He was muttering something they couldn't understand. Not even real words, just sounds. His face looked wrong, sunken cheeks, eyes wide open and darting around like a trapped animal. He wasn't just some random person walking by. He was coming straight for them, and before they could even react, he was on Kay. The knife came out of nowhere. My dad didn't even see it at first, just saw Kay fall, heard the sound of a blade cutting through fabric, and then a scream, this awful, raw scream. V and S jumped on the guy, trying to pull him off. There was no thinking, just chaos, fists shouting blood. The man slashed wildly. V took a hit to the side, just under the ribs, and dropped. My dad grabbed a piece of wood and swung it at the guy's back. It barely slowed him down. Somehow, S managed to grab a rock and smashed it against the guy's arm. That was enough. The man staggered back, let out this horrible sound, half growl, half scream, and ran off into the woods. They didn't chase him. They couldn't. V was down, bleeding badly, and Kay wasn't moving much. There was blood everywhere. My dad could feel it on his hands, even though it was dark. It smelled like metal and dirt. They tore their shirts to press against the wounds, yelling at each other to stay awake, trying to drag their friends up and figure out how to get help. There was no phone, no car, just panic and fear and the long stretch of track they had walked down. Somehow they made it to the road. They waved down a passing car, some guy on his way to work an early shift. The man called the police and helped get them to a hospital. The ambulance came fast, but it felt like forever. Kay was unconscious the whole time. V kept fading in and out. The hospital did what they could. V almost died. He lost a lot of blood, and they said if he had come in a few minutes later, he wouldn't have made it. Kay spent over a week in the hospital with 2 deep stab wounds in his side. S had bruises and cuts, but nothing too serious. My dad didn't get stabbed, but he said he still has scars from falling and trying to drag Kay through the dirt and gravel. The police came and asked questions over and over. They searched the woods and eventually found the guy who attacked them. He had broken out of a nearby prison facility days before. He'd been hiding in the woods, living off scraps, probably hallucinating from hunger, sleep deprivation, or maybe just completely broken in the head. They never really found out why he attacked. Maybe there wasn't a reason. He'd stabbed before, they said. This wasn't the first time. He'd been serving time for assault and attempted murder. After that, nothing was the same. My dad said V, and Kay stopped hanging out with the group as much. They didn't want to talk about that night. Anytime someone brought it up, they'd shut down, change the subject, or walk away. Even S, who usually joked about everything, got quiet when someone mentioned it. It was like they all wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. But it had, and it changed them. My dad didn't forget. He said he kept thinking about the lights in the sky. At first, he didn't connect the two things. But over the years, the more he thought about it, the more it unsettled him. The lights weren't normal. They weren't planes. They weren't drones. No one else reported seeing anything strange that night. But that didn't mean it wasn't there. He started reading about UFOs, alien sightings, strange disappearances. He didn't go overboard with it, but something about that night stuck with him. The way the lights showed up, moved, and disappeared right before something awful happened. It felt connected. He didn't know how, but it did. Maybe it was all coincidence. A guy escapes from prison, hides out in the woods, and attacks the first group he sees. And maybe lights in the sky are just lights. But my dad said the timing of it all, the feeling in the air that night, it still makes his skin crawl. He told me once that if they'd turned back when we made that joke, if they'd listened to that gut feeling, they might have missed the lights, missed the attack, and just gone home that night like any other. But they didn't. They kept walking. And now Kay has scars across his stomach. V has a long one on his side, and all of them carry something inside that doesn't go away. It's not something they talk about anymore. The kind of thing that slips out only after a few drinks or on a really bad night when memories creep back in. But it happened. It's real. No one died, but something broke that night. A feeling of safety. A sense that the world made sense. That things happen for a reason. My dad still looks at the sky sometimes, especially when it's really dark and quiet. He says he's not afraid of what's out there, just curious. But I can tell it's more than that. There's a look in his eye, like part of him is still back there on those tracks, watching lights dance in the sky and wondering what they meant. Wondering if the universe was trying to say something, or warn them, or if it was just watching. He never walks near train tracks at night anymore. That was one of the most intense and unforgettable experiences I've ever had, and it happened in a place that, on any other day, feels calm and untouched, the Green River in Wyoming. My dad and I had been planning the trip for weeks, and we were both itching to get on the water early in the morning. It was late spring, just that time of year when the days are getting longer. The weather is warming up, but the mountains and skies can still be unforgiving. We got to the riverbank just as the sun was beginning to rise, the early light shimmering off the slow-moving water. The air was cool, carrying the crisp smell of pine and damp earth from the night before. The river was wide there, not too deep, with those perfect pools and riffles that fly fishers like us dream about. Dad had his favorite graphite rod, and I had mine, both tuned and ready. The kind of rods that pick up every little twitch and pulse from a fish taking the fly. We knew the fish were there, maybe waiting under a ledge or behind a submerged log, and we were ready for a good day. As we waded into the river, the water was cold but refreshing. The stones underfoot were slippery but steady. The sky was mostly clear, but a distant bank of dark clouds was creeping in from the west. The smell of ozone, a faint electric scent, hung faintly in the air, but neither of us paid much attention at first. It was just another day out on the river, until things started to shift. I was casting my line when I first noticed the tiny hairs on my forearms standing up. That prickly feeling on my skin like static electricity was building. Then my hair began to rise, standing on end in a way that sent a chill down my spine. I glanced at my dad. His hair was doing the same, and his face tightened with concern. It was subtle at first, but then the static grew stronger. The graphite rod in my hand seemed to hum, carrying a slight tingle that ran all the way up to my fingertips. The air around us felt charged, alive with invisible energy. The kind of energy that made your skin crawl and your heart start to beat just a little faster. We both knew what that meant, danger. Without a word, my dad shouted to drop our rods and move back to the truck. There wasn't time to debate or question. We scrambled out of the river, slipping on the wet rocks, our boots splashing as we rushed through the mud and brush toward the safety of the vehicle parked a few hundred yards away. The sky was darkening fast now. The distant rumble of thunder was growing louder, more frequent. Clouds rolled in, thick and heavy, blotting out the sun. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in a rising howl. The storm was closing in. We slammed the truck doors shut, the sudden quiet inside the cab feeling almost like a refuge. The rain hadn't started yet, but the air was thick, heavy with electricity. Our breath fogged the windows. We sat there, listening to the storm getting closer, watching the sky pulse with streaks of lightning far off in the distance. Neither of us said much. We were both holding on to the hope that it would pass quickly and we could get back out on the river to fish. And then it happened. Right there, maybe 100 feet away from us, just beyond the edge of the road embankment, a ball of electricity suddenly formed out of thin air. It wasn't like lightning flashing from the sky or a crack of thunder that shakes your bones. This was different, something I had only read about in science books or seen in videos. The ball hovered there, glowing and buzzing with raw energy. It was about the size of a basketball, but seemed to pulse and shimmer like it was alive. It flickered with lightning white light and blue sparks that danced and snapped like miniature bolts. The air around it crackled with static so intense I could feel it on my skin, even inside the truck. The graphite rods we'd left behind had been left inside the vehicle, but the truck itself vibrated slightly, the radio crackling with static that shifted in rhythm with the balls buzzing. I sat frozen, completely caught in awe and disbelief. My dad's eyes were wide as well, locked on that floating ball of energy. I swear I half expected some kind of mechanical creature to emerge from it, some kind of cyborg or alien. But it was just electricity, raw and untamed, like nature had somehow bottled a bolt of lightning and set it spinning in midair. The ball moved slowly, gliding along the road embankment like it was following an invisible track. It moved about 30 feet, the buzzing intensifying as it traveled, then suddenly exploded in a flash of light, so bright it made me blink hard. The flash was over in an instant, just as fast as the ball had appeared. With the ball's disappearance, the static charge that had filled the air vanished too. The hair on my arms settled back down, the tingling in my skin faded. The truck was silent again, save for the distant grumbles of thunder and the growing wind. I opened the door and stepped out. The smell was overwhelming now, ozone. Not the sweet smell of fresh rain or cut grass, but a pure metallic, almost sharp scent that made my nose twitch. It was the smell of raw electricity, of charged air after a lightning strike. The ground was dry, but the air tasted like a storm was brewing just overhead. We stood there for a moment, both quiet, processing what we had just witnessed. It wasn't something you saw every day, an orb of electricity floating and moving through the air, independent and alive for a moment before vanishing. We waited a while longer in the truck as the first drops of rain began to fall, heavy and cold. When the storm finally passed, the river looked darker, almost angry under the thick gray sky. The atmosphere had changed. The calm, quiet morning was gone, replaced by something more wild and unpredictable. Later, I read about what we'd seen, ball lightning, a rare and mysterious phenomenon. Scientists had studied it for centuries, but still didn't fully understand how it forms or why it behaves the way it does. It was an electrical charge trapped in a glowing sphere that could hover, move, and last for seconds before disappearing in a flash. They said it's incredibly rare and almost impossible to predict, usually appearing during thunderstorms and lasting just moments. Some reports even claimed ball lightning could pass through windows or cause damage, but there was no clear explanation. The more I learned, the more amazed I was that we had actually witnessed it firsthand. Most people never see such a thing in their entire lives, and here we were, sitting safely in a truck on a riverbank when it chose to show itself. That day changed how I think about nature, the wild, electric forces that surround us and the mysteries still hiding in plain sight. It was a reminder that even the most familiar places can surprise you in the most extraordinary ways. And sometimes, those moments come when you least expect them, quiet, fleeting, and almost impossible to believe. I never forgot that afternoon on the Green River, the feeling of static crawling over my skin, the hum of electricity in the air, and the eerie, glowing orb that floated just beyond the embankment, a reminder that the world still holds wonders beyond understanding. I grew up next to a cemetery. Not right beside it, like fence to fence, but our backyard ran downhill, and if you kept going through a bit of brush and down a slope, you'd end up in the north side of it. From our upstairs window, you could see the gravestones through the trees if the leaves were down, and even in spring or summer when things got thick, the taller monuments still poked up like stone teeth. I was never scared of it. I guess I was just used to it being there. It wasn't one of those clean-cut, flat-lawn cemeteries with neat rows and fake flowers. This one had age to it. The older section went back to the 1800s, with crooked, tilting markers and names half worn away by rain and moss. The newer areas were better maintained, but even they felt kind of lonely and quiet. It wasn't a place where people gathered. I didn't see visitors often, just the occasional maintenance truck or a man with a weed whacker working along the rows in the summer. It was fall when this happened. I remember that for sure. Leaves had come down heavy that year. The trees around the cemetery were mostly maple and oak, and by late October the whole place had a soft, crunchy carpet of yellow and orange. The air had that dry, smoky smell it gets when people burn leaves, and the afternoons felt colder than they should have. I was probably about 8, maybe close to 9, still small enough to be curious without thinking things through. There was a kid who lived up the street, Ryan. He wasn't my best friend or anything, but we got along okay. That day, we were both bored. We'd already gone up and down the street on our bikes, and his mom had told us not to come back asking for snacks. So I asked him if he wanted to walk through the cemetery. He said okay. We took the trail through the trees behind my house, sliding down the slope with our shoes filling up with dry leaves. At the bottom, there was a little dip that always held water after it rained, but it was dry now. From there, it opened up to the edge of the cemetery, near the middle section. You couldn't really see much from that angle, just headstones and trees. But if you walked farther back, over a few low hills and past a gravel path that maintenance trucks used, there was a steep rise. Beyond that, I didn't know what was there. I had never gone all the way to the far edge. I'd always turned back after a while, mostly because the land got uneven and the hills got steeper, and honestly I didn't want to get lost. But that day, I decided we'd go all the way. Ryan was up for it, and the sky was still light even though it was later in the afternoon. It gets dark earlier in the fall, and the sun was already kind of dipping when we started walking, throwing longer shadows across the graves. I didn't think much about time then. We just wanted to explore. The further we went, the older and rougher the cemetery got. Some of the headstones back there were broken. Others were sinking sideways, like they were being pulled down by the earth. The grass hadn't been trimmed in a while, and you had to watch your step, or you'd twist an ankle in one of the dips. Trees stood closer together here, bare and dry, their limbs tangled like webs against the gray sky. We reached the top of the biggest hill I'd ever climbed in that cemetery. From there, we could finally see what lay on the other side, and it surprised me. Down below, spread out like a toy set, was the center of town. You could see the tops of buildings, cars crawling slowly along Main Street, the school roof, and even the steeple of the big church downtown. The view was wide and quiet. I hadn't known you could see all that from here. I remember just standing there and taking it in, amazed that something so close to where I lived could look completely new from the right spot. We kept walking along the ridge. It was more of a banking than a path, a sloped edge that ran along the top of the cemetery and then dropped sharply down toward town. The incline was steep and full of loose dirt and roots. At the bottom, there were trees and brush and the back fences of buildings, but up top, it was open. We followed the edge for a while, stepping over fallen branches and dry leaves that crunched under our feet like crackers. That's when we saw it. It was half buried in the leaves about 20 or 30 feet down the slope, maybe more. From where we stood, it looked like a dark shape sticking out of the orange and yellow, not natural like a log or a rock. It was metal. I remember seeing part of a wheel first, black and crusted with mud. We stopped walking and looked at each other, then back at the thing. I don't know why we decided to go down there. Maybe it was boredom, maybe curiosity, maybe just the dumb bravery that comes with being a kid. Either way, we picked our way carefully down the slope, holding onto saplings and watching our footing. The ground was soft in places where the leaves had piled thick, and there were old roots that could trip you. I slipped once and caught myself on my hands, feeling the sting of cold dirt through my jacket sleeve. When we got close, we cleared the leaves slowly. They were dry and curled, stuck in clumps. As we pushed them aside, the shape became clearer. It was a wheelchair. A full-sized, metal-framed wheelchair with wide rubber wheels and a canvas seat. The kind you see in hospitals or care homes, not the new fancy ones with lightweight frames. It wasn't new. The metal was dull and speckled with rust in places, and the seat was damp and stained. One of the footrests was bent inward. It didn't look crashed, exactly, just abandoned. Left there, like someone had rolled it halfway down the slope and then forgotten about it. We just stared at it for a while. Neither of us touched it. There was something about it that made me uneasy, even though I didn't know why. It didn't belong there. Nothing about it made sense. Who would have pushed a wheelchair all the way to this edge of the cemetery? Why leave it on a slope, facing down toward town, half hidden under the leaves? We didn't talk about it much. After a few minutes, we climbed back up the hill and started walking home. The sun had gone lower, and the shadows had gotten longer. I remember feeling colder on the way back, like the wind had picked up or the light had changed. We didn't stop to look around much. Just made our way through the headstones and up the trail toward my house. That night, I didn't think much more about it. Maybe I didn't want to. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't even talk to Ryan about it later. The whole thing just sort of stayed quiet, buried like the wheelchair itself. But as I got older, it started to bother me more. I'd think about it sometimes when I looked out the window upstairs, or when I walked past the cemetery on the way to school. The image of it sitting there, alone on the slope, crept back into my mind. I started wondering about how it got there. Who pushed it? Or had someone wheeled themselves there? Was it stolen? Dumped? Did someone get hurt? That slope was steep, and it led down to a dense patch of woods and underbrush. It wouldn't be hard to fall and disappear if someone wasn't careful. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like someone had been where they shouldn't have been. Maybe they'd wandered from the town side up the slope. Maybe they'd come from the cemetery side, like us. Either way, the chair had been left there, and it didn't roll itself. Years later, I mentioned it to someone, a guy from town who worked at the Historical Society. He said that long ago, before the brush got thick, that slope had been a footpath connecting the cemetery to the backside of the town, before the town grew and pushed up fences. He said old photos showed a worn track where people walked back and forth. Maybe that made sense. Maybe someone had been following that old path and stopped halfway. But it still didn't explain why the wheelchair was left there. He didn't know anything about that. I went back once as a teenager, just to see if it was still there. I climbed the hill again, walked along the ridge, and tried to remember exactly where we'd gone down. But everything had changed. The trees were thicker, and the slope seemed even steeper than I remembered. I didn't find the chair. Maybe it had rusted away or gotten buried deeper. Maybe someone finally came and took it. Maybe it slid all the way to the bottom. Sometimes I think about how strange it was that something like that could be left there for so long without anyone noticing. Or maybe they did notice. Maybe someone knew exactly what had happened, and they just didn't say anything. The older I get, the more I think it probably wasn't a story worth the police or a news report. Maybe it was something simple, a dumped piece of equipment, a forgotten relic from the hospital nearby, a prank. But then I remember how it felt seeing it that day, half covered by leaves, bent and stained, out of place in a quiet place full of names and stones. There was something about that chair, something that didn't feel right, even though there was nothing obviously wrong. And every fall, when the leaves start coming down again and the air gets dry and smoky, I think about it. I think about walking along that ridge, looking down over the town, and finding something that had no business being there. And I wonder if maybe someone somewhere is still thinking about it too. I've had a few things happen to me that I still think about sometimes, especially at night when things are quiet. They come back in pieces, some small things, some bigger. But when I look back on all of them together, there's this creeping feeling that maybe I've been a lot closer to something dangerous than I realized at the time. Maybe I've been walking right along the edge of it for a long time. I don't really talk about these things with most people. It's not like I think they'd call me a liar, but I can tell when someone doesn't want to believe something, even when you lay it out in front of them. A lot of this stuff happened when I was with my dad and stepmom. It's almost funny now how often weird things happened when the three of us went somewhere together. Like we were cursed or just unlucky. I don't know. Maybe it's just the places we like to go, quiet, out-of-the-way spots where no one else really went. Those are the kinds of places that don't get cleaned up. If something bad happens out there, it just stays. Nature doesn't mind the bones. It's people who do. The first time something really weird happened was earlier this year. I'd gone out with my dad and stepmom to a wildlife preserve. It was one of those bright days, cool and a little breezy, with the kind of sky that makes everything look sharper than usual. We were just walking, not really saying much. I like those kinds of walks. Just quiet, with the sound of birds and the wind pushing through the grass. There weren't many people around. That was part of the appeal. We liked to go where there weren't crowds or noise or anything artificial. Just space to breathe. We were on this trail, packed dirt with grass and weeds growing up along the edges, and suddenly my dad told me to take a step left. He didn't sound panicked or anything, just calm like he noticed something and didn't want to startle me. I moved and asked why. He just told me to look down. I did. I had been standing in the ribs of a dead dog. It wasn't fresh. The fur was almost gone, just scraps of it clinging to the bone. The ribs were curved like white fingers rising up from the earth. I could see the spine, too, and what was left of the skull, half buried under leaves and dirt. One leg was still kind of intact, skin dried out and stretched over it like leather. There wasn't any smell that I noticed, but the way the ribs stuck up made it look like the thing had been left there for a long time. Like nothing had come to drag it away. No vultures, no coyotes. Just lying there, rotting into the ground. I stepped back and just stared at it. My dad didn't say anything else, and neither did my stepmom. We just kept walking after a minute. Nobody said a word about it. I don't know why. Maybe it was because it felt wrong somehow. Not like a normal animal death. It had been left too clean, almost like it had been posed. I still think about that sometimes, the way the bones were just right there on the trail, like someone wanted someone else to find them. That stuck with me, but it didn't really scare me. Not like the next thing that happened. Last year, the three of us went to the beach. It wasn't some touristy spot. This was one of those stretches of coast where there are no houses or restaurants, just sand and rocks and gulls wheeling around overhead. The kind of place where you have to park off the side of a road and walk half a mile through grass and low shrubs just to get there. We brought a cooler and towels and spent the afternoon just lying around, letting the wind blow over us and watching the waves roll in. It was peaceful. I wandered a bit on my own after a while, just walking along the waterline. I like looking at the stuff that washes up, shells, bits of seaweed, smooth pieces of glass. I found an old shirt crumpled up in the sand, half buried. It looked wet and smelled bad, like it had been there a while. It was heavy and stuck together, stained dark in places. I remember thinking maybe it had been a towel once, but when I picked at the corner, I realized it had sleeves. It looked like someone had tried to wash something out of it, and then just given up. A few steps farther down the beach, I found a knife. It was a folding knife, the kind with a wood handle and a slightly curved blade. It was open, lying on the sand like someone had dropped it or thrown it. There was dried blood crusted along the edge and smeared across the handle. Not just a little. Enough that I stopped breathing for a second when I saw it. It wasn't rusty, and it didn't look like it had been there long. The sand around it hadn't fully covered it. There weren't any footprints nearby, but the beach was mostly hard-packed in that spot. I remember squatting down and just staring at it, not wanting to touch it, but also not wanting to walk away from it. Eventually I called my dad over. He looked at it for a long time and then told us we should leave. We didn't call anyone about it. I don't know why. I think maybe it didn't feel like it would matter, like it would just get buried and forgotten. Or maybe he didn't want to get involved. That one really stuck with me though. A bloody knife 10 feet away from a bloodstained shirt on an empty beach. It felt too perfect, like we'd walked into the middle of something and seen just enough to realize we weren't supposed to be there. Then there was the island. That same year, we visited a dam that had a walking bridge across the top of it. It was one of those older ones with wide railings and a road that cars weren't allowed on anymore. The bridge led out to a small island in the middle of the reservoir. You could see it from the shore, just a bunch of trees and undergrowth, not much else. We thought it might be nice to walk out there and look around. It was quiet that day, a little overcast, and we didn't see anyone else around. The island wasn't big, but as soon as we stepped off the bridge, we noticed something strange. There were bones, not just scattered randomly like a deer had died there and animals had dragged parts around. These were in piles and patterns. Some of the bones were small, raccoon maybe or squirrel, but some of them were big, human-sized. Long bones, femurs maybe, and pelvises. Some of them looked clean and white, others were brown and cracked. There were little altars made of rocks stacked up, and more than once I saw heart-shaped stones placed carefully beside the piles. There wasn't any sign of a fire or blood, or anything obvious like that. Just bones everywhere, as if someone had been collecting them for a long time and arranging them in patterns only they understood. We didn't say much. We just kept walking slowly, looking at the piles. I started to feel sick after a while, not like I was going to throw up, but like something deep inside of me was trying to shut down. Like my brain didn't want to believe what I was seeing. This wasn't a Halloween decoration or some leftover science class display. These were real. This was something someone had done on purpose. It didn't feel like art. It felt like ritual, quiet and strange and old. We left quickly. None of us wanted to talk about it. I kept looking back over my shoulder on the walk back across the bridge, half expecting to see someone standing on the edge of the trees, watching us go. But the worst thing that happened, maybe the worst thing in my whole life so far, was from when I was a little kid. We were living in a trailer not far from an old Girl Scout camp that had been shut down years before. I didn't know the story when I was that age, but I learned it later. Some girls had gone missing. Others had been found dead in the woods, jabbed in the neck with something long and sharp. The police said it was a kind of hook used for fishing, spearing fish, not just catching them with a line. The camp closed after that, and the land sat empty. Just woods and buildings falling apart, getting swallowed by the trees. That place was maybe a mile from our trailer. We had a lot of problems back then. Rats in the trailer, skunks under it, all kinds of stuff. Sometimes we couldn't even sleep inside because of the smell or the noise or just how bad it got. One night we were sleeping outside in a tent. I remember lying there, so small I barely filled my sleeping bag. The stars were really bright, and the air smelled like pine needles and dirt. I was scared. I don't remember why, maybe just because I was little and we were outside. I started praying out loud, asking that a bear wouldn't come and eat me. I kept whispering it over and over, hoping it would help me feel better. And then I heard a voice. It wasn't my dad. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was deep, too deep to be someone I lived with. It came from just outside the tent, maybe only a few feet away. It said something like, "I am God. No bears will harm you tonight, I promise. Now go to sleep." The voice was calm and certain and didn't sound like a joke. It didn't make me feel better. It made me freeze. I didn't sleep after that. I don't think I even blinked. I just stared at the roof of the tent and waited for something to happen. But nothing did. Just the sound of wind and distant owls, and eventually the slow breath of my dad sleeping beside me. We moved not long after that. A few months later, maybe not even a full year, my dad found something in the bushes outside the trailer. It was a hook, the kind used for spearing fish. Long and curved, with a wicked sharp point. It was rusted, and there was blood on it. Old blood, dried and crusted into the metal. He threw it away, I think. Or maybe he kept it. I never asked. I still think about that voice sometimes. I can't explain it. I know it wasn't something I dreamed. I know it wasn't my imagination. It was real. And someone was standing outside that tent, waiting until they heard me speak, and then they answered. They were close enough to hear me whisper. Close enough to speak back without raising their voice. None of this feels finished. That's the worst part. Like whatever it was, whoever it was, they're still out there somewhere. Still walking the woods. Still arranging bones on islands and tossing bloody knives into the sand, and whispering through tent walls to children who can't even understand what kind of danger they're in. And I wish my dad would quit finding evidence of murder. Last year, I went to Penhust, the abandoned asylum near Philadelphia, with my then girlfriend and 3 or 4 other friends. We had all heard the stories about Penhust, the history of it, the way it was left to rot, the warnings about how dangerous it was to go inside. But that kind of stuff didn't scare us. We were more curious than anything else, and honestly, it seemed like a cool place to explore. Plus, being around Philly, it's kind of infamous. Everyone talks about it, and plenty of people go there to check it out. The problem was, none of us really knew the place well, and getting to the actual buildings themselves wasn't as straightforward as Google Maps made it look. The directions took us to a spot nearby, but when you get there, especially at night, it's confusing as hell. The buildings are big and spread out, and there's woods and overgrown areas all around. In the dark, it was even worse. We got there around 3 or 4 in the morning. We all knew it was late, and probably not the smartest time to be wandering around an abandoned asylum, but it added to the thrill. The sky was pitch black, no moon, no stars except for 1 or 2 dim ones peeking through the thick clouds. The air was cold and damp, with that heavy smell of wet earth mixed with something metallic that you kind of expect from old, rusting buildings. The kind of smell that just hangs in your nose and won't go away. We started walking around, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. The flashlights bounced off old cracked pavement, the shattered glass of broken windows, and the tangled weeds growing up through cracks in the ground. We joked around, trying to keep the mood light. My ex-girlfriend kept snapping photos, but the rest of us were more focused on trying to find the actual asylum buildings, the ones people talk about when they say Penhust. It wasn't easy. We kept walking down dirt trails and overgrown paths that barely looked like they had been used in years. Sometimes the ground would sink underfoot, making us stop and check for holes or unstable spots. There were old signs with faded letters, rusted out and barely hanging on, warning, no trespassing or private property. But the signs were so old and weathered it was hard to read them clearly. After what felt like an hour or more wandering around, we finally came across a huge building. It was definitely connected to Penhust. The architecture matched, with the old brick and the iron bars still visible on some windows, but this one was more on the outskirts. It looked like it might have been used for storage, or something related to the asylum's operations. The place was massive, looming over us in the dark, casting long shadows across the ground. We were all pretty excited to have found it. The excitement was mixed with that familiar nervous energy you get when you realize you're somewhere you probably shouldn't be. But then, as we got closer, we noticed something was off. Several of the lights inside the building were on. Not just a flicker here and there, but steady lights, bright enough to be visible from outside through the grimy, broken windows. That hit us like a wall. Nobody said it out loud, but all of us thought the same thing right away. We should get out of sight. The woods next to the building were thick and dark, perfect for hiding. Without saying much, we all moved quietly, slipping into the woods as quickly as we could, trying to keep low and out of view. The branches scratched at our faces and arms, but none of us cared. We crouched down behind a cluster of bushes, hearts pounding, trying to listen. Inside the building, it was noisy. We heard random banging, like something heavy being knocked over, footsteps moving fast, voices. At least 2 or 3 people talking in low tones, but we couldn't make out what they were saying. The noises sounded chaotic and urgent, like they were in the middle of something serious. Then, without warning, all the lights went out. The building was plunged into total darkness. It was silent for a few seconds, and then we heard a quiet shuffle, like someone moving quickly from one side of the building to the other. We thought maybe it was safe to come out, to get back to the trail, and collect ourselves. But as soon as we stood up, a car pulled up to the building and parked just outside. It came out of nowhere, headlights cutting through the darkness, engine humming quietly but deliberately. We all froze, watching from the bushes, unsure what to do. The car stayed for a moment, and then, after maybe 3 or 4 minutes, something even stranger happened. One by one, at least 5 more cars appeared from the same direction, all pulling up to the building, then leaving again. It was like a convoy, silent but urgent, circling the place and then disappearing back into the night. None of us had any idea what was going on, but the whole thing made our skin crawl. That night, the rest of the time we spent walking around Penhust was tense. Every noise made us jump. The slightest shadow felt like someone watching us. We moved quickly, sticking together, flashlight beams sweeping over the trees and the old buildings. I remember my heart nearly stopping when, while we were walking back on the trail, I saw what looked like someone shining a flashlight directly at me from the darkness. It was such a clear beam, cutting through the trees and pointing right at me. I stopped dead, holding my breath. But then when I blinked and looked again, I realized it was just a star. The way it was blocked and shaped by the branches made it look like a flashlight waving back and forth. It was a small relief, but it showed how tense we all were, how ready we were to see something that probably wasn't even there. Looking back now, I try to make sense of what we saw. It wasn't cops. They don't roll through Penhust with 5 cars in the middle of the night without flashing lights or sirens. It wasn't some official crew either. The way they came and went was too quiet and too fast. Theories bounced around in my head. Maybe a drug deal? The timing, the secrecy, the number of cars. It fits. Maybe some kind of cult meeting? Penhust has that creepy reputation, so it wouldn't surprise me if some group used it for that. But a party? That seems unlikely. The building itself isn't exactly safe. Some floors are close to collapsing or flooded. Cops patrol the area now and then, and anyone planning a party would be nuts to do it there. Whatever it was, it felt sketchy, dangerous, like we stumbled onto something we shouldn't have seen. The rest of the night, I barely spoke. We stuck to the main paths and didn't get anywhere near the buildings again. My ex and I walked side by side, but I could tell she was just as freaked out as I was. Everyone else kept looking over their shoulders. It was the kind of night where you want to laugh it off, but can't because the feeling in your gut says, don't trust it. Eventually, as the first light of dawn started to push away the darkness, we made our way back to the cars parked miles away. The walk back felt long and slow, every sound from the woods making us freeze and listen. The birds started waking up, and the world slowly became normal again, but none of us spoke much until we were all packed in the cars heading home. That night at Penhust stayed with me, not because of anything supernatural, but because of how real and raw the fear was. We weren't scared of ghosts or monsters. We were scared because something real and dangerous was happening in those abandoned buildings, something people wanted to keep hidden. I never went back, and none of the rest of us did either. The memory of those lights, the cars, the noises, it's burned in my mind. It's a reminder that some places, even when empty and abandoned, can still hold secrets better left alone. And that sometimes the scariest things aren't made up. They're just the dark, real things lurking where we don't expect them. Murrieta's the kind of place that people only know about if they live near it or got stuck there on a road trip. It's hot, flat, and full of dry brush, chain restaurants, and rows of tan stucco houses that all look the same. It's one of those cities where you can walk for hours and never really feel like you're anywhere. The hills to the west are brown most of the year, and there's this dusty haze in the air that never quite goes away. The kind of place that smells like scorched weeds and car exhaust in the summer, and like wet concrete and asphalt when it rains, which isn't often. Not a whole lot to do except walk, drive, or sit around. My best friend and I grew up here, and back when we were younger and had more free time, we used to go on these long walks. Not really to get anywhere, just to kill time. We didn't have money for movies or anything, and walking gave us a chance to get out of the house without having to explain anything to our parents. It became kind of a routine, especially when things got stressful. We'd start out in our neighborhood, wind through the side streets, sometimes cut through this dry creek bed behind a school, then loop back up toward this area that everyone around here knows, the old mill. Now, the old mill is technically just this crumbling structure near the edge of town. It used to be part of a grain or olive oil operation, or something like that. One of the first things built in Murrieta back in the day, long before the housing developments moved in. By the time we were growing up, it was already falling apart. You couldn't go inside anymore, but the city left it standing behind a rusted fence, probably for historical reasons. You can walk along the sidewalk right next to it though, and there's a crosswalk there, just where the road bends. It's famous, at least locally. There's this show, one of those paranormal ones that loves to overdramatize everything, and they ranked the old mill as number 8 on their top 30 most haunted places in California list. We watched it together when it aired, laughing at how ridiculous the reenactments were. Screaming actors, fake fog, all that nonsense. Still, we liked that it gave our boring town something interesting, even if most of it was bullshit. But there was another side to Murrieta too. I don't know if it's the open sky or something else, but we used to see a lot of weird stuff at night. Lights that didn't move like planes. Shapes that floated just far enough away to make you wonder. We even kept a notebook for a while where we logged every UFO we saw on our walks. Most people would call them drones or helicopters or reflections from passing cars, but some of them didn't make sense. One time, we watched this red-orange orb hover in place above a ridge for maybe 10 minutes, then shoot straight up like it was yanked by a string. No sound, no trail. Just gone. That one stuck with me. But none of that weird stuff hit me quite the same way as the thing with the old lady. It was late spring when it happened, I think. The air was finally warming up after one of those wet winters we sometimes get where everything stays brown anyway. We started our walk late that afternoon. I remember because the sun was low enough to throw long shadows, but still warm enough that I wasn't wearing a hoodie. We just left our neighborhood, cut across a parking lot behind a CVS, and made our way down the street that borders the old mill. That stretch of road is quieter than most. 2 lanes each way, a weirdly wide median, and barely any traffic during certain hours. No bus stops, no businesses right there. It's the kind of place where you can stand on the sidewalk for 10 minutes without seeing another person. As we got closer to the crosswalk near the old mill, we saw someone waiting there. An older woman, standing at the edge of the curb. She was wearing this long, heavy coat that didn't match the weather, light brown or maybe faded olive green, with huge buttons down the front. I think she had one of those thick, knitted scarves wrapped around her neck, the kind old people wear indoors and outdoors, even when it's not cold. Her posture was slightly hunched, hands clasped over the top of a cane. Not one of those metal ones you buy at the pharmacy. This one looked like carved wood, maybe even handmade. She was staring across the street like she'd been waiting a while, even though there were no cars coming either way. Something about her made me feel like we should stop. So we did. We asked if she wanted help crossing. She nodded once, not overly friendly, but not rude either. Just neutral. So we matched her pace, which was slow, and started across the street. It wasn't a long crosswalk. Maybe 4 car widths, but with her cane and pace, it felt longer. As we walked, I tried to keep half an eye on traffic, though there wasn't any. The most detail I remember was the sound of her cane tapping against the pavement. Steady and deliberate. Her steps were small, and her shoes were the kind you only see in old black and white photos. Sturdy leather things with a thick sole and laces, almost too clean for how dusty the area usually was. We didn't say much as we walked, just a few polite, surface-level comments that didn't stick in my memory. Mostly we focused on her, making sure she didn't trip or stumble. It was automatic, habitual. Something about her reminded me of my grandmother, and for a moment I stopped paying attention to the old mill behind us, to the dry wind that kicked up every few minutes and carried the smell of cracked asphalt and sagebrush. We made it across. She reached the sidewalk on the other side, stepped up with some effort, and kept walking forward. We nodded at her, turned, and started heading the way we usually did, up the street that curves along the outside of the neighborhood. But something made me stop. Not even a sound or a feeling, just a kind of impulse. I turned around, maybe to wave goodbye or just to make sure she was okay. She wasn't there. I blinked. The street behind us was empty. No one in the crosswalk. No one on the sidewalk. Nothing behind the bushes or the tree near the fence. I turned to my friend. He'd already turned around too. We just stared at each other for a second, not saying anything. Our minds were trying to catch up, to make sense of it. We'd walked slowly with her. We weren't far from where we'd left her. She couldn't have just disappeared unless she moved with impossible speed or dropped into a hole in the ground. But she was gone. We jogged back toward the crosswalk, scanning both sides of the street, the bushes, even the fenced-off area around the old mill. Nothing. The sidewalk was empty all the way to the end of the block. I remember checking behind one of those big electrical boxes set in the ground, just in case she'd sat down behind it. There was nothing. My friend climbed halfway up the chain-link fence that borders the mill lot to see over it. Still nothing. Just dry weeds, rusted scrap, and cracked concrete. We must have circled the area for 10 minutes, walking faster than usual. Not running, but close. We looked down the side street where the sidewalk leads, checked behind a parked car, even knocked on the metal dumpster at the back of a construction site nearby. Nothing. No one. Eventually, we stopped and just looked at each other again. The silence was louder than it should have been. The sun was even lower now, maybe half an hour from setting, and everything had that golden edge to it, like the world was holding its breath. We didn't talk much after that, not for a while. We finished our walk, but we both kept glancing back, scanning the streets, looking into shadows like we expected something else to happen. It didn't. The night came and went. Nothing followed us home. No strange dreams or knocks at the door. But we never really stopped thinking about it. The weirdest part wasn't just that she vanished. It was how normal she'd seemed. She wasn't glowing or floating or whispering riddles or doing anything out of a horror movie. She was just there. Solid. Real. Walking slowly across a street in the late afternoon. Until she wasn't. We talked about it a lot after that. We tried to come up with explanations. Maybe she ducked into a yard we didn't see. Maybe she was faster than she looked. Maybe we missed her turning down a side street. We even considered whether we imagined her, but we both saw her. We both helped her. We heard her cane on the pavement, felt the slow pull of her arm as she stepped forward. It happened. Even now, years later, I can picture it clearly. The angle of the sunlight, the color of her coat, the silence after she was gone, and the fact that even in a place like Morietta, dry, dusty, predictable, something can still happen that doesn't make sense. No ghosts, no UFOs. Just a moment that sticks with you, because it doesn't fit. We kept walking those streets for a while after that, hoping we'd see her again, or maybe see something else strange. But we never did. That moment stayed unique. And the more time passes, the more I realize that's probably what makes it special. She was there. Then she wasn't. And whatever the reason, whatever the trick or timing or mistake, it reminded me how easy it is for something completely real to vanish. How even the most solid thing in your life can disappear in the space of a breath and leave you staring into empty air, trying to find the pieces. I don't know who she was. I don't know where she went. But I still remember her cane tapping on the asphalt like it was yesterday. And I think I always will. It was a normal afternoon in early fall. The air was crisp, carrying that slight chill that comes just before the cold really settles in. The trees lining the streets were painted in shades of orange, yellow, and red, their leaves fluttering gently in the breeze. Birds chirped in the background, their songs bright and clear, as if they were celebrating the last warm days of the year. I could hear children playing somewhere nearby, their laughter echoing softly down the quiet suburban street. It was the kind of day that felt ordinary in every way. Nothing out of place, nothing to hint that something strange was about to happen. I glanced down at my phone. The time was 14:30. I had an appointment scheduled for 1500 hours, so I wasn't in a rush. I checked my messages briefly, nothing important, and put the phone back into my pocket. The soft rustle of my jacket, as I slipped my arms into the sleeves, was the only sound breaking the calm. The jacket was a little heavier than I wanted for the day, but the chill in the air justified it. I zipped it up and locked my apartment door behind me. Outside, the sun was still warm enough to be pleasant on my face, but there was an unmistakable coolness in the air. I walked at a comfortable pace down the sidewalk, my breath steady and visible in the crisp air. The houses around me were the usual mix, some with neatly trimmed lawns, others with piles of autumn leaves waiting to be raked. Every few steps, a gust of wind would scatter some of the leaves, and I found myself watching the colors swirl and tumble like tiny, burning embers. I reached the bus stop a few minutes before 14:40. A few people were waiting, but not many. Most were older folks, bundled up in scarves and hats, quietly checking their phones or staring into the distance. The bus came on time, its brakes squealing softly as it pulled up. I climbed on, tapped my card, and found a seat by the window. Outside, the world slid past in a familiar blur. Trees, houses, a park with a few kids kicking a ball around. The bus rattled and hummed as it moved through the city streets. I checked my phone again. The time read 14:55 as I stepped off the bus. I glanced around and saw I wasn't far from my destination. The building was an older brick structure with tall windows reflecting the afternoon light. I hurried up the steps and through the front door. Inside, the air smelled faintly of old paper and something like cleaning detergent. The waiting room was quiet except for the soft murmur of other people sitting around, some scrolling on their phones, others staring blankly at the walls. I sat down on one of the plastic chairs, feeling the slight creak beneath me. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It read 14:59. Perfect timing, I thought. I was early enough to not be late, but close enough that they wouldn't keep me waiting long. Minutes passed. 5, maybe 10. I felt a growing sense of impatience. I had made this appointment weeks ago, and now here I was, stuck in this waiting room with nothing to do but watch the clock. I looked around at the other people waiting. Some were reading magazines, others tapping away at their phones. No one seemed particularly concerned or impatient. The room smelled faintly of coffee and a hint of something like disinfectant. I looked at my phone again, hoping the screen would tell me that time was moving forward as usual. But instead, the numbers showed something impossible, 14:04. I stared, thinking it must be a glitch, my eyes flickering between the time on my phone and the old-fashioned wall clock hanging crookedly on the wall. The clock hand spun wildly, then slowed, then stopped. The digital clock on my phone didn't change. It remained 14:04, even as the seconds should have ticked forward. My heart started to beat faster. The birds outside were still chirping. The sounds of children playing outside still echoed faintly, but it was like the world had paused in that exact moment. The wind shifted, brushing strands of hair across my face, but otherwise nothing moved. The chair in front of me seemed to inch away slowly, stretching the room out in front of me, the walls bending at impossible angles. I blinked, trying to steady myself. The dizziness crept in, that sudden wave of nausea that catches you off guard. The room stretched and warped in slow motion. The colors dulled, turning the once vibrant walls into a washed-out blur. The people in the room looked at me strangely, their eyes wide with confusion, as if they could see that something was wrong, but they couldn't quite understand it. Their movements were delayed, like watching a bad video connection. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes for a moment, and when I opened them again, the time was still 14:04. I tried to stand, but my legs felt weak. The dizziness was overwhelming, and I gripped the arms of the chair to steady myself. The wind again brushed past me, stronger this time, moving my hair against my face. The sounds of the outside world, the chirping birds, the laughing children, were all there, but they felt distant, almost as if I was hearing them through a thick glass wall. I thought about what was happening. Was I dreaming? Was this some trick of the mind brought on by exhaustion or stress? I hadn't felt tired before, but now everything felt unreal. The waiting room, the people, the time frozen on my phone, it all seemed like a scene from a movie, a badly edited one. I looked at the people again. Their expressions were fixed in a mix of worry and confusion. One older woman had her mouth slightly open, as if she had just been about to speak. Another man had a hand raised halfway to his face. None of them were moving properly. It was like I was the only one trapped in this strange bubble of slowed, distorted time. Minutes, or what felt like minutes, passed. I couldn't tell if time was really moving or if I was stuck. The dizziness worsened, and the room continued to stretch and bend. I felt a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. Suddenly, with no warning, everything snapped back into place. The room shrank back to normal size. The clock on the wall ticked forward normally. The people in the room moved again, resuming their activities as if nothing had happened. The time on my phone jumped forward, and for the first time in what felt like hours, it showed 15:05. I sat there, breathing heavily, trying to make sense of what I had just experienced. The sun was still shining outside. The birds still sang. The kids' laughter still drifted in from the street. Everything was as it should be, but something inside me had shifted. I didn't say a word. I gathered my things and left the waiting room quietly, stepping back into the normal flow of time. The rest of the day passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been caught, somehow, in a moment where time stopped just for me. No one else had noticed. No one else had experienced it. In the days that followed, I checked everything. My phone, my watch, the clocks around the house, all worked perfectly. The appointment office had no record of a problem with their clocks or any strange events. Friends and family brushed off my story, calling it stress or imagination. But I knew better. I had been there, in that frozen moment where time seemed to unravel. I tried to find explanations, medical, psychological, scientific, but nothing fit. The closest was something called a time slip or a chronostasis experience, but those terms never quite matched the scale of what I felt. It wasn't just a fleeting moment. It was a slow, stretching distortion that lasted long enough to make me doubt everything around me. I've come to accept that some things don't have easy answers. Sometimes the world holds its breath in ways we can't explain, and maybe that's just part of being alive, accepting that not everything fits into neat boxes or logical patterns. I never experienced anything like that again, but I never forgot the feeling. The way the room stretched, the clock stopped, the wind moved through me like a signal from some unseen place. And though time marched forward like nothing happened, I knew deep down that in that one moment, I had stepped outside of it. I want to tell you about something that happened years ago, something that still lingers in my mind and sometimes wakes me up at night. It's not some ghost story or anything supernatural, nothing like that. It's a real memory from a time when my family was struggling and something strange happened that shook my beliefs to the core. Back then, my family wasn't religious at all. My parents, my grandparents, none of us were the type to pray or believe in anything spiritual. I was a complete atheist, firm in my disbelief. Science, facts, logic, that was my world. Faith seemed like a crutch, something people used when they couldn't explain life. I looked down on it, honestly. But life has a way of shaking your confidence in what you think you know. We were deep in financial trouble. I mean the kind where bills pile up, and you can hear the faint creak of your front door opening, knowing someone's about to ask for money you don't have. It was a suffocating feeling. My parents worked hard, but it wasn't enough. Every day was filled with stress and worry, and the tension in our small house was like a heavy fog that wouldn't lift. One weekend, my grandparents came over. They were older, quiet people who had lived through tough times themselves, but they didn't talk much about religion either. Still, that day they suggested something, an idea that felt strange and out of place for us. They proposed doing a kind of seance, not like the spooky kind you see in movies with candles and Ouija boards, but more like a spiritual ritual to seek help. It was something they had done or seen done in their youth, they said, when they needed guidance. I remember the living room clearly. We moved the furniture aside and spread out a big, soft blanket on the floor. The texture was rough, woven from thick yarn, but it was warm and comforting under my bare feet. The whole family gathered around it. My sister and I sat off to the side, bored out of our minds. We were kids, after all. We didn't understand what was happening, just that the adults were serious and quiet, except for the occasional whispered instructions. In the center of the blanket, my mom and I prepared a bowl. It was a simple, round ceramic bowl, white with blue patterns around the edge. Inside, we carefully poured a layer of salt, smoothing it out with the back of a spoon. Then my mom covered it with a lid. The salt felt cool and grainy in my hands. It smelled faintly of minerals, like the beach after a storm. Once the bowl was ready, my parents and grandparents placed it on the table in the middle of the room. They sat around it, close enough to almost touch, their hands folded or resting nervously on their knees. My sister and I watched from the edge of the blanket, unable to hide our boredom and impatience. The room was quiet except for the occasional creak of wood and the distant hum of traffic outside. Then my parents and grandparents started taking turns saying prayers. It wasn't like any prayer I had ever heard or been taught. It was a mix of different languages and phrases, some Arabic, some broken English, and some I couldn't place at all. Their voices were soft at first, almost like a chant, then growing louder with more confidence. I didn't understand the words, but I could feel something in their tone, a kind of hope, a desperate belief that maybe things could get better. After what felt like hours, though it might have been just minutes, my parents and grandparents lifted the lid off the bowl. My sister and I leaned forward, curious despite ourselves. That's when something impossible caught our eyes. Inside the salt, perfectly inscribed and sharp against the white background, was the name Ali, written in flawless Arabic script. It wasn't messy or smudged, but precise, like a calligrapher's work. I blinked, thinking maybe it was a trick of the light or the salt itself shifting, but no. The name was clear and unmistakable. The adults started shouting with excitement. They laughed, clapped their hands, and told us to come closer, to look at what had appeared. My sister and I were stunned, and honestly scared. I didn't know what to think. The rational part of me screamed that it had to be a trick, but the image was burned into my mind. The neat, beautiful script, perfectly formed from nothing but salt. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, heart racing. The name echoed in my head like a whispered promise. For the first time in my life, I felt the line between belief and disbelief blur. I wasn't sure if God existed, but at that moment, I felt like someone or something was reaching out to us. It was terrifying and comforting at the same time. Over the next few nights, the nightmares started. I would see the bowl again and again, the salt shifting under my fingers, the name Ali glowing in the dark. I dreamed of shadows that weren't there, of voices calling me to believe. I didn't tell anyone, not even my sister. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy. Eventually, things started to get better. My parents found new jobs, the bills got paid, and the crushing weight of financial worry lifted slowly but surely. Life moved on, as it always does. But the memory of that night stayed with me, a knot in my stomach that I could never quite untangle. Years later, I told one friend about it, just to get it off my chest. He listened, then said, "Okay, bro," and went back to his phone. It was exactly the response I expected, but it still stung. I realized how rare it is to find someone who understands those moments where reality breaks and leaves you wondering what to believe. I still consider myself a rational person. I value facts and science. But that night changed me. It reminded me that not everything can be explained, that sometimes hope comes in strange forms, and maybe faith isn't just about religion. It's about believing when you have no other choice. I don't know who Ali was or what that name meant, and I never found out. Maybe it was a coincidence, or a trick, or something my mind twisted in the dark. But that moment, that image of the name written in salt, still haunts me. It reminds me that even in the hardest times, there might be something beyond what we can see, something that reaches out quietly in the silence. I'm sharing this now because I finally feel ready to put it into words, to accept that some things can't be fully explained, and that's okay. Life is messy, uncertain, and sometimes scary, but it's also full of moments that make us question what we know, and maybe that's how we grow. It was a clear, late summer night, one of those nights where the air felt cool but not cold, and the sky was so dark you could see every star scattered across it like tiny diamonds. The kind of night that makes you want to sit outside and just stare up, feeling small in this huge world. My two friends and I had planned this for weeks. We wanted to watch the annual August meteor shower, the Perseids. It was supposed to be the best one in years, with hundreds of shooting stars visible if the sky stayed clear. None of us were really into partying or anything like that. Just three normal guys who liked looking up at the sky and trying to count how many meteors we could see. We drove out of town and found a quiet spot at the edge of my friend's family's cornfield. The field stretched out wide and open, the tall corn swaying gently in the slight breeze. The nearest houses were miles away, and there were no streetlights or signs of civilization close by. Just us, the corn, and the vast night sky. My friend opened the tailgate of his pickup truck, and we sat on it, backs resting against the bed, legs dangling down. The truck smelled like old leather and fresh-cut grass from the field nearby. We had blankets and some snacks, but mostly, we were just focused on the sky. The moon was a faint crescent, hanging low in the western sky, giving just enough light to see the outline of the corn stalks, but not enough to drown out the stars. We started counting meteors quietly, each one streaking across the sky like a flash of white fire. At first, it was easy to lose track because they came so fast, but after a while, we all settled into a calm rhythm, eyes locked upwards. Time slipped away. Minutes turned into hours. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, the air felt colder now. My breath started to make little clouds in the air. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The stars kept flashing, but something else caught my eye. I was staring straight east, toward the horizon, where the cornfield ended, and beyond that was nothing but flat land and empty sky. I noticed a bright light. It was steady, not blinking like an airplane or flashing like a tower light. Just a constant, glowing white orb far off in the distance. At first, I thought maybe it was one of those radio towers that sometimes sit in the middle of nowhere, shining a big light to warn aircraft. But I knew this area pretty well, and there weren't supposed to be any towers like that around here. The light stayed there for a few seconds, then started moving, slowly at first, almost drifting. I looked back at my friends, and I saw one of them was staring off in the same direction, eyes wide. He didn't say anything. He just sat frozen, staring. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The light got brighter and bigger. It wasn't a tiny dot anymore. It was growing, moving closer. It didn't have any colored lights or any blinking signals, just this steady, blinding white glow that seemed to fill more and more of the horizon. It moved smoothly, like something gliding, not flying with engines or rotors. The way it moved was almost unnatural, too steady and silent. The cornfield was pitch black around us, except for that light. We signaled the third guy to look, and he turned his head slowly, his face blank as he locked eyes on the same thing. The three of us sat there in silence, the kind of silence that feels thick and heavy. None of us said a word, but inside, I felt something twisting, a mix of fear, confusion, and disbelief. The moon was up, clear and bright enough to confirm it wasn't a trick of light or a reflection. We were in the middle of nowhere, with no airports or highways nearby, no planes scheduled, and yet this thing was coming toward us. It wasn't making any sound. No hum, no engine noise, just total silence except for the faint rustling of corn in the breeze and our own breathing. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. The thing kept getting bigger, growing brighter, filling more of the sky in front of us. My heart started beating faster. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I was scared, really scared. I thought of all the explanations I could come up with, and none made sense. Could it be some secret military experiment? Some weird drone or new technology we hadn't heard of? Or the thought I didn't want to admit, something else. Something unexplainable. I was the first to break the silence. I said quietly, "Maybe we should get in the truck, just in case." My voice sounded shaky to me, like I was trying to convince myself as much as my friends. The thought of running and hiding felt primal. I remember how my hands shook a little as I started to climb down from the tailgate, but my friends stayed where they were, staring at the light like it was a puzzle they wanted to solve. The light stopped moving forward suddenly. It just hovered there, huge and blinding. It felt like it was watching us, or maybe waiting. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it slowly reversed course and drifted back the way it came. It dimmed, shrinking until it disappeared beyond the horizon. We sat there frozen for a while longer, the night feeling colder than before. We didn't say anything. We didn't move. The only sound was the gentle rustling of the corn and the quiet beating of our own hearts. Looking back, I think what scared me the most was not knowing what it was. It wasn't like anything I had ever seen before, and no matter how much time passed, I still can't explain it. We never talked about it after that night. Not really. It was like a secret we shared, too strange to put into words, too real to forget. I wish we had taken a video with our phones. We all had them, but none of us moved. We were too scared to do anything but watch. The memory stays with me, clear and sharp, The cold air, the silence, the bright light moving silently over the cornfield, and the way my heart raced when it stopped just long enough for us to realize it wasn't from this world. Even now, when I look up at the sky during a meteor shower, I think about that night. The sky is beautiful and full of wonders, but sometimes there's something out there that defies explanation. Something that reminds you how small and unprepared you are for the unknown. That night changed how I look at the stars. They aren't just points of light or falling meteors anymore. They're reminders that no matter how much we think we know, there's still a vast, silent darkness out there that holds secrets we're not meant to understand. And sometimes, those secrets come too close for comfort. The sun had already dipped below the horizon by the time we reached the entrance to the road. It wasn't marked by any official sign, just the way the trees leaned in, their branches arching over like the bent ribs of some giant creature. The opening felt almost unnatural, too perfect, almost like a tunnel carved by nature itself. The thick forest walls on either side were dark, dense with layers of leaves and twisted roots. You could almost feel the weight of silence pressing in, like the whole area was holding its breath. We had come there because honestly, it sounded like a good thrill. The road was known locally as Haunted, a name tossed around more as a dare than anything serious. Still, there was an edge to it that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We were a small group, spread across 2 cars. My friends and I were in the lead, and the second car was trailing behind, stuck at a red light further back on the main road. That delay meant we were alone at the entrance for a few minutes, alone enough for the silence to stretch in a way that started to feel uncomfortable. The gravel crunched under our tires as we pulled up to the narrow start of the road. There was no shoulder to pull over on, no way to turn around, just this slim strip winding into the dark woods. The deeper shadows between the trees seemed to pull at us, making the air thick with a tension that was hard to describe. It was the kind of place where every sound echoes too long, and even the slightest rustle feels like a warning. We sat quietly for a moment, just watching the stillness around us. Then it began, the softest of sounds, barely more than a breath. At first, I thought it was the wind slipping through the trees. But then the sound sharpened into something that didn't belong, a whisper. It wasn't words, not really, just the faintest hiss of voices that seemed to rise and fall with the breeze. It felt like it was coming from all around, circling us, making the hairs on my arms stand straight up. We all looked at each other, eyes wide. Nobody said a word, but the question hung thick in the air. Are we really hearing that? Was it just our minds playing tricks? The whispers grew a little louder, closer, or maybe we just noticed them more. There was a sudden, shared understanding without needing to say it. We needed to get out of there. We hit the gas, the gravel crunching beneath the tires as we rolled slowly onto the narrow road. It was a one-way lane, with dense trees packed so close you could barely see through them. There was no turning back, no place to stop except maybe the very end. For the first few minutes, the drive was quiet, the car's engine the only sound breaking the heavy silence. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the twisted trunks and tangled underbrush. But beyond that, the woods seemed endless. The road was rough and uneven, winding tightly with almost no room for error. Every curve felt like it could hide something just out of sight. Then, without warning, I felt it. It was like a cold, wet blanket brushing across the side of my face. Not a breeze, nothing like wind. It was too sudden, too close, and it wasn't just on my skin, it was in my mind. The feeling sent a sharp pang through my chest. Before I could stop it, tears started rolling down my cheeks. They came fast and steady, like they had a mind of their own. I wasn't sad or scared in the way you expect. It wasn't an emotion I could name. The crying just happened, uncontrollable and sudden, like something inside me had snapped loose. The windows instantly fogged up from the inside. My friends in the car looked over, confusion written across their faces, but they didn't say anything. Then I saw it. Slowly, a handprint appeared on the windshield, right in the corner of the driver's side. It wasn't perfect, just the faint outline of fingers pressed against the glass. I could see every ridge, every crease. I blinked, and the handprint began to change. It stretched and warped, the fingers merging together, the shape flattening into a soul. The handprint turned into a footprint. It was like something had pressed its foot against the glass, leaving a wet, blurry mark. The outline looked real enough to be someone's actual shoe. But then, just as quickly as it had come, the footprint faded away. The fog cleared, the tears stopped. The air in the car lightened like a weight had lifted. We were suddenly out of the forest, on the edge of the road where it opened up into a clearing. The trees gave way to empty fields, and the dark sky above seemed less threatening. I wiped the last of the tears from my face, still shaking but feeling the fog of panic begin to clear. The rest of the drive was silent. The second car caught up shortly after, their faces pale and eyes wide. We all knew we had felt something that night, even if none of us could explain it. To this day, that stretch of road still sends a shiver down my spine. It's quiet now when I think about it, but I remember every detail. The way the trees bent over the entrance like they were warning us not to go in, the whispering sounds that felt like they were right beside us but nowhere to be seen, and the cold, wet touch that came without a cause. Despite everything, people still go there. The road is a local legend, a challenge, a dare for those who want to feel that strange, heavy silence and see if the whispers come back. I understand why. There's something about that place that pulls you in, even when every part of you wants to turn away. But I know what I felt, and I'm sure of one thing. Some things on that road aren't just stories. They're real. And sometimes, reality doesn't need ghosts or monsters to be terrifying. Sometimes, the fear is just the way the silence falls, the way the air moves when no wind is there, and the feeling that something unseen is watching, waiting for the moment you let your guard down. I don't go back. Not anymore. But I'll never forget what that night felt like stepping through a door that should have stayed closed. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that, but the house I grew up in was really, really creepy. It's not like it was some ancient, crumbling place. It was a perfectly normal-looking house, just like all the others in our neighborhood. A ranch-style house with 2 stories, a deck out back, a garage, nothing unusual to look at. If you drove by, you wouldn't think twice. It was the kind of place you'd expect a family like mine to live in, neat, quiet, suburban. But living there was something else entirely. From the time I was a kid, I had this weird feeling whenever I walked down the hallway to my room. It wasn't fear exactly, more like an odd sensation, like something was brushing against my shoulder. Not grabbing or holding or anything heavy, more like a light touch, just a quick brush, as if someone was walking past me, but not close enough to bump into me. I always turned around to see if someone was there, but the hall was always empty. Sometimes I'd freeze, waiting to see if it would happen again. It never did, but that feeling, the touch, stayed with me for years. I never told anyone because it was so strange, and honestly, I thought I was imagining it. The living room was another place that felt off. I remember one afternoon when I was sitting on the couch playing my SNES. The house was quiet except for the game sounds and the hum of the TV. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw this shadow moving near the corner of the hallway that led to the bedrooms. It was just a dark shape, peering around the corner like it was watching me. I blinked and looked directly at the spot, but nothing was there. I asked my mom, who was in the kitchen, if she saw anything. She said no, nothing at all. So I tried to shrug it off and went back to playing. But my hands were shaking and I couldn't focus. The shadow didn't come back, but I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting it to be there. Then there was the basement. That part of the house gave me the worst feeling of all. The basement was really more of a den, unfinished and sort of cold. It was the space right across from the garage door when you came in from outside, and the stairs to the main floor were right there. There was nothing special about it except it had this thick smell, like old wood and dust mixed with something else I couldn't place. My parents put the piano down there. I liked playing piano, but for some reason, they never put it anywhere else. Every time I went down there, I felt like I was being watched. Not like someone was there, but something else. I hated the basement. It felt like the walls were closing in. I never told my parents how much I hated it. One time, the only thing that happened down there was when I was compelled, for no real reason I can explain, to trim the cat's whiskers. The family cat was this big, fluffy gray tabby named Smokey. I don't know why I decided it was a good idea to grab some scissors and snip off some of his whiskers. Smokey didn't like it one bit. He kept pawing at his face and sneezing afterward. My parents found out and were furious, but that's the only event I can think of that actually happened in that creepy basement. Nothing supernatural, no eerie noises or moving shadows. Just me and a very annoyed cat. Still, I never wanted to be down there alone. But the worst part, the knocks. I didn't really hear them myself. It was my dad who talked about them. He'd say he heard knocking sounds when he read me bedtime stories. It was never very loud, just gentle knocks, like someone tapping lightly on the wood. I thought he was joking at first, maybe messing with me because I was scared of the dark. Sometimes I banged on my headboard just to freak him out, but the knocks he described didn't sound like anything I could explain. Sometimes, when I was falling asleep, I'd hear something that sounded like knocking, but I told myself it was just the house settling or the wind. One night, something happened that I can't explain. I woke up suddenly and looked out my bedroom window. There, floating just outside the glass, was this huge orb of light. It wasn't the moon. The moon was small and far away. This was huge and bright, too big to be anything natural. It just hung there, glowing softly. I stared at it, frozen, and finally I got up and woke my parents. They were confused but came to look. Of course, the orb was gone by then. In the morning, they asked why I woke them up, and I told them what I saw. They didn't say much, but I could tell they were uneasy too. After that, my parents started acting a little different. They talked quietly to each other sometimes, and one morning I overheard my dad telling my mom that he was convinced the house was haunted, that he really believed there was something strange going on. He told her about the knocks he'd been hearing. I stayed in bed, pretending to be asleep, but I wasn't. That conversation stuck with me. Even though it was daylight, I felt like I was in a nightmare I couldn't wake from. Eventually, we moved out. I was relieved, but I kept thinking about that house, wondering what it was about it that made me feel so uneasy. The place wasn't old or run down. It was just off. Quiet when it should be noisy, shadows where there shouldn't be, touches that weren't real. When we left, it felt like a weight lifted off my chest. Several months later, I heard the house burned down. The new family who moved in had kids, and one of the kids got matches and accidentally set the place on fire. By the time the fire trucks arrived, it was too late. The house was gone, replaced now by an empty lot overgrown with weeds and wild grass. The driveway is still there, cracked and faded, and the mailbox still stands, rusted but upright. The pine trees my dad smuggled into the country years ago are still growing there, tall and green, swaying in the wind like they've been waiting for something. The neighborhood filled in around the empty lot. New houses, newer cars, kids playing in yards. Everything moving on like the burned house was just a forgotten memory. But for me, it's still there, that place full of strange feelings and shadows, a house that looked normal but never felt like home. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. Maybe what I felt was just my imagination, or the house settling in strange ways. Or maybe it was the way a kid's mind works when things don't make sense. But every time I walk past that empty lot, I feel the weight of all those touches and shadows, like the house is still watching, waiting, even though it's nothing but a memory now. I used to think Forest Park was just another patch of trees in Portland, a big, quiet green space where people went for a walk or a quick escape from the city noise. But the more I spent time there, the more I realized it wasn't just that. There was something off about the place. Not in an obvious way, no loud creaks or spooky sounds, but in a quiet, subtle way that settled in your chest and made your skin crawl just a little. Like the forest was watching you, waiting. I'd come to know the park pretty well. There are miles and miles of trails winding through the thick woods, some marked, some barely noticeable, and the ground is covered with a soft blanket of moss and fallen pine needles. The trees are mostly tall Douglas firs and big leaf maples, their branches thick and tangled, blocking out most of the sunlight during the day. At night, it's a different world entirely. The forest turns cold and silent except for the sound of leaves crunching beneath your feet and the occasional snap of a twig somewhere in the shadows. One friend, Jake, was the kind of guy who loved exploring. He told me about a trail system deep in Forest Park he'd found once. It didn't show up on any of the maps, and it didn't connect to anything else. He said it just ended, like someone had cleared it out and then stopped walking. We tried finding it together, but it was like the forest didn't want us to. The brush got thicker, the trail got narrower, and after a while, we'd lose it altogether. I've been on a lot of hikes, but this felt different, more claustrophobic, like the trees were leaning in, crowding us. I stopped going after dark, but before that, I used to hike alone at night, something I don't recommend. One night, I was walking down a narrow path surrounded by thick underbrush and ferns when I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was just a deer or some raccoon. But then I saw it. A black shadow of a man, stepping slowly and carefully, quiet as a whisper, moving through the bushes maybe 15 feet away. No sound, no rush, just deliberate, slow steps. I froze, heart pounding so loud I thought the whole forest could hear it. I didn't look away, didn't want to lose sight of it, but it didn't look at me either. Just kept walking. I noped out fast after that, retracing my steps the way I came and breaking into a run once I was back on a wider trail. I never saw anything like that before or after, but the memory stays with me. That quiet shadow could have been anyone, a hiker, a homeless person, maybe even someone dangerous, but I've never forgotten how out of place it felt, how unnatural the whole thing was. There was another time, me and a friend walking along 53rd Avenue, which borders part of the park. It was late at night, dark and quiet except for the sound of our footsteps and the occasional distant bark of a dog. Suddenly, we heard a car coming fast, engine roaring, but with no headlights on. Just a black blur racing down the road, headlights off, like it wanted to stay hidden or maybe not get caught. Because we're weird and maybe a little reckless, we ducked into the brush and hid behind some bushes, watching as the car sped past us in silence. The tires kicked up dirt, but the driver never slowed or stopped. We waited until the car was gone, but the silence afterward was thick, almost suffocating. It was like the forest was holding its breath. Sometimes, walking the trails alone or with friends, an eerie feeling would come over me. It wasn't fear exactly, more like a heavy weight pressing down in my chest, a sense that I didn't belong there. The woods felt older and darker than they looked, and at night, the shadows seemed to move in ways they shouldn't. It's hard to explain, like the forest was alive in a way that went beyond trees and animals. One friend once told me he saw a gnome on the trail. He said it was small, like a kid no taller than 2 feet, with a wide grin, standing just off the path between 2 trees. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. I don't know what he saw or if he was messing with me, but I've never forgotten how serious he sounded. He was never one to make stuff up. Whatever it was, it stayed with him, and for a long time after, he didn't want to go back there alone. Homeless people sometimes camp in Forest Park. It's a fact of life in Portland. The city's green spaces become temporary homes for those with nowhere else to go. I saw a few over the years, tents tucked in the thickest parts of the forest where you couldn't see them from the trail. Most kept to themselves, but a couple looked like they'd been there for a while. Sometimes you'd see remnants left behind, a broken tent pole, a burned-out fire pit, empty cans and bottles scattered under the trees. It added to the feeling that the forest wasn't just a place for hiking, but a place people disappeared into or lived in the shadows. I stopped hiking at night after one last run-in. It was early fall, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth and fallen leaves. I wanted to squeeze in a quick walk before the sun set, so I took one of the trails that led deep into the park. The trail was narrow, twisting between big trees, and the fading light made the shadows stretch long across the ground. As I walked, I felt that heavy weight again, that sense something was watching me. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, but then I heard it, a soft crunch of leaves behind me. I turned quickly, but the trail was empty. I kept moving, faster now, heart racing. The crunch came again, closer this time, like footsteps stepping softly on the dry leaves. I didn't dare look back. I just kept walking, faster, until I reached a clearing where the streetlights from the nearby neighborhood spilled in through the trees. I paused there, looking back into the forest. The darkness seemed to ripple, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing just at the edge of the trees. Not a ghost or monster, just a man, standing still, watching me. Then he disappeared. I didn't go back. I haven't been back after dark since. Forest Park is a place that holds its secrets tightly. The earth smells old and wet, the trees whisper in the wind, and the dark corners of the woods seem to hide more than just squirrels or raccoons. It's a place where the city fades away, where the ordinary rules don't always apply, and where sometimes you feel small and out of place. I've learned to respect that feeling now, to listen when the forest seems to warn me to turn around. Because even if what I saw wasn't something supernatural, even if it was just a man walking quietly or a trick of the light, the forest still holds power. And it's best not to push your luck. Back in 1999, I was part of a Girl Scout troop, about 6 girls, all between 11 and 14 years old, plus 2 adult leaders. We were camping somewhere deep in the woods, a place that felt remote enough to escape the noise and light of the town we all came from. The air was crisp, and the trees stretched tall and thick, their leaves rustling softly even though the wind was barely there. That night, someone had the idea, maybe one of the leaders or maybe just a suggestion from one of us, to go on a midnight hike to heighten our senses. It sounded like a fun challenge, a way to feel more alive and connected to the woods around us. We all agreed. The plan was simple. Split into 2 groups, each with 1 leader and 3 girls. The idea was to separate and hide, then find each other again, kind of like a game of hide and seek, but in the dark and in a group form. We were supposed to use all our senses, eyes, ears, even smell, to track the other group through the forest. The night was already dark, much darker than I was used to because the moon was barely visible behind thick clouds. The forest felt different at night. The trees seemed taller, the shadows deeper, and every small noise was sharper, louder, more noticeable. My group went first. Our leader led us to a spot that looked like a natural hiding place. It was a rocky wall, part of an outcrop that jutted up from the earth, covered in moss and vines. She told us to lie down beneath some low brush and stay as quiet as possible. None of us really checked the surroundings carefully. We just did what we were told. We laid down on the damp, rough ground, the smell of earth and wet leaves filling my nose. The brush above us scratched against my jacket and face, small twigs poking into my skin. The dirt was cool, soft but gritty, and I could feel tiny insects crawling against my skin where it was exposed. My legs and arms were pressed into the ground, the smell of pine needles mixing with the dirt. At first, we could still hear the other group nearby. Their whispers, the soft steps on twigs and leaves. We giggled a little too loudly, not really thinking about how close the leaders were to each other, or how quiet we were supposed to be. The other group moved off in a different direction, and suddenly, everything went quiet except for our own breathing and heartbeats. My ears picked up the faint sound of my own breath, sharp and shallow, and I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my chest, loud and insistent. Then, something else started to break the silence. At first, it was subtle, like little clicks and pops, but then it grew louder and more distinct. It sounded like something rattling or clinking, like a bunch of dominoes or small stones tumbling together. It was hard to place the sound at first, but it came from somewhere close, just out of sight in the brush. I shifted slightly, trying to get more comfortable, but that only made the noise louder. My skin crawled as I realized that laying in dirt and brush was probably inviting every kind of bug and spider to come explore me. I started to feel itchy and restless, the discomfort growing with every minute. My mind kept racing. What was making that noise? Was it an animal? Something worse? The clanking got louder, and I could see little shadows moving near the edges of the brush. My leader, already tense from the task, snapped at me to stop moving. I tried to stay still, but it was impossible. I whispered that something had bitten me on my arm, hoping to get some light or help to see what was going on. My heart thumped harder. I just wanted to see what was in the brush, to get away from whatever was crawling on me. At that moment, the other group found us. Flashlights flicked on and swept over the dark ground, finally landing on me. The sudden bright light stung my eyes after the darkness. What I saw made my blood run cold. I was kneeling in the center of a strange circle made from twigs and small branches. Scattered all around me were animal bones. Some looked like bird bones, thin and fragile. Others were thicker, maybe from small mammals. Feathers were strewn around, some white, some dark, and there were colorful ribbons tied to nearby branches. Hanging from the tree above were little satchels made from cloth and leather, filled with something unseen. The tree itself had strange scribbles painted in white all over the bark. The symbols looked rough and hurried, but they formed some kind of pattern or message. The smell in the air was sharp, earthy, and a little musty, like something decaying mixed with the forest. Chaos erupted immediately. The girls screamed and scrambled away from the brush circle, their voices echoing in the stillness of the night. Our leaders shouted orders to get back to camp, their voices tense and urgent. But the fear didn't leave me. I just stayed kneeling, trying to make sense of what I had just uncovered. The forest around us seemed suddenly darker, more alive, as if it was watching us. The next morning, when we returned to the spot in daylight, everything was gone. The strange circle had vanished. The bones, feathers, ribbons, and satchels were nowhere to be found. The tree was bare of its white paint. Whoever had made those marks had removed or chipped them off completely. The ground was smooth and clear, as if no one had been there for years. It was as if the whole ritual site had been erased by invisible hands overnight. We never found out who made that circle or why it was there. Our leaders avoided talking about it, and the camp counselors changed the hiking plans after that night. The experience stayed with me. The feeling of being so close to something dark and ancient, the raw fear of being surrounded by things I couldn't understand. That night's game of hide and seek had turned into something else, something I wasn't ready for. Even years later, I can still feel the rough dirt under my hands, the sharp scent of feathers and old bones, the silence that followed after the other group walked away, and the cold dread that washed over me as I realized I was in the middle of a circle made for something I couldn't explain. The woods never felt quite the same after that, and the memory of that midnight hike still chills me when I think about it. That night was one I'll never forget. It started like any other summer evening. The air was heavy with heat, the kind that sticks to your skin and makes you want to open every window and door in the house. I was sitting in my room, hunched over my computer, just like usual. The glow of the screen was the only light in the room, except for the moonlight filtering through the open windows. The hum of the fan and the occasional chirp of crickets outside filled the background as I typed away, lost in whatever I was doing online. Our house sits at the edge of a quiet neighborhood, but behind the backyard, there's a stretch of woods, dense and wild, where the trees grow close and the shadows deepen quickly after sunset. Usually, the woods feel calm. Sometimes you hear owls or the rustling of small animals, but nothing too loud or threatening. I've always liked having the windows open during the summer. The fresh night air feels good, and the sounds of the natural world help me relax. But that night was different. Suddenly, piercing through the night came this horrible, blood-curdling scream. It was sharp and loud enough to stop me in my tracks. It wasn't just a scream. It was like someone was being strangled, gasping for air, mixed with a high-pitched, desperate wail. The sound seemed to come from just beyond the backyard, somewhere deep in the woods. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. The scream was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was so raw and awful, it felt like it was tearing through the night air. It didn't sound like any animal I knew. It sounded human, like a woman screaming in terror and pain, but layered with weird choking noises that almost sounded like the person was being strangled or suffocated. My mind immediately jumped to the worst thoughts. I was alone in the house, windows open, and I could hear this scream clearly. What if someone was hurt back there? What if there was something dangerous lurking in those woods? My imagination started running wild. I thought of all the horror stories and legends you hear about in the country, the idea of a demon or a wendigo or some kind of evil spirit stalking the woods. The scream was so unnatural and chilling that it triggered every scary story I'd ever heard. The scream lasted maybe 30 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Then there was silence, except for the normal nighttime, sounds that resumed slowly, as if the world was trying to calm itself after something terrible had happened. I wanted to just ignore it, tell myself it was nothing, but the sound was still ringing in my ears. The hairs on my arms stood up. I debated whether to go outside and check it out. I thought about grabbing a flashlight, maybe calling the police. But part of me was terrified that I'd find something bad, or worse, that I'd stumble into something I didn't understand and couldn't explain. I stayed inside. I kept checking the windows, watching the dark shapes of trees sway in the breeze behind my house. But nothing moved except the leaves. No other screams came. The night slowly returned to normal, or so it seemed. The next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about that scream. I was nervous every time I looked out the window at night, imagining eyes watching me from the shadows. My imagination made the woods seem darker and more threatening than ever. Finally, I decided to ask around. I didn't want to seem crazy or paranoid, but I had to know what that sound was. I started by asking neighbors, especially the ones who lived near the woods behind my house. Some of them had lived here for years and knew the area well. That's when I learned the truth. The neighbor who lived on the other side of the woods had a large chicken coop. They raised chickens for eggs and meat, and the coop was usually secure. But apparently recently, a Fisher cat had broken into their coop. A Fisher cat is a large, wild member of the weasel family, almost like a big, aggressive weasel with sharp claws and teeth. They're known to be skilled hunters and can be pretty loud, especially when hunting or fighting. What I had heard that night was the Fisher cat's call. the weird, almost human-like scream it makes when it's in the middle of a kill. The choking sounds were the frantic clucking and distress of the chickens as they were being attacked and killed by the Fisher cat. The sound was loud and chilling enough to carry across the woods to my backyard, which explained the blood-curdling scream I thought was a woman in trouble. The Fisher cat's scream is known to be eerie and can easily be mistaken for a human voice if you don't know what it is. Once I understood what it was, I felt a strange mix of relief and unsettled fascination. It was just a wild animal doing what it had to do to survive, but the sounds it made were so terrifying that my mind had turned it into a nightmare creature. It was wild, primal, and raw, like the woods themselves had erupted into violence. From that night on, I made sure to keep the windows closed when it got late in the summer heat. And every now and then, I still hear strange noises coming from the woods, the rustle of movement, faint screams, or clucks that remind me of that night. I know now what those sounds mean, but it doesn't make them any less eerie. Nature can be brutal, and sometimes the wilderness just shows its darker side. I never saw the Fisher cat myself, but I respect it. It's a reminder that the woods behind my house aren't just empty space. They're alive with things we don't always understand. And sometimes, those things can sound downright terrifying. That scream changed how I feel about the woods forever. It's not a place of fairy tales or ghosts for me. It's real, wild, and dangerous. And the next time I hear a scream like that, I won't assume it's anything supernatural. I'll remember the Fisher cat and the chickens, and I'll know that sometimes the scariest sounds come from the natural world itself. That night is still burned into my mind, clear as if it happened yesterday, even though I was only about 12 years old at the time. It was one of those quiet summer nights on Long Island, when the air is warm and thick but comfortable enough to sit outside without a jacket. My mom and I had just finished dinner, and she suggested we relax in the hot tub in the backyard. The tub was right next to the house, with soft lights glowing underneath the water and a fence that gave us privacy from neighbors. It was the kind of evening that felt perfect to just lie back, soak, and stare at the sky. Long Island isn't exactly a dark place at night. The glow from nearby towns always lights up the horizon, and the noise of cars and people is never fully gone. But what always stood out the most, at least for me, was the endless traffic above us in the sky. Airplanes, helicopters, all sorts of flying things passed overhead all the time because of the nearby airports and the Air Force Base. I could almost guess when one was coming, based on the faint sounds and lights that danced in the distance. But on this night, something was different. My mom and I slipped quietly into the hot tub, the warm water bubbling around us. The noise of the jets and planes was completely gone. It was unusual enough for her to point it out. She said quietly, "It's strange. No planes up there. That almost never happens." I nodded, eyes drifting upward as I leaned back, my head resting just above the water's surface. The sky was clear and deep blue-black, scattered with a handful of stars. Usually, there'd be at least one or two airplanes blinking their red or white lights as they moved across the sky, tracing the usual routes toward the city or over the ocean. But this time, there was nothing. Then, as soon as she said that, something else happened. All the other noises around us stopped too. Not just the planes, but the distant sounds of traffic, the faint hum of the nearby highway, even the soft rustling of leaves in the slight breeze. All of it fell silent, as if someone had flipped a switch. It was like the world had paused. My attention was suddenly pulled toward the eastern sky, almost without me deciding to look that way. It was like my eyes were drawn to something I didn't understand yet, something that made the silence heavier, more intense. Then I saw it. At first, it didn't look like any aircraft I'd ever seen. It wasn't a plane or helicopter or anything like that. It was a shape, a dark crescent that seemed to be made of a smooth, black material that absorbed light. It appeared suddenly, almost as if it had just blinked into existence out of thin air. It wasn't moving slowly across the sky like a plane. It was there in an instant, sharp and solid against the backdrop of stars. The craft was enormous. It stretched across about a third of the sky, hanging silently just half a mile above us. I tried to figure out how far away that really was, but it was hard to judge in the dark. It had 4 large green lights that glowed steadily. No blinking, no flickering, just a calm, even glow that cut through the night. The lights were positioned evenly along the body of the crescent, spaced far apart, but balanced perfectly. They weren't bright enough to light up anything below, but they made the shape visible enough to see the smooth contours and the pitch-black surface. What really struck me was how silent it was. I was used to hearing airplanes miles away, their engines humming or roaring, but this thing made no noise at all. No engine sound, no whirring blades, no vibration or movement of air that you could feel. The silence was absolute. The craft hung still for a moment, then pulled up in a smooth, sudden motion, banking toward the south, heading over the ocean. Its movement was too fast to be a plane, and yet it didn't shake or wobble like a helicopter. It was fluid, precise, almost like it was gliding on a force I couldn't understand. As it passed, there was a strange feeling in the air, like static electricity or a charged energy that made my skin tingle. The hairs on my arms stood up, and the air felt heavier, thicker, almost like the atmosphere itself had been changed in those few seconds. After it disappeared over the ocean, the usual sounds of the night returned slowly. The planes came back, distant cars started their hum, and the wind picked up again. But the silence before, the stillness, and that strange charged feeling stayed with me long after the craft vanished from sight. I've lived near an Air Force base for years, so I've seen a lot of military aircraft and experimental planes. But nothing like this. The shape, the size, the perfect silence. It didn't match anything in the sky that I knew. No military jet, no commercial plane, no drone or helicopter moves like that. It was like it came from somewhere else, somewhere beyond our world. I sat in that hot tub for a long time after the craft disappeared, staring up at the sky. My mom and I didn't say much, but I could tell she saw it too. The normal hum of the world felt distant and fragile now, like it had been broken and put back together differently. The next days were strange. I kept looking up at the sky, half expecting to see it again, but it never returned. The air traffic noise came back to normal, the cars and trucks buzzed on the highway, and life went on as usual. But I never forgot that night, that moment when everything went quiet and something impossible appeared overhead. It was real, and it was unlike anything I'd ever seen or heard before. The silence, the shape, the smooth, silent glide. It was proof that there's a lot about the sky we don't understand, no matter how many jets or planes we watch fly by every day. Sometimes, when the night is still and clear, I wonder if it's still out there, somewhere beyond the clouds and stars, waiting for another moment to come back. The air was thick with that uneasy kind of silence you don't notice at first, but settle into the moment you step onto the property. The abandoned house sat at the end of a private, tucked-away road, a long driveway stretching about 200 feet from the street to the front of the house. It was surrounded by trees, casting long shadows even though it was mid-afternoon. The road itself was barely wide enough for a car to pass comfortably, cracked with weeds poking through the asphalt in places. On one side of the driveway stood an old, weathered storage shed, its paint chipped and peeling, giving it a forgotten feel, like it hadn't seen care or use in years. The house looked like it had been left to rot slowly over a decade or more, which fit with the stories we had heard. Stories that weren't just stories, or so they said. The man who once lived there was said to have shot and killed a police officer, then gone home and ended his own life with a gunshot to the head. The police had supposedly raided the place back then, but the house remained untouched after that. Neighbors whispered about it quietly, a strange place just a street over from where I lived, yet people steered clear of it. We were young and dumb. That was the truth. I, along with a few friends, decided one day that it would be the perfect spot to smoke and hang out, away from prying eyes. No one else had the guts to come with me, but a small group did, enough to fill a car. The plan was simple: get to the house, poke around a bit, smoke, and get out. We didn't expect much, just some laughs and maybe a little thrill. We never expected what we found. Walking up the driveway, the crunch of gravel under our shoes felt oddly loud in the quiet. The house loomed ahead, 2 stories, peeling paint, windows boarded or cracked. The porch sagged, and the door was slightly ajar like it was waiting for someone to enter. The shed on the side looked like a rotting wooden box, half collapsed, with vines creeping up its sides. Leading the way, I pushed the door open wider. The smell hit me right away, a stale, dank scent of dust, mold, and something else I couldn't quite place. It was that kind of smell that seemed to seep into your clothes and skin if you stayed long enough. We stepped inside carefully. The floorboards creaked beneath our feet as we explored the main floor. The wallpaper peeled in long strips, and the ceiling had water stains, the plaster cracked and fallen. I took the lead, and we slowly made our way through the house, climbing stairs that groaned with every step. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating, like the house itself was pressing down on us. It was hard to explain, but it was a feeling that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Still, we ignored it. We were there to hang out, nothing else. We made it to the basement through a narrow door in the kitchen. The air down there was colder and damp, the walls lined with old bricks and scattered cobwebs. That's when I saw the cage, a large steel cage that looked like it could comfortably hold a Great Dane. It was rusty but still intact, with heavy bars and a lock that had long since given up on keeping anything in or out. It sat against one wall, ominous and out of place in that musty basement. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling as we climbed back up and made our way to what I thought was the bedroom. The room was at the end of the hall on the second floor. It was larger than the others, with a single cracked window letting in pale light. The floor was covered in dust and dirt, but there was something that caught my eye, a large dark red-brown stain on the floor. It was dried, old, and crusted at the edges. I figured it was blood, probably where the man ended his life. My stomach twisted just looking at it. Scattered around the room were piles of old flyers or pamphlets, yellowed with age. I picked one up carefully. The text was in German, and the photo printed in black and white showed a large black poodle-looking dog, sitting calmly with a serious expression. The dog's fur looked thick and shiny, its eyes sharp and clear. From the look of it, the photo had been taken years ago, probably before the man's death. The dog appeared older, maybe 7 or 8 years old, judging by the graying around its muzzle and the settled posture. The flyers were folded unevenly, some torn at the edges, but clearly had been important to someone. I wondered why they were there, what connection the dog had to the man or the house. The whole place felt frozen in time, like a snapshot of a tragic moment left to decay. One of the girls in the group was starting to panic. The air had grown heavier for her, and the silence was overwhelming. She was shaking, so we decided it was time to leave. We hurried down the stairs and back out the front door, the sunlight feeling strange after being inside the house. The quiet outside seemed almost too loud, too bright. Just as we reached the driveway, I spotted an elderly woman walking past the house. She was moving slowly, steady but unhurried, holding a leash attached to a dog. The woman didn't glance in our direction. Her face was set in a calm, distant expression, like she was lost in her own world. But the dog, my heart nearly stopped. The dog was exactly like the one in the photo. Same black fur, same size and shape, same eyes that seemed to hold a strange, familiar intelligence. I stared, unable to look away as the dog passed us, not barking or making any noise, just walking calmly. Its gaze locked on me for a moment, the same face, the same look from the old photo. It hadn't aged a day, even though the photo looked like it had been taken years ago. We all knew what we saw. None of us said a word. Our driver started the car, and as we reached the end of the driveway, just before turning onto the street, he suddenly stopped. His hands gripped the steering wheel tight, and his face was pale, like he had seen something that shook him to his core. We turned to look back out the windshield. There was no dog, just the elderly woman standing in the middle of the street, her posture rigid, staring right at us. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there like a silent sentinel. The house was behind her, hidden by shadows now as the sun dipped lower. We all sat in silence. The dog was gone, but that moment stayed with me. I knew what we saw wasn't just a trick of light or imagination. That dog had some connection to the house, to the man, or maybe to something else. I never wanted to find out. Since that day, I haven't gone back. I warned anyone who asked about the house to stay far away. It's not a place to visit for a thrill or a smoke break. That house, that dog, and that woman, they belong to a story that should stay buried. Sometimes, when I walk past that street, I catch a glimpse of something watching from the shadows. It's enough to remind me that some things don't change, no matter how long you leave them alone. The air was cold and heavy that morning, the kind of cold that seeps right through your clothes and settles into your bones. I had been up long before dawn, climbing the ladder into my deer stand. The woods were dead silent except for the soft creak of the stand swaying gently in the slight breeze. It was early April, still the kind of early where the night feels like it's holding on stubborn, not wanting to give up its dark grip just yet. I settled into the stand, pulling my jacket tighter around me, the chill biting at my fingers and ears. There wasn't even a sliver of moon or stars in the sky. It was pitch black, so black that I couldn't see the end of my own rifle barrel, let alone the trees in front of me. That kind of darkness where your eyes strain and adjust, but there's just nothing. Nothing at all. I kept my breath slow and steady, trying not to disturb the stillness around me. The forest was so quiet, I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my chest. Time stretched out, every minute feeling like an hour as I waited, barely moving, every sense on edge. The scent of wet earth and pine hung heavy in the air. The ground below was damp from a recent rain, making the wood of the stand slick beneath me. Suddenly, breaking the silence, I heard it, a sharp, blood-curdling scream. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. It was high-pitched and desperate, full of terror and pain. Then I realized what it was, a rabbit dying. If you've ever heard a rabbit in distress, you know it's one of the most gut-wrenching sounds. The scream was long and raw, like nothing I'd ever heard before. It tore through the night, echoing between the trees like a warning. The sound sent a cold shiver down my spine. I sat frozen, gripping my rifle tighter, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. The scream ended suddenly, but almost immediately, I could hear something else, fast, heavy movement in the underbrush. It was rushing, pounding, thudding against the earth like a storm. I knew right away what it was: coyotes. I've hunted in the wild enough to know their signs. Coyotes move in packs, and when they find prey, they can be relentless. The sound of their paws hitting the ground was like a thunderstorm, fast and heavy, coming closer and closer beneath me. I could almost feel the vibrations through the wood of the stand. They were moving with purpose, hunting, and they were close. Then, right where the rabbit's scream had come from, they stopped. And then it started, the howling and yapping. At first, it was a low rumble, but it quickly grew into a chaotic, loud noise that filled the woods. Coyotes were yipping and howling, their voices overlapping in a wild symphony of sound. It was a raucous pack, at least 10 or 15 of them, throwing what sounded like a wild party in the darkness just a few yards away. Normally, you think of coyotes as quiet, sneaky animals. But this was something else entirely. The volume of their calls, the way they all seemed to be communicating in that raw, animal language, it was unsettling. The yipping wasn't rhythmic or patterned, it was wild and frantic. The howls echoed through the trees, bouncing off the branches and the trunks, creating a disorienting cacophony. I could hear them fighting over something, probably the rabbit, their teeth snapping and bodies crashing through the brush. Even though I knew coyotes were common and not usually dangerous to a person, in that moment, in total darkness, with no way to see what was going on below me, it was unnerving. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was an intruder in their world, perched helplessly above as they gathered and made their noise. The fact that I couldn't see anything just made my imagination run wild, picturing shadowy shapes moving just beyond the edge of vision. I stayed perfectly still, careful not to make a sound. My fingers were numb from the cold, but I kept them wrapped tight around my rifle. The night air was thick and still, except for the chaotic noise from below. The coyotes kept yapping and howling, their voices rising and falling like a wild chorus. At one point, it sounded like one of them let out a deep growl, and then the pack suddenly went silent for a few seconds, as if something serious had happened. Then the noise would start up again, louder than before. Time passed slowly, maybe 20 or 30 minutes, though it felt much longer. The pack below finally began to move away, the pounding of their paws becoming faint as they disappeared into the woods. The silence that followed was almost worse, like the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next sound. As the first light of dawn began to creep in, a faint glow behind the trees, I let out a slow breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The world was still dark, but the blackness was starting to fade. The woods that had felt endless and alive in the night began to look like the quiet forest I knew. I climbed down carefully from the stand, my legs stiff and shaky from sitting so long. Walking back through the underbrush, I could still hear the faint echoes of the coyote pack in the distance. Their wild yipping seemed to fade with the daylight, but the memory of that night stayed with me. It was a reminder that even the familiar woods can hold moments of raw, wild power, moments that make you realize how small and exposed you are out there. I made it back to my truck as the sun began to rise, the sky painted in soft oranges and pinks. The world was peaceful again, but I couldn't forget the darkness, the screams, and the wild pack just a few feet below me in the blackest night I'd ever seen. That morning stayed with me long after the hunt, quiet warning about how alive the wilderness really is when the world sleeps. Every once in a while, my girlfriend and I like to get away from the noise of the town. It's not far from where we live, maybe a 15-minute hike up a small hill, just enough to get a different view of the world. The path is nothing special, just a dirt trail with a few scattered rocks, a couple of scraggly bushes here and there, and trees that lean in as if they're trying to listen in on your conversation. Usually the hike is quiet, peaceful, with the kind of calm that feels good to hold on to after a long week. I bring my guitar with me on these trips. It's a beat-up acoustic, strings a little worn, but it sounds warm and honest when I play. We find a spot near the top of the hill, just a small flat clearing surrounded by trees, with the town spread out below like a patchwork quilt of lights. On a clear night, the stars feel close enough to reach for, and the cool breeze mixes with the faint hum of distant cars and night sounds from the houses below. That night was no different, or so it seemed at first. I finished playing a few quiet songs, some old favorites, some new ones I was trying out, and we settled down side by side on the rough grass. The sky was a deep black canvas, and the stars were scattered like scattered diamonds, shining in silent rhythm. We didn't talk much. Words seemed unnecessary, drowned out by the beauty around us. Instead, we just sat there, taking it all in, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant flicker of lights, the sharp smell of pine and earth. The kind of night that feels like it could last forever. Then, out of nowhere, it happened. A scream ripped through the night. Not a scream you hear from a person. No panic, no shouting, no reason behind it that you could understand. It was loud, piercing, unnatural. It didn't sound like an animal either. Not a coyote, not a mountain lion, not a fox or an owl. The closest I could describe it as was something primal, wild, and angry, like something deep in the woods trying to send a message nobody wanted to hear. The scream came from the trees behind us, maybe 15 or 20 feet away. But it wasn't coming from up high, like a bird or something in the branches. It was low, close to the ground, from somewhere near the roots or the thick brush beneath the trees. In that instant, my whole body tensed. I felt it right away, a wave of goosebumps rolling over my skin, a sudden cold that didn't come from the night air. My blood felt like it froze in my veins. I can still remember the sharpness of that moment, the way the scream sliced through everything else, cutting straight to some part of me that wasn't ready for it. My heart started pounding like a drum, each beat loud and quick in my ears. I didn't even think. I was already up, grabbing my girlfriend's hand and pulling her to her feet. I kept my eyes locked on the spot where the scream had come from, trying to catch any sign of movement, any shape that could explain the sound. I wasn't going to take my eyes off it, not for a second. I told her to start walking back down the hill. We didn't say anything, but the urgency was clear. I took the lead, but I walked backwards, still watching the trees as we moved. My guitar was in my free hand, held like a weapon. Not that it was much of one, but it was better than nothing. We walked quickly, stepping over roots and rocks, careful not to trip. The ground was uneven, but I barely noticed, my mind focused on what might be lurking in the shadows just beyond the edge of the light. The trees seemed darker, thicker, more menacing all at once. I kept glancing over my shoulder. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed or stirred. But the memory of that scream haunted the silence between us. The hike down felt endless. The trail we usually took without a second thought suddenly seemed foreign, dangerous. Every rustle in the bushes, every crack of a twig underfoot made me jump. I tightened my grip on her hand, and she squeezed back, holding on just as tightly. When we finally reached the bottom of the hill, where the last lights of the town flickered, it felt like stepping back into the safety of the world. The houses, the cars, the distant sounds, everything familiar and ordinary, a stark contrast to the dark, wild unknown behind us. I never did figure out what made that scream. I listened to dozens of recordings online afterward. Animal calls, bird sounds, even some weird mixes of growls and shrieks, but nothing matched. The sound was too sharp, too raw, too strange. Still, I think about it sometimes. That scream wasn't just a noise. It was a reminder, a warning from the wilderness that even in places we think we know, there are things we don't understand. And some nights, those things make themselves heard. A couple of years ago, I stayed over at my friend's house. Her place was out in the middle of nowhere, with nothing around but huge fields full of cows. The house faced straight out onto those endless fields, stretching into the dark like some kind of vast, empty ocean of grass and animals. It was peaceful in the daytime, with the soft sounds of the cows chewing or lowing far off, and the wind brushing gently through the grass. But at night, it was different. The quiet stretched on, thick and heavy, like the silence was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. We had spent the evening inside, just the two of us, watching some movies and chatting quietly. The house was old, creaky in some places, and the windows had those thick curtains that blocked out most of the outside world during the day. I liked that, because I'm always a little on edge in new places, especially at night. Something about unfamiliar spaces makes me feel exposed. We finally went to bed late. My friend's room was small but cozy, with one window facing the fields and a bed pushed against the wall. The moon was nearly full, and the air was cool but not cold. I was lying there, half asleep, when I noticed something strange. The whole room suddenly lit up with a green glow, like a soft floodlight had been switched on outside the window. It was the kind of light that wasn't warm or comforting, but harsh and unnatural. It didn't just flicker or glow gently. It flashed in one long pulse, strong enough to wash out the dark corners of the room. Then it was gone for about 30 seconds, and then it flashed again. This pattern repeated, steady and slow, but completely unexpected. We both woke up right away, frozen for a moment in the dark, staring at the curtains. Neither of us wanted to be the first to look outside. The green light seemed to have some kind of silent power, like it was watching, waiting, but we couldn't see what. The idea of looking out and seeing some face or shape pop up terrified me. It was my worst fear at night, the feeling that someone or something could be out there just waiting to be noticed. Still, after a while, the curiosity and fear mixed until we both just had to know. We sat up quietly, hands trembling a little, and plucked up the courage to slowly pull the curtains aside. The green light had stopped flashing just as we opened them. Outside, everything was dark and still. The field stretched out into nothing but shadows, no glowing eyes or shapes moving in the distance. There was no light anywhere in the fields, no vehicles, no machinery, no flashing alarms. Just empty, quiet grass and cows, their eyes reflecting faintly here and there. We stood there for a moment, confused, feeling the cool night air slip in through the cracked window. The silence was so thick it was almost loud. After a few minutes, we closed the curtains and lay back down. The green light had vanished, and nothing else happened for a while. We both tried to settle back into sleep, but the tension didn't leave the room. 5 minutes later, without warning, the green light flashed again, the same long pulse right through the curtains, bright enough to fill the whole room. We froze, hearts racing. The light came exactly every 30 seconds like before, rhythmically cutting through the night like a slow, unnatural heartbeat. Once again, we slowly pulled back the curtains. Outside, the fields were empty, the cows calm and quiet. No lights, no movement, no source for the strange green flashes we kept seeing. The fields looked exactly as they had before, just dark shapes and grass under the moonlight. We repeated this a few more times, always hoping for some explanation, always opening the curtains to find nothing. The flashes would start again soon after we closed the curtains, lighting the room with that eerie green glow. The way the light cut across the room made it feel like the whole world was narrowed down to those fields, and whatever was causing the light was watching us just beyond the glass, waiting for something. After what felt like hours of this, the fear inside me grew to something physical, a heavy, pressing weight in my chest. Neither of us wanted to move, or even breathe too loudly. The idea that whatever it was could be out there, unseen, watching, was unbearable. We pulled the covers over our heads and stayed as still as possible, hoping to disappear into the dark and that the light would stop. Sleep didn't come easily. Every 30 seconds, the green flash lit up the room like a camera shutter, making shadows jump and sway over the walls. I kept imagining all sorts of things, someone out in those fields, some machine, or even something stranger, though I knew I had no proof for that. The mind loves to fill silence and mystery with stories. Morning finally came with pale sunlight filtering through the curtains, and the strange light didn't return. We both slept fitfully, exhausted but relieved. We never found out what caused the green flashes. The next day, we got up early and walked out into the fields. The cows looked up lazily at us, chewing grass and flicking their tails at flies. Nothing unusual. We checked the horizon, the tree lines, the roads leading away from the house, but no signs of lights or anything that could explain the flashes. Later, we learned from a neighbor down the road that there was a weather balloon launch station a few miles away, sometimes used for scientific experiments or atmospheric monitoring. They said sometimes the balloons had lights or reflective panels that could catch the moonlight or send flashes if the conditions were right. That sounded reasonable, at least as reasonable as anything else we could think of. But even knowing that didn't ease the feeling that night left behind. There was something deeply unsettling about being in a quiet house, surrounded by empty fields, and having that green light pulse over and over through the darkness. It was like a reminder of how little we really know about the spaces around us when night falls, and how vulnerable we are to the unknown. The experience stuck with me after that, making me more aware of silence and darkness. Even now, when I'm somewhere quiet and isolated, I remember the green flashes, the empty fields, and the way fear can make the simplest things feel impossible to face. It was just past 11 at night when my boyfriend and I decided to lay out on the beach. The air was cool, salty with a soft breeze that barely stirred the sand beneath us. The small town we lived in was quiet, so quiet it almost felt empty. Not a soul in sight except the faint crash of the ocean and the distant hum of a late-night car somewhere far off. We were right under the lifeguard tower, slightly to the left of it. The tower itself cast a long shadow in the moonlight, a dark silhouette against the faint stars. The beach was deserted. Usually, even on weeknights, there'd be at least one or two people walking dogs or night fishermen throwing lines in the water, but tonight felt different. It felt like the entire town had pulled back inside their homes, leaving the shore to the sea and us. We had been talking quietly, listening to the waves, just soaking in the stillness. The sand was cool against our backs, and the ocean breeze tugged gently at my hair. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. A group of young guys, maybe 15, no older than their early 20s, came walking down the boardwalk toward the beach. They moved like they were on a mission, laughing and pushing each other, the noise cutting through the otherwise quiet night. Because of the way the boardwalk was positioned, from their angle, we were hidden. The lifeguard tower and some tall driftwood piles blocked the view, so they probably didn't even know we were there. At first, we didn't pay much attention. They were just a group of kids hanging out late. My boyfriend and I kept chatting softly, pretending not to notice them as they passed. But then something changed. The energy in the group shifted. I saw one of the bigger guys suddenly shove another into the sand, near the shoreline, right where the waves came in. The boy who got pushed dropped down to his knees with no fight. That's when I heard it, a low chant, something strange and repetitive, like a quiet rhythm that grew louder and more urgent. It wasn't a song or anything familiar, just a harsh murmur repeated over and over. My skin tightened with an uneasy feeling, a sense that we were witnessing something we definitely weren't supposed to see. My boyfriend's jaw clenched. We didn't say anything, but I could tell he felt it too. The weight of the moment, the quiet dread settling over the scene like a thick fog. I wanted to look away, but my eyes were glued to the shoreline, to the group surrounding the kneeling boy. There were too many of them, a wall of bodies blocking any clear view of what was really happening, just the shape of the ritual as it grew louder. My breath started coming fast and shallow. I could barely keep track of everything at once. The chanting, the dark shapes moving, the crashing waves mixing with the strange noises. Panic crept in, wrapping itself tight around my chest. I whispered to my boyfriend, my voice cracking, begging him to run. I couldn't stay there, not with whatever was going on right in front of us. He grabbed my hand. We bolted from the sand near the lifeguard tower, pushing past the loose boards and footprints, running toward the dunes that stretched beyond the beach. The moon was high, lighting the way as best it could, but the uneven ground made it hard to move fast. Sand slipped beneath our feet and prickly grass snagged at our clothes, but we didn't stop. We just kept moving, desperate to put distance between ourselves and that dark group. When we finally slowed down, hearts pounding, we were swallowed by the dune's tall grasses. We crouched down, hidden among the uneven hills of sand and plants, catching our breath. The chanting seemed miles away now, muted and distant. My hands shook, and I wiped the sweat from my forehead, even though the air was cool. My mind raced, trying to piece together what we had just seen. What could possibly explain the strange gathering? We pulled out our phones to call a friend who owned a restaurant right on the beach. He was someone we trusted, someone who knew the town and what went on around here. We told him what we'd seen, asked if he had noticed anything strange. He said no, that the beach was empty and no groups like that were hanging around. That didn't make me feel better. If he didn't see it, then maybe they were careful, or maybe it was something they did at night, away from anyone's eyes. That thought sent a cold shiver down my spine. My boyfriend tried to calm me down, but I could still feel my heart hammering like it wanted to escape my chest. We stayed in the dunes a little longer, waiting for a while to make sure the group didn't come after us. The night was silent again, save for the ocean and the breeze. Eventually, we slipped back down to the beach, moving quickly and quietly. We didn't talk much, both of us lost in our own thoughts. By the time we reached the house, I kept glancing out the window toward the dark beach. The night seemed so normal again, like nothing had happened, but I knew better. I knew there was something out there, something we weren't supposed to see. And even days later, that memory keeps coming back, the sound of the chant, the feeling of being watched, and the heavy weight of that night under the cold moonlight. The summer nights were always the hardest for running. The heat hung in the air for hours after the sun went down, making daytime training unbearable. That's why my teammates and I took to the streets late, around 11 or midnight. The world was quieter then, cooler, and somehow easier to breathe in. We'd stretch for a few minutes before starting our long runs, usually 10 miles or more, weaving through the empty neighborhoods, past closed stores and dark parking lots. The city still asleep, but alive with little flickers of light here and there. One particular night still sticks with me. The way the world seemed to tilt, just for a moment, something completely off from normal. We were about 5 miles into the run, all pacing evenly, sweat mixing with the night air. The streets were empty, except for the faint hum of distant cars and the occasional barking dog echoing through the neighborhoods. We'd chosen a route that looped us through town, past a few parks and some residential streets that got deserted after dark. Around 11:30, we stopped by an old, vacant construction site. There was a single porta potty sitting by the side of the road, worn and faded from months of sun and rain. The guys needed a quick break, so a few of them ducked inside while the rest of us stretched or just stood around, catching our breath and drinking water from our bottles. The air felt sticky and heavy, but at least it was cooler than the afternoon had been. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, the temperature dropped. It wasn't a slow change or a breeze. It was like someone flipped a switch. One moment the air was warm, and the next we were all shivering, goosebumps prickling on our arms despite the sweat. I rubbed my hands together, glancing around at the others, noticing the same confusion mirrored in their eyes. Usually, even this late at night, the temperature hovered around 75 or 80 degrees. But this felt sharp, like stepping into a freezer. Our breath started to come out in tiny clouds, the chill biting through the thin fabric of our running shirts. A heavy silence settled over us, not just any silence, but a dead silence. No wind, no distant traffic, not even the usual hum of insects or night birds. It felt like the world had paused, waiting for something. I looked up at the sky, trying to find some clue in the stars or the faint glow of the moon. Then, off to the northwest, I saw it. A flash of green light, bright and pulsing, almost too vivid against the dark sky. It wasn't a streak like a shooting star or a plane's blinking light. It was a huge, glowing ball of green, hanging there for a moment, then dropping quickly towards the ground. As it descended, the light intensified, filling the sky with an eerie glow. Then, just before it reached the ground, it exploded outward in a massive flash of light. There was no sound, no boom, no crackle, just the sudden explosion of bright green, like someone had struck a giant match in the sky. And then it was gone. Almost immediately, the temperature snapped back to normal. The air warmed again, the shivers stopped, and the usual background noise of the town crept back. Cars driving in the distance, dogs barking, the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. The whole experience lasted maybe 30 seconds, but it felt like something far longer and deeper had happened. We stood there, stunned, looking at each other without speaking. Nobody had an answer. No one dared to break the silence except to ask quietly if anyone else had seen it. After a minute, the guys finished their business, and we started running again, the memory of that strange green flash burning in our minds. But that wasn't the only time something weird happened on one of those late-night runs. About a year before, during another late spring, we were running through the farmland that bordered the town. This route was different. Long stretches of open fields, mostly corn and soy, with narrow country roads cutting through them. The fields were dark at night, and the only light came from our headlamps and the occasional moonbeam peeking through the clouds. It was about 1 a.m., and we were deep into a 12-mile run. Our breaths came out in mist as the air cooled around us, and the only sounds were the steady thump of our feet hitting pavement and the rhythmic panting of the group. Then, up ahead, out of the darkness, we saw her. A woman walking along the side of the road with her dog. It was strange enough to see someone out here at that hour. The farmland wasn't the kind of place where people went for late-night walks. No houses, no lights, just fields as far as the eye could see. She was moving slowly, not looking at us at all as we approached. The dog walked obediently by her side, but neither of them paid us the slightest bit of attention. The woman's eyes were fixed on something in the distance, something beyond us, out in the fields or perhaps further. Her face was blank, emotionless, almost like she was in a trance. We slowed down, watching her, feeling a growing sense of unease. The way she walked, the way she ignored us, it was unnatural. Our curiosity quickly turned into discomfort. The dog didn't bark or react. It was as if they were both focused on something only they could see. Without a word, the team sped up and put distance between us and that woman. None of us wanted to stick around. We glanced back, but she kept walking steadily ahead, disappearing into the night like she was part of the dark itself. We didn't talk much about that encounter. Everyone knew it was strange. Everyone felt it too, that creeping feeling that maybe we weren't supposed to be out there, that something was watching or waiting in the fields. Those 2 nights stuck with me because they shattered the usual normalcy of our runs. Running late at night was always a little lonely and a little scary. The darkness wrapping around us, the silence thicker than the heat of the day. But that was different. Those moments made me realize how unpredictable the world is, especially when no one else is around. The strange green flash, the eerie woman in the fields, they didn't fit into any story or explanation I could come up with. They weren't ghosts or monsters, just odd, unsettling moments that left a cold spot in my chest long after the runs were over. Now, when I think back to those nights, I realize it wasn't about some supernatural event or a random trick of the light. It was the reminder that out there, in the quiet dark, there are things we don't understand. Things that don't make sense but are very real, and sometimes just maybe better left alone. Since then, our late-night runs have changed. We're faster, more alert, more cautious. We stick to well-lit streets, stay close together, and don't linger in quiet spots. The heat is still unbearable during the day, but I'd rather sweat under the sun than risk stepping into that cold, silent pause of the night again. That's the thing about those moments. They don't just scare you in the moment. They stay with you, making the night feel different, reminding you that sometimes the world doesn't want to be watched. Sometimes it just wants you to keep moving and never stop to stare. When I was in high school, Sunday mornings became my little escape. The house felt too quiet, too empty. My parents usually slept in, and my siblings were off doing their own things. I wasn't into the usual lazy weekend stuff, so I started going to the metro park near my house. It wasn't far, maybe a 10-minute bike ride, and I liked the trails there. The trees were thick, the air smelled fresh, and I could spend hours just walking, clearing my head. At first, I stuck to the main paths. They wound around ponds, through patches of forest, and occasionally opened up to wide grassy fields. I liked how peaceful it was, especially on Sundays when hardly anyone else was around. I would bring a water bottle, sometimes a sandwich, and just lose track of time. There was something calming about the quiet sounds, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze, the distant splash of water from a small stream. But as the weeks passed, sticking to the trail started to feel too tame. I wanted to see more, to get deeper into the woods where the paths weren't marked. I knew the risks. I'd heard stories about people getting lost or stumbling on some strange stuff in the wild, but it was a feeling I couldn't shake. I wanted to know what was out there beyond the well-worn dirt paths. One Sunday, I took a turn off the trail where the underbrush was thick and the trees grew closer together. The ground was soft with moss and fallen leaves, and the sunlight filtered down in long streaks. I stepped carefully, pushing aside branches and watching for any movement. After about 15 minutes, I came to a small clearing. It wasn't big, maybe 20 feet across, and surrounded by tall oaks and maples. The grass was overgrown, wildflowers poking through in patches of color. But what caught my eye was something strange lying right in the center. It was a deer's leg. Just one leg, severed cleanly at the joint. The fur matted and dirty, but still fresh enough to make my stomach twist. I froze. My heart pounded hard in my chest as I scanned the clearing and the tree line beyond. For a moment, I thought maybe an animal had left it there, something like a coyote or bobcat. But that didn't make sense. Ohio isn't home to any big predators that could rip a deer apart like that and leave just a single leg. The rest of the deer was nowhere to be seen. No blood trail, no signs of a struggle. It was like someone had just dropped the leg there and vanished. I crouched down, careful not to touch it, feeling a mix of disgust and unease. The smell was faint but sharp, like damp earth and something old and sick. Then, as I stood up, I heard it. A crack of a branch breaking not far ahead. Then more rustling, the crunch of leaves underfoot, something moving just out of sight behind the trees. My skin prickled with every sound. I wanted to tell myself it was just a squirrel or a bird, but the noises felt heavier, deliberate. I didn't wait to find out. I turned quickly and hurried back the way I came, the fallen leaves crunching under my feet. My breath came in short gasps as I pushed through the brush, my eyes darting between the trees. Every snap or rustle behind me made me jump. I didn't stop running until I was safely back on the main trail. For the rest of that day, and many after, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the woods. Weeks later, I was back on the trails, trying to forget about the leg. I told myself it was just some weird fluke. Maybe hunters had been careless, or some prankster had left it there. I was determined not to let it scare me away from the place I liked. That day, I wandered further than usual along the edge of the park, near a small pond that looked out over an open meadow. The water was still, reflecting the sky like a mirror. The tall grass along the banks swayed gently in the breeze, and dragonflies zipped low over the surface. As I walked, I noticed something unusual at the far edge of the pond. A stone foundation half covered by weeds and fallen branches. It looked old, maybe from a house or barn that had once stood there long before the park was made. I knew the land had been farmland years ago, but I'd never seen this before. Curious, I approached carefully. The stones were weathered and moss-covered, arranged in a rough square shape about 10 feet across. The rest of the structure was gone, just the foundation remained. I stepped inside the empty space, the soft dirt underfoot sinking slightly. But then I saw something that stopped me cold. Scattered around the foundation were old toys. Dolls, some with missing limbs, plastic animals, and small, broken figurines. Many of them were blackened, partially burned like someone had tried to set them on fire, but hadn't finished. The smell of smoke lingered faintly. I picked up a doll, its face cracked and smudged with dirt. The eyes were painted bright blue, staring blankly. My skin crawled as I looked at it. Who would bring children's toys out here? And why burn them, or try to? There was no sign of a fire pit, or any real indication of what had happened. I looked around the clearing again. The pond was quiet, the trees still. No footprints or tire tracks, nothing to explain the toys or their condition. The whole place felt wrong, like someone had dumped these things here and left a dark secret behind. I stayed only a moment longer before backing away slowly. The woods seemed heavier now, the air colder, even in the sunlight. I didn't want to think about who might have left those toys there or what they meant. Again, I followed the trail back, my heart pounding and my mind racing. I didn't speak to anyone about what I found. Not because I was afraid of being laughed at, but because I didn't want to bring attention to those places. Some things are better left unexplored. After that, I stopped wandering off the trail so far. The park was still peaceful, still a refuge, but I knew there were corners of it I wasn't meant to see. The woods hold their own stories, sometimes cruel and quiet. Even now, years later, I think back to those mornings, to the leg in the clearing and the burned toys by the pond. They remind me that nature isn't always safe or kind. Sometimes, the scariest things are the ones that don't make sense, the ones you can't explain, but feel deep in your bones. I never went back off the trails again. It started slowly, almost unnoticed. At first, I thought it was just normal stress keeping me awake, maybe a rough patch in life, nothing serious. I had trouble falling asleep one night, then the next, then it stretched into days. 3 nights, for then a whole week. Every time I closed my eyes, my mind raced, bouncing from one anxious thought to the next like a wild animal trapped in a cage. I told myself it would pass, that I just needed to relax, but it didn't. My body felt drained, like I'd run a marathon, but my mind wouldn't stop. I was caught in this endless loop where exhaustion clashed with an unrelenting wakefulness. I would lay in bed, staring at the ceiling or the faint outlines of trees visible through my window, but sleep wouldn't come. My eyes burned, my head throbbed, and my skin crawled. Eventually, I stopped trying to sleep. I got up, walked around the house in the dead hours of the night. The house was isolated, deep in the woods outside of town. My driveway was long and winding, surrounded by thick trees and brush. The only sound at night was the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of owls. The silence was heavy. Driving was the hardest part. I had to go to work during the day, even though I hadn't slept in days. I drove the same lonely roads, headlights cutting through the dark, the forest pressing in on either side. At first, the shadows in the trees were just shadows, branches moving in the wind, deer grazing near the roadside. I convinced myself of that. Rational thoughts, the only anchor I had left. But then I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. Movement, quick flickers, shapes that shouldn't have been there. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or a deer darting away from the car. I told myself it was normal. Wildlife is common in that area. I blinked and looked straight ahead, but then a black shape would zip past the side of my car, just beyond the trees. I would turn my head quickly, but nothing would be there. Just empty forest. It got worse over time, not just at night anymore. During the day, when the sun was high and everything was clear, I would catch glimpses of pure black shapes moving in the woods beside me. Sometimes it was just a shadow running along the edge of the road. Other times it seemed like something was moving toward me from between the trees. I could never see any features, just shifting blackness that didn't match any animal I knew. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just sleep deprivation messing with my mind. But it felt so real. The shapes were fast, unpredictable, and made my skin crawl. My heart would race. I felt like something was watching me, following me, hunting me. There was no sound, just a quiet, terrible presence. At work, I felt exhausted and unfocused. My coworkers noticed my pale face and dark circles under my eyes, but I didn't say anything. I was embarrassed. I thought I could handle it. I thought it was normal to have rough patches, but the hallucinations haunted me. Sometimes I thought I saw those shadows moving outside the windows. Sometimes I thought I heard heavy breathing behind me. My apartment was on the edge of town, not nearly as isolated as the woods near my house, but I didn't feel safe anywhere. The shadows followed me everywhere. Even when I was sitting in a crowded cafe or walking down a busy street, I would catch a flicker of black movement from the corner of my eye. I tried to tell myself it was just tricks of the light, or fatigue, or imagination, but the feeling never went away. One night, after nearly 4 days without any real sleep, I was driving home late, the roads empty and dark. The headlights barely cut through the fog settling over the trees. I was tired to the point of collapse. Suddenly, I saw it, a black shape darting out from the trees, moving alongside my car at the same speed. I swerved, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my ribs. I slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. My hands shook uncontrollably as I sat there, staring into the dark woods. The shadows were gone. I tried to calm my breathing, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks. But the terror didn't leave me. I felt like I was being hunted, like I had some invisible stalker that only I could see. The next day, I called my doctor. I told her about the insomnia, the fear, the strange visions. She nodded, serious but calm, and told me it was sleep deprivation psychosis, a known condition that happens when the brain is pushed past its limits. She gave me medication and told me to try to rest as much as possible. It wasn't easy. The shadows didn't disappear immediately. For days, I still caught glimpses of black shapes out of the corner of my eye. But with medicine and a strict sleep schedule, it slowly got better. The hallucinations faded, the anxiety lessened, and I began to feel more grounded again. 10 years later, I still remember that time with a cold, sinking feeling. The fear, the nausea, the crushing anxiety felt like the walls of my mind were collapsing. It was the closest I ever came to losing control. Even now, when I'm exhausted or stressed, a part of me watches the edges of my vision, waiting for those black shadows to return. I don't want to feel that again. Never. When I was 12 years old, I got a phone that was kind of special for the time. It was one of those early flip phones, but it had this cool feature where the screen could turn sideways and turn into a camcorder. I remember feeling like I had a little movie studio in my hands. I took that phone everywhere and recorded everything. My brother and I would film our everyday stuff, silly moments, random things we found interesting. It was like I was capturing pieces of my life, and I never imagined any of those videos would hold something weird or scary. One summer afternoon, my brother and I went over to my cousin's house. He lived just across from a junkyard, a place filled with old rusted cars and piles of metal stacked up high like little towers. The junkyard wasn't very big, maybe just a few acres fenced off with chain link. The fence was old and bent in some places, and the gate was usually open just enough for kids like us to slip through. We didn't ask for permission, but no one ever chased us off or said anything. We thought it was cool to explore. The cars were mostly old sedans, some trucks, and even an old motorcycle half buried in the grass. The grass there was tall, maybe waist high on me, sometimes reaching my chest, especially near the edges where no one walked. The place had this weird quietness, like time stopped inside that yard. It smelled like rust, old oil, and the dry dirt from the summer heat. There were no workers or sounds of machines running, just the occasional bird or a crow flying overhead. I never got a scary feeling there. It was more like exploring a secret world, a place forgotten by time. That day, I was filming everything with my phone's camcorder mode. My brother and I were taking turns jumping over the fence and walking through the yard. I remember holding the phone sideways, the screen bright and clear, recording my brother as he made his way over the fence. When it was my turn, I handed the phone to him, and he recorded me jumping. I felt confident and excited, like I was starring in my own little movie. The moment I landed on the other side, I reached out for the phone, and he handed it back to me. The camera was still rolling, pointing toward the ground for a second, then lifting up as I turned it back on myself. That's when I noticed it. In the background, beyond the cars and the tall grass, there was a figure. It was a human shape running. It moved fast, almost gliding through the grass and behind one of the cars. The grass hid it partially, but I could tell it wasn't any of us. The figure was small, maybe a teenager or someone shorter than me. It wasn't wearing bright colors, maybe dark clothing, blending with the shadows and rusted metal around it. What freaked me out the most was how it disappeared. It ran behind the car, then just vanished. Not like it ran out of sight, but like it never came out the other side. I rewound the video right there on the phone and played it over and over, my heart pounding. I called my brother over, showed him, but he just shrugged. To him, it was probably nothing. I wasn't so sure. I saved the video, feeling uneasy. I don't know much about the junkyard's history. It had been there a long time, I think since before I was born. My cousin's family never talked much about it either. Sometimes, my uncle mentioned the place in passing, but never anything interesting or weird. I never saw anyone working there, no trucks coming or going, and the gates stayed locked most of the time, except when we jumped in. It felt abandoned. I showed the video to my family later. Everyone got quiet after watching it, their faces looking serious and a little scared. My uncle was the most interested. He suggested we go out there at night to record and see if we could catch anything else. I didn't want to. I was 12, and the thought of walking through that dark junkyard with tall grass and broken glass made me nervous. My parents agreed I shouldn't go, but my uncle still talked about it sometimes, saying there might be something or someone living there. After that day, I avoided going near the junkyard as much as I could, but sometimes curiosity got the better of me. I'd think about the figure running through the grass and how it disappeared like it was never really there. Maybe it was someone sneaking around or living in the junkyard, hiding from something. Or maybe it was just a trick of the light and shadows. I never found out. Years later, now that I'm 22, I still have that video saved. Every once in a while, I watch it again, trying to make sense of that moment. It's still the creepiest thing I've ever seen, not because it was supernatural or unexplainable, but because it was real, caught on camera in a place I thought was just an old junkyard. It made me realize how much we don't notice around us, how some things are better left alone, and how sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that don't have clear endings. I had been biking all day, the sun beating down on me as I pedaled across Molokai Island, Hawaii. The island was quiet, almost empty in places, and the road stretched long and winding between thick patches of brush and tall trees. I was tired, my legs aching and sore, but the idea of camping on the beach at Halawa Bay kept me pushing forward. I'd heard the stories, how decades ago, a tsunami had wiped out a whole village there. The place was empty now, abandoned, no one willing to go back. Some said it was haunted by restless spirits, but I didn't believe in those kinds of things. I just wanted to rest. By late afternoon, I finally reached the bay. The beach was wide, with soft sand that cooled under my feet as the sun lowered in the sky. The water was calm, the ocean stretching out in front of me with gentle waves lapping the shore. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. No other campers, no fishermen, no locals, just the wind and the ocean. I looked around for a good spot to set up my tent, and found a small clearing right on the sand, close enough to hear the water, but far enough from the tide line that the waves wouldn't reach me. I unloaded my gear from the bike, tent, sleeping bag, water, food, and got to work pitching the tent. My hands moved slowly, tired from the long ride. I made sure the stakes were in tight, and the tent fly was zipped completely closed. I double-checked, pulling the zipper all the way around so no bugs or other critters could sneak in. The sun was dipping below the horizon, turning the sky shades of orange and pink, and I felt a strange calm as I lay down inside the tent, the fabric pressing softly around me. I was out almost immediately, exhaustion dragging me under like a heavy blanket. I don't know how long I had been asleep, maybe an hour or so, when a noise woke me. It was a scratching sound, light but persistent, coming from the tent fly. At first, I thought it was just a branch brushing against the fabric, but the noise got closer, sharper. I sat up slowly, heart pounding in the sudden silence that followed the scratching. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, something small, about the size of a little dog, darting inside the tent, moving quickly toward me. It was low to the ground, its shape blurry in the dim light, but clearly moving with urgency. As it came closer, it let out a high-pitched screech, a sound that was sharp and almost unnatural. I couldn't tell what it was, but it wasn't any animal I'd heard before. I jumped up, startled and yelling out loud, grabbing my flashlight off the ground and swinging it around the inside of the tent. The beam caught on nothing but the bare walls of my shelter. I scanned every corner, shining the light under my sleeping bag, behind my backpack, along the tent's seams. Nothing. The scratching sound was gone, and so was whatever had run in. I unzipped the tent door and looked outside. The beach was dark and empty, the ocean quietly rolling in the background. No movement, no signs of anything that might have entered the tent. I checked the fly again. It was zipped closed, no holes or tears. I sat back down, breathing hard, the adrenaline still pumping through my body. My mind raced with questions. What was that? How did it get in? Was it some kind of animal? A rat, maybe? But the screeching sound was so strange. Nothing I knew of in Hawaii made a noise like that. I tried to calm down and convince myself it had been a dream, or maybe a hallucination from exhaustion. I was so tired, after all. But the fear lingered. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I wasn't safe there. I packed up my tent quietly in the dark, being careful not to make noise. My hands trembled slightly as I rolled up my sleeping bag and stuffed everything into my pack. The night was heavy and still around me, the stars sharp points of light overhead. The only sounds were the waves and the soft rustle of palm leaves in the breeze. I decided to leave Halawa Bay that night. It was 2 a.m. when I started biking again, the road dark and empty, the headlights of my bike cutting through the blackness. My legs were sore and tired, but the fear kept me moving. 10 miles later, I reached a beach park farther down the island where other campers stayed, and finally, in the safety of a place that felt alive with people, I managed to sleep. The whole next day, the experience at Halawa Bay stuck with me. I kept thinking about the small creature, the screeching noise, and how it had disappeared without a trace. I looked up what animals were native to Molokai, but nothing matched what I had heard or seen. No reports of dangerous wildlife near the bay either. No signs of rats or feral dogs anywhere close to that area. It made no sense. I kept remembering how quiet it was on that beach, how empty and abandoned everything felt. The stories about the village wiped out by the tsunami, about the place being haunted. I never believed in ghosts, but now I wondered if the place was empty for a reason. Maybe it wasn't ghosts, but something else. Something that made people leave and never come back. I still don't know what I encountered that night. Maybe it was some rare animal that lives deep in the Hawaiian wilderness, or maybe I imagined it after a long day of riding. But whatever it was, I'll never forget the way it looked, the sound it made, or how close it came to me in that dark tent. I'm never going back to Halala Bay. It's a place that feels wrong, like something unseen watches from the shadows, waiting for the quiet. That night taught me to trust my instincts, to listen to the silence, and respect the places people avoid. Some places aren't meant to be visited, and some things are better left alone. It was late at night when we finally got into the car, exhausted but happy after a long day of celebrating. We had been at a party in a small town in a South American country, somewhere far from the city noise. The roads back home were narrow and winding, and the air was heavy with humidity. The kind of humidity that makes your skin sticky and your clothes cling to you. It was close to midnight, but the party had gone on late. Music and laughter still echoed faintly in my ears as we climbed into the car. My family was with me, my mom, dad, a couple of cousins, and me. The car was old but reliable, rattling a little as my dad shifted gears. Outside, the streets were quiet, almost empty. The houses were dark, most with the lights off, except for a few scattered street lamps casting long shadows on the pavement. As we drove through the outskirts, the sky was unusually clear that night. The stars were bright, scattered like tiny diamonds against the deep blackness. The moon was thin, a sliver barely lighting the ground below. I remember thinking how peaceful the night looked, how different it felt compared to the chaos of the party. Suddenly, my mom pointed out the window. "Look," she said softly. "What is that?" I turned my head and saw it too. Hanging high in the sky was a large oval shape glowing with an intense white light. It was too bright to be a star, and too big to be a plane or helicopter. The object was smooth-edged, perfectly oval, and its light was constant, not blinking like an aircraft. It didn't seem to be moving much, just hanging there silently over the horizon. We all stared in silence, unsure what to say. My cousins whispered guesses, maybe a drone, a distant airplane, or some kind of advertising blimp with lights. But none of those explanations made sense. The light was far too bright and perfectly shaped. It was unlike anything any of us had ever seen before. The road ahead curved through trees and fields. Every so often, my dad slowed down to get a better look. The car's headlights scanned the roadside, but the object was far above, high enough that it didn't reflect on anything below. It just hovered there, glowing steadily in the night sky. I remember how my eyes struggled to stay focused on it. The brightness made it hard to look at directly for long without squinting, but the shape was so clear and steady. I wondered if it was some kind of weather balloon or a satellite reflecting city lights, but nothing fit perfectly. Weather balloons didn't glow that intensely, and satellites moved too fast across the sky. As we approached the neighborhood where we lived, the object remained in the same spot. We parked the car in front of the house and got out, each of us quietly drawn to the sky. The air was cool but still damp, filled with the faint sounds of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. The house was old, its paint peeling in places, but it felt like home. We stood together by the front door, looking up at the glowing oval. Our eyes adjusted to the night, and the object seemed even larger from where we were. The light was almost blinding, casting a strange glow on the ground and the walls of the house. It felt unreal, like something out of a movie. And then it happened. Without warning, a beam of light shot down from the bottom of the oval, a narrow column of intense white light that touched the ground just a few feet from us. The beam was sharp, almost like a spotlight, and it lit up everything it touched with an eerie glow. The suddenness of it startled us all. My heart jumped, and I heard my own breath catch in my throat. We all screamed without even thinking. The sound came out raw and panicked. Instinctively, we turned and ran back inside the house, slamming the door shut behind us. The beam of light disappeared as suddenly as it had come, and the oval shape slowly faded, dimming and moving higher into the sky before vanishing entirely. Inside, the house was dark and quiet except for the pounding of our hearts and the occasional creak of the old wooden floors. We stood in the living room, still shaken, trying to make sense of what had just happened. No one said a word. It was too strange, too unbelievable. I kept thinking about the beam of light. It was exactly like the ones you see in movies about UFOs, but I had never believed such things before. I tried to convince myself there was a logical explanation, maybe some kind of spotlight from a distant helicopter or a projector from a nearby event. but no sound of a helicopter had accompanied the light, and the object's shape and brightness didn't fit any of those ideas. The night felt heavier after that. Even though the rest of the house was dark and quiet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The air seemed thicker, the shadows deeper. The next morning, I woke up early, still thinking about the object in the sky. The first light of dawn crept in through the curtains as I slipped out of bed and stepped outside onto the porch. The sky was clear again, with the soft pink and orange hues of sunrise spreading across the horizon. I looked up, searching the place where the oval had hovered the night before. But there was nothing there. No glow, no bright light, no sign that anything unusual had been there at all. Just an empty, open sky stretching wide and blue. I stood there for a long time, feeling a mix of relief and confusion. The strange experience felt almost like a dream now, distant and hard to grasp. I wondered if anyone else had seen it, if it meant anything, or if it was just some rare atmospheric phenomenon that no one understood. Later that day, I talked to my family, but we all agreed to keep the story to ourselves. There was no proof, no photographs, and no one else to confirm what we had seen. I didn't want to sound crazy or be the subject of jokes, but inside, I couldn't stop thinking about that light, that beam, and the way it had made me feel. In the weeks that followed, I found myself checking the sky whenever I was outside at night. I studied the stars more closely, learning the constellations, trying to understand the normal patterns of the night sky. But I never saw the oval or the beam again. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night and remember that moment. The bright light cutting through the darkness, the shock of it, the sudden fear that gripped me. It's strange how a few seconds can feel like forever, how something so brief can stay with you for years. I don't have answers. I don't know what we saw that night. It could have been a new kind of drone, or an unusual reflection of light in the atmosphere. Maybe it was an experimental aircraft or some rare natural event nobody understands yet. What I do know is that it felt real. It felt like something beyond our everyday world, something that reminded me how little we truly know about the sky above us. And even though I've never seen it again, that night stays with me, a quiet reminder that the world holds mysteries we can't always explain. Sometimes I think that's okay. I've been hiking these woods for years. This area is one of those places where the trees seem endless, old pines stretching high and thick underbrush that swallows most of the light by midday. The forest floor is a tangle of dead leaves, broken branches, and the occasional patch of moss so green it almost glows in the dim, filtered sunlight. I've been here so many times, I know most of the trails like the back of my hand. When I find a new path or track, it's usually from game, deer or maybe a coyote, or sometimes a forgotten logging road that's been reclaimed by nature. One afternoon, about 5 years ago, I was out alone, walking a familiar route near a ridge that overlooks a narrow valley. I had my boots tight, backpack with water and some snacks, and a small knife strapped to my belt. The air was cool, but not cold, a hint of autumn creeping in with the smell of damp earth and pine needles. The sun filtered through the trees, casting long, golden slashes of light that made the leaves sparkle faintly. I was making my way back when I noticed something I hadn't before, a narrow path veering off to the left. It wasn't a trail I had ever seen, even though I'd walked these woods dozens of times. It looked like a game trail at first, only about a foot wide, with grass and twigs pushed aside. The path was faint, and the underbrush was thicker here. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to know where it led. The trail was quiet except for the crunch of my boots on dry leaves and the distant call of a jay or crow. The woods closed in, the trees getting closer and the light dimming as I walked deeper into this forgotten part of the forest. The air felt heavier here, damp and musty, with a faint metallic tang that I couldn't quite place. I kept my eyes on the ground and the path, but I felt the occasional brush of leaves or twig against my legs. After about 15 minutes of walking, maybe half a kilometer from where I started down that path, I came across something that stopped me dead. It was an altar, or at least that's the only way I can describe it. There was a large tree stump in the center of a small clearing, maybe 10 feet across. Around it lay bones, dozens of them, scattered and piled in what looked like a deliberate way. The bones weren't fresh, but bleached white from the sun and rain. Some were large, others small, and most looked like they belonged to animals. I saw ribs, leg bones, vertebrae, and a few skulls. Sitting on top of the stump was the skull of a large canine. I want to say it was a wolf. The shape was right, with big canines and a long snout, but it didn't quite look natural. It was too clean, too carefully placed. The jaw hung open, and the eye sockets seemed almost hollow in the fading sunlight. It gave me a chill. I looked around the clearing. There were no signs of people, no footprints or trash, but the ground was disturbed, as if someone had been moving the bones. The trees around the edge seemed oddly quiet, like the forest was holding its breath. My heart was pounding. I wasn't sure what I had stumbled onto, a hunter's grim trophy, some kind of ritual spot, or something else entirely. Whatever it was, it felt wrong. I didn't wait around. I turned and left the way I came, not daring to look back. Back on the main trail, I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just bones and nature doing what it does. But every time I walked near that ridge afterward, I thought about that altar, and I never went back down that path. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, my family and I would spend the summer at my grandparents' cottages by a lake in the middle of Massachusetts. We did this almost every summer. The cottages were old but cozy, nestled deep in the woods where the trees grew thick and the air smelled like pine and earth. There were 2 cottages side by side, both made of weathered wood with green roofs and screened-in porches. The kind of place that felt like it belonged to another time, away from everything busy and loud in the city. That summer was no different at first. The whole family came out, as usual, cousins, aunts, uncles, and my parents. The cottages didn't have many beds, so there was always this weird arrangement every year to fit everyone in. Because the beds were all taken, I ended up having to sleep on the porch with my younger cousin. The porch was screened off to keep bugs out, but the screens were old and a bit torn in some places. You could hear the forest at night, the crickets, the frogs, the occasional call of an owl far off in the distance. The porch had a couple of wooden chairs and an old mattress where we laid our sleeping bags. It was late summer, and the nights were warm but not too hot. The air smelled fresh, mixed with that wet mossy scent that only comes after a day of sun and a little rain. My cousin and I were lying side by side, trying to fall asleep, but it was hard with all the sounds of the forest around us. The dark felt heavy, thick like it could reach out and touch you if you weren't careful. After a while, I started to notice something strange in the sky. At first, it was just tiny white spots that would flash on and off. They weren't stars because stars don't blink like that. The flashes were quick, almost like little bursts of light. I thought maybe it was a plane or some kind of helicopter, but there was no sound. Normally, if a plane flies over, you hear the drone of the engines, even if it's far away. But there was nothing. The sky was completely silent except for the noises from the woods. The flashes began to come faster, almost like they were getting closer or trying to get my attention. I looked up as carefully as I could, squinting through the porch screen, trying to see if I could make out anything else. Maybe some kind of blinking light on a plane wing, or even the shape of a drone. But the sky was empty except for those flashing dots. They appeared in one place, then another, as if they were moving in patterns. I could feel my heart beating a little faster, and my cousin was watching too, but we didn't say anything. We were both scared but curious. After a few minutes, the flashes started to pick up speed. They blinked rapidly, more than I thought was possible. They filled the sky, or at least the part one could see, with bright, tiny lights flashing on and off in a rhythm that didn't make sense. It wasn't random, but it wasn't a pattern I could figure out either. The flashes felt unnatural, like they didn't belong to anything I knew. I decided to get up and find my mother. The porch was quiet except for my footsteps on the old wooden floorboards that creaked under me. I slipped into the cottage and found my mother in the kitchen. I tried to explain what I saw, but I couldn't really put it into words. She nodded, probably thinking it was just some kind of airplane or maybe fireflies, but she agreed to come out with me to look. When we got back to the porch, the flashes were gone. The sky was just the normal dark night with stars scattered across it. Nothing was moving. No blinking lights, no strange patterns. I wanted to ask my mother if she saw the same thing, but she just smiled and told me it was probably nothing to worry about. The next nights were quiet, and the flashes never came back. To this day, I still wonder what those lights were. I've thought about drones, satellites, maybe some kind of secret military experiment. But none of those explanations quite fit, especially since I never heard a sound. I even wondered if I was just imagining it, but my cousin saw it too. Sometimes I think about how strange and vast the world is, and how little we actually know about what's out there, even right above us. Those flashes were brief, but they stayed with me for years. They felt like a reminder that the world holds mysteries that don't always make sense, and maybe some things aren't meant to be explained. Many years ago, I went hiking with some of my relatives on a mountain slope in Canada. It wasn't deep wilderness, not the kind of place where you need maps or survival gear. We were close to where people lived, maybe a couple of kilometers from houses at most. There were well-trodden trails, and it was the kind of area where people walk their dogs, jog, or take kids for a short adventure in nature. Still, it had that wild feeling. Trees all around, patches of bush and rock, and the quiet that sinks in once you're away from traffic and town noise. It was a warm, sunny day, the kind where the heat soaks into your shirt and everything feels dry and golden. The wind was barely there, just the occasional whisper through the leaves, and even then it was soft. Mostly, the forest around us was still, dead still, the way it gets on hot afternoons when not even the insects seem to want to move. We had been hiking for maybe an hour or so. There was no particular destination. It was one of those relaxed walks where you stop to look at tree bark or mushrooms or funny-shaped stones. I remember walking slightly behind the group. I usually lag back to look at things more closely, little things like ants crawling across a root or a sapling growing out of a crack in the rock. My boots were dusty, and the sun had started making my backpack straps dig a little into my shoulders, but I felt good. It was the kind of day that felt safe, ordinary. That's what made what we found feel so strange. We were walking along a slope, not too steep, but enough that you had to lean slightly forward as you stepped. The ground was dry, covered in patches of moss and pine needles, with some rocks poking up through the dirt. Trees grew on both sides of the trail, mostly conifers, spaced out enough to see far in any direction. That's when one of us, I don't remember who, noticed something off to the right. There was a patch of plants, just low ground covering stuff, moving. Just slightly, but moving in a way nothing else around it was. Everything else was still, completely still. That part of the woods was in a kind of wind shadow, I guess. No breeze reached the slope we were on, so these plants, maybe a meter off the trail, looked odd. They kept fluttering and shifting in a way that didn't match the rest of the forest. At first I thought maybe it was an animal moving under them, like a rabbit or ground squirrel, but the movement wasn't like that. It was subtle and continuous, like the way leaves shake in a constant breeze, not the sharp rustle of something pushing through them. It didn't stop. The same leaves kept twitching and trembling while everything around them was frozen in place. Naturally, we walked closer to check. I squatted down in front of the plants. They were nothing unusual, just some dry ground foliage and thin weeds, and they weren't being pushed from the sides. The air, I realized, was making them move. There was a steady stream of air coming from somewhere. Not a gust, not on and off. It was constant, like someone had turned on a small fan under the earth. I parted the plants carefully and found a hole. It was small, maybe just the size of a human hand held flat. It didn't look unnatural at all. If we hadn't seen the plants moving, we wouldn't have noticed it at all. The entrance was ringed by dirt and a few roots, like the burrow of a small mammal. Nothing suspicious, nothing strange. But when I put my hand near it, I felt it right away. Cold air was coming out of it. Not just cool, but noticeably cold, like refrigerator cold. Not freezing, but much colder than the air around us. I remember leaning close, trying to see inside, but it was just blackness. The hole went horizontally into the ground. I couldn't see more than a few inches before it curved or dropped off, but the stream of cold air coming out didn't stop. It wasn't damp or musty like you'd expect from a burrow or hole in the ground. It just smelled like stone. Clean, almost. Like the air in a basement or a cave. And it didn't change. I stayed there for a while with my hand next to it, and the air just kept flowing steadily. It gave me a strange feeling. Not fear, exactly, but something about it put me on edge. You don't expect cold wind to be coming out of a small animal hole on a sunny day. And it wasn't reacting to us being there. Wasn't disturbed by our presence. It just blew slow and constant. No sound, just the soft flutter of leaves above it. I even picked a dry leaf and held it above the hole. It floated steadily on the stream of air, then drifted off once I let go. There was no sign of any animal. No fur, no smell, no tracks, Nothing that would suggest anything had made it recently. It looked old, like it had been there a long time. The dirt around it was undisturbed. The plants growing near it weren't trampled or broken. Nothing had dug at it or widened it recently. It was just there, quiet and cold. We didn't have any tools with us to probe it deeper. I remember wanting to stick a stick inside, but the few sticks around us were either too thick or too short. Even if I had something long, the hole turned or dropped so quickly that you wouldn't get more than a few inches in. Someone else suggested it might connect to a bigger underground space. That made sense. It had to go somewhere to be pushing air out like that. I sat near it for a while. It wasn't like we found treasure or anything dramatic, but I was fascinated. The cold air had a steady pressure to it, not strong enough to blow your hair back, but enough that you could feel it clearly against your skin. I started thinking about how air moves underground. Maybe it was a part of a larger system, a network of caves or crevices. I remembered reading about how some caves have natural airflow because of the way air pressure works between higher and lower elevations. Warmer air flows in somewhere higher up, cools inside the earth, then gets pushed out somewhere else lower down. That made sense for where we were. The slope continued uphill for a long way, and maybe higher up there was an opening where warm air was entering. Underground, it would cool and settle, then escape through small outlets like this one. But even if it made sense scientifically, it still felt odd. You don't expect to find something like that in such a normal-looking place. There were houses nearby. People probably hiked that trail all the time. And yet, I had never heard anyone talk about this. No one had marked it, and there weren't any signs of people digging around or putting a marker. Just an anonymous cold breath coming out of the ground. Eventually, we stood up and moved on. The rest of the hike passed without anything else strange happening. We climbed higher, looped around some boulders, and came back down through another trail that wound through a drier area with less tree cover. The sun stayed hot, and the wind never picked up. The whole time, I kept thinking about that hole. It stuck with me, not in a spooky way, but in a way that made the ground under my feet feel a little less solid. Like the earth wasn't one continuous block of stone and dirt, but a layered, hollow thing, quietly breathing through little mouths here and there. Over the years, I've thought back to that hike many times. It wasn't a dramatic memory. There were no threats, no strange creatures, no danger. Just a hole in the ground, blowing cold air. But something about how unexpected it was stayed with me. I've tried to figure it out since then, looked up cave systems, airflow models, even reached out to a friend who works in geology. What we saw wasn't unheard of. In fact, in glaciated sedimentary regions like parts of Canada, underground caves and cold air vents aren't that rare. Air finds its way through cracks and voids in the rock, sometimes following water channels carved by glacial melt or seasonal floods. If the cave system is long enough and the temperature gradient right, it creates a natural air circulation system. But knowing that doesn't take away the feeling I had crouched next to that hole. It was the kind of thing you can explain on paper, but still doesn't feel quite real when you see it. Like finding something completely mechanical deep in the forest, or stumbling on a hidden machine that's been running silently forever. The hole didn't need to be there, but it was, blowing its cold, steady breath into the hot afternoon air, completely indifferent to the world around it. I never saw it again. We didn't mark it, didn't take a GPS coordinate, and I wouldn't know how to find that exact slope again if I tried. But I know it was real. I can still remember the way the cold air felt on my hand, how out of place it seemed, how impossible it looked in that peaceful forest. And I remember thinking, as we walked away, that the world is full of quiet, hidden things that don't make noise, don't call attention, and don't care if we notice them or not. That's what made it feel eerie. Not that it was dangerous or evil or mysterious in a spooky way. Just that it had always been there, probably blowing cold air for years or decades or even centuries, and no one had paid it much mind. Maybe no one else had ever noticed it at all. It didn't need us. It didn't react to us. It just kept doing what it had always done, breathing out the cold breath of the mountain's hidden insides, day after day, while the trees stood still and the sun shone and hikers passed by. That hole in the ground didn't do anything more. It didn't grow or collapse or reveal a hidden chamber. It didn't lead us to some discovery. It just existed, quiet and consistent, like a whisper from underground that never stops. I'll probably never see it again, but I've never forgotten it either. I don't need to believe in anything strange to feel unsettled by it. Just knowing it was there, doing what it was doing, is enough. The land isn't as solid as we think. There are things beneath our feet that we never see, never hear, but that shape the world in ways we barely notice. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you find one of those places where the earth lets you feel it breathe. Before I moved to Oahu, I worked for the Park Service in Florida when I was in my early 20s. It was a time in my life when everything still felt wide open, even the nights spent alone in the park on graveyard shifts. The park was a barrier island along the Atlantic coast, separated from the public beach by a narrow tidal creek and the intracoastal waterway. You could only reach the main part of the park by crossing a small, creaky wooden bridge that spanned the creek, or if you were brave and determined enough, by walking in along the sand at low tide. Most people didn't bother. The park was quiet, mostly untouched, with mangroves and thick brush lining the waterways. It was beautiful in the daylight, but at night it was a different story. I worked the graveyard shift for about a year, mostly doing cleaning and maintenance. There were 2 of us usually. Sometimes we overlapped on weekends, but during the week, it was mostly just me alone. Having a partner made the job feel safer. We could talk, share the silence, and keep each other company when the long hours stretched on. But on the nights when I was alone, the park felt entirely different, darker, colder, and far less welcoming. The most uncomfortable place was the north end of the tidal creek, where it curved sharply before flowing out to the intracoastal waterway. That spot was surrounded by mangroves that twisted and tangled like they were hiding secrets, and the water looked black under the moonlight, almost like a void swallowing everything near the shore. There were 2 bathhouses in that area. One sat on the beach side of the creek, right at the edge where the water met the sand. The other was on the intracoastal side, near a small boat ramp where fishing boats and kayaks were launched during the day. I always tried to get my work done in those spots, either right when my shift started, or just after the sun came up, when the light was bright and the park was waking up. I never liked being there in the dark, especially when I was alone. Every time I cleaned the bathhouses on those nights, I felt a cold, prickling sensation crawling over my skin. The kind you get when you know someone is watching, but when you turn around, there's nothing there. It was subtle at first, just a feeling in the back of my neck, a glance from the corner of my eye at something that wasn't quite right. But as the nights went on, the feeling grew stronger. Sometimes I heard footsteps crunching softly behind me on the sand, or rustling through the underbrush, just beyond the dim glow of my flashlight. Shadows shifted between the mangroves. Movement flickered in the darkness. The sounds never stayed long enough for me to see their source clearly. It was like something was following me, staying just out of reach. I worked fast in those areas, cleaning as quickly as I could, trying not to look over my shoulder more than I had to. My heart would race when I was near the boat ramp bathhouse. The salty smell of the water, mixed with the dampness of the mangroves, made the air heavy, almost suffocating. Every snap of a twig or splash of water felt like an alarm bell. I never dared to stay there alone longer than necessary. For a long time, I kept my feelings to myself. I didn't want anyone to think I was weak or that I couldn't handle the job. There were still some older guys on the crew who made it clear they thought a woman didn't belong doing this kind of work, especially at night. So I kept quiet, smiled through the uneasy moments, and told myself it was just my imagination. But after a while, I casually mentioned to a few people that the north end of the creek felt weird, like something wasn't right. That's when someone said, "Well, you know about Murph the Surf, right?" I hadn't heard much about it before, only a vague name here or there, but that night I looked it up. Murph the Surf was a surfer guy turned jewel thief in the 1960s, someone who became famous for his daring heists. What I found out next made my skin crawl. In 1967, Murph and a friend murdered 2 young women, then weighted their bodies down with concrete blocks and dumped them in a remote tidal creek along the intracoastal waterway. That creek was the exact same one I worked near every night. Before the park was created, that area was private land, and the place where the bodies were found was right where I often got the strongest feeling of being watched. The thought that such a violent act had happened in the very place I cleaned was hard to shake. I was born about a year after the murders, so it was old news by the time I came along. Still, the weight of that dark history clung to the place, invisible but present. It wasn't just Murph either. My father was a cop for most of my growing up years, and he told me stories about the area. Not the tourist stuff, but real crimes. Rapes, assaults, homicides. People disappearing, bodies found in the mangrove swamps. Some older folks even told me that back in the 1920s and 30s, local mafia groups used the swamps to dispose of bodies they didn't want anyone to find. The park had once been a remote, forgotten stretch of land, full of secrets buried in the mud. Over time, I learned there were even rumors about ghostly sightings in the park, but I never believed in that kind of thing. One guy swore he saw a lady in white walking into the creek and vanishing, and there were stories of people who'd been spooked near the jetty, a guy naked and running down the road screaming about a woman with red eyes. I didn't buy into those. They felt like campfire tales, a way to make sense of the creepy feeling that came from being alone out there. The worst nights were the ones I worked alone. Once, after finishing a long shift cleaning the bathhouse at the intracoastal side of the creek, I started walking back to the park entrance. The wooden bridge was about a quarter-mile away, and I had to cross the tidal creek over it to get to the parking lot. I carried a heavy bucket of cleaning supplies and my flashlight. The night was still, the water smooth except for the occasional ripple of a fish breaking the surface. As I stepped onto the bridge, the wood creaked under my weight. I shone the flashlight over the water, watching the reflection of the stars flicker. Then I heard it, the faintest splash to my left, near the mangroves. My heart jumped, and I stopped walking. The park was closed, so there shouldn't have been anyone else out here. I strained to listen, but only heard the water lapping against the shore. I told myself it was probably a fish or a crab or something, and kept moving. Halfway across the bridge, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow shifting between the trees. It was too fast and low to be a person. I shone my light toward it, but it was gone. I tried to breathe steady, ignoring the tightening in my chest. When I reached the parking lot, I hurried to my truck, glancing over my shoulder the whole way. Another night, I was cleaning the bathhouse near the beach side of the creek, just as dawn was breaking. The sky was a deep blue with streaks of pink and orange. The air was cool, filled with the smell of salt and wet sand. As I swabbed the floors, I felt that familiar prickling again, the feeling like someone was standing behind me, watching. I stopped and turned quickly, but there was nothing. The sun was just rising, casting long shadows between the mangroves. I heard a rustle in the bushes and a soft snapping of twigs. My pulse quickened. I put down the mop and flashlight and moved toward the parking area. As I passed near the edge of the beach, I spotted something half buried in the sand. At first, I thought it was driftwood, but then I saw it was an old concrete block, covered in barnacles and seaweed. My mind flickered to the stories about the weighted blocks used in the murders decades before. I shivered and kept walking. The park was supposed to be safe. It was a public space, open to families and visitors during the day, full of people enjoying the ocean and the nature trails. But at night, it was a different place, raw, quiet, and dark. The mangroves seemed to close in, swallowing up the moonlight. The tidal creek looked like a dark mouth waiting to swallow anyone who got too close. I never saw anyone suspicious or dangerous on my shifts, but the feeling of being watched never left. I once thought about calling in sick just to avoid those nights, but I kept going. I wasn't about to let some old stories and creepy feelings push me out. One night, near the end of my time there, I was cleaning the bathhouse near the boat ramp on the intracoastal side just after midnight. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the air was thick and humid. I was halfway through scrubbing the sinks when I heard it, a low, soft sound, like someone whispering or moving through the bushes nearby. I froze, listening. The sound came again, barely louder, closer this time. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam toward the edge of the mangroves. The light caught a glimpse of something moving fast between the trees, maybe a raccoon or a stray dog. I took a deep breath and told myself to calm down. Then the footsteps started, slow, deliberate, crunching on the gravel just outside the clearing where the bathhouse sat. I didn't have a partner that night. No one was anywhere near. The footsteps stopped suddenly. I stood still, gripping the mop handle like a weapon. Then I heard a whisper. Not words I could make out, just a hiss, low and breathy, coming from the darkness. I didn't wait to see what it was. I sprinted out of there, across the sand, and over the bridge, not stopping until I was back in my truck. My hands were shaking as I locked the doors and started the engine. I kept my eyes on the road as I drove out of the park, the headlights cutting through the blackness. After that night, I asked for a different shift. I never worked the north end of the creek after dark again. Looking back, I think what scared me most wasn't any ghost or shadow. It was the feeling that the land itself held the memory of what had happened there. The violence, the secrets, the forgotten crimes. The mangroves, the tidal creek, the empty bathhouses. All of it was a reminder that even the quietest places can hide terrible things. The park was beautiful in the daylight, but at night, it was a place to be cautious. And even after I left, I never forgot the feeling of those nights alone, under the dark sky, knowing that some part of Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It had been months since I'd gone camping, and my friends and I were craving the kind of solitude only a remote mountain range could offer. We decided on a spot high up in the Irish Hills, somewhere far from towns or roads, where we could camp in complete isolation. We arrived late afternoon, around 5, after a long, bumpy drive along narrow, winding roads that seemed to get smaller and rougher the higher we climbed. The air was sharp and clean, the kind of fresh that makes your lungs feel like they're expanding with every breath. The place we picked was perfect. A small clearing surrounded by thick bracken and rough grass, perched on a gentle slope. From there, the views stretched out over rolling hills covered in green and gold, with distant patches of forest and the occasional rocky outcrop. The sky was wide and clear, and as the sun dipped lower, the light softened, making the hills look like a painting. There was a stillness that felt deep, almost heavy, like the world was holding its breath. We set up the tents quickly, working in silence for the most part, only speaking when necessary. Our plan was simple: eat some food, make a fire, and then settle in for the night. By the time we'd finished, it was around 8:30, and the sky was beginning to darken. The stars started to appear, scattered across the sky like distant pinpricks of light. It was beautiful and peaceful. No signs of other people anywhere, no cars, no distant lights, no voices carried on the wind. We hung around the fire for a while, passing around food and drink, watching the flames flicker and dance. The cold mountain air was settling in, and we wrapped ourselves in jackets and blankets. Conversations grew quieter and more subdued as the night deepened, until finally we all agreed to head into our tents. Around 9 o'clock, the night truly took hold. The sky was pitch black, no moon visible behind the thick clouds that had drifted in. Our little campfire had burned down to glowing embers, and only the soft sounds of night remained. The occasional rustle of wind through the bracken, the distant call of an owl, the faint rustling of small animals in the undergrowth. The kind of quiet that feels total, so deep it almost presses against your ears. We were all tucked into our sleeping bags by around 10, the tents zipped tight against the cold. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I could feel the chill creeping in despite the layers. I was just starting to drift off when I noticed one of my friends was moving around, pulling the tent flap open quietly. I figured maybe he just wanted some fresh air or needed a moment outside. What happened next is hard to explain without sounding crazy. A light appeared. At first, it was just a small glow far off in the distance, maybe a quarter of a mile from where we'd set up camp. It was fairly bright and steady, not flickering like a campfire or torch. It seemed almost too bright to be something like a phone or flashlight. My heart started to beat faster, a tight knot forming in my stomach. None of us had seen or heard anything since arriving hours earlier. No hikers, no vehicles, no other signs of human life. The light hung there, steady and unnatural against the black backdrop of the mountain. We sat up, whispering to each other in disbelief. None of us wanted to move first, unsure what it could be or if it was safe. The silence around us suddenly felt thick and heavy. My skin prickled with unease, every noise sounding amplified. The light stayed for about 15 minutes, not changing in brightness or position. Eventually, after we'd all agreed to investigate, we quietly packed up our essentials and prepared to head toward it. We made sure to move as quietly as possible, careful not to disturb the stillness or alert whoever might be out there. Our footsteps were soft on the grass, and every rustle of bracken or crunch of stone sounded loud in the night. The air was cold and damp, the occasional gust of wind carrying the smell of wet earth and moss. As we moved, the dark shapes of hills and rocks loomed around us. We kept the light in sight, tracking it carefully. It stayed at the same distance, roughly a quarter-mile ahead, just past a rise in the ground. Suddenly, about halfway there, the light vanished. One moment it was there, glowing steady and clear. The next, it simply disappeared. No flicker, no dimming, no fade, just gone. We froze, barely daring to breathe. My heart pounded in my chest, the silence around us seeming louder than ever. We scanned the area where the light had been, peering into the dark shadows between the trees and rocks. There was nothing. No sign of a flashlight or torch dropped on the ground. No campfire, no reflection, no movement. Nothing but darkness. The air felt colder, the silence heavier. We stood for a long moment, unsure what to do. The logical side of me wanted to turn back. This was far enough, and the disappearing light felt like a warning. But curiosity and a creeping sense of dread pushed us to keep going. We pressed on cautiously, heading to where the light should have been. The terrain grew rougher, with larger stones and patches of heather. We moved slowly, eyes darting back and forth, ears straining for any sound besides the wind. The further we went, the more the darkness seemed to press in around us, swallowing up everything familiar. At the spot where the light had vanished, we found absolutely nothing. No footprints, no marks on the grass, no crushed plants, no signs that anyone or anything had been there recently. The ground was undisturbed, the grass tall and wet with dew. I crouched down to examine the soil, pressing my fingers into the cold earth. There were no scuff marks, no disturbed stones, no broken twigs. Nothing that could explain the sudden appearance of a bright light just moments before. We spread out slowly, scanning the immediate area, calling out softly to each other, though no one answered. The only reply was the echo of our voices swallowed by the hills. We stood in silence for several minutes, the weight of the unknown pressing down on us. It was the kind of moment that makes your skin crawl, the kind of feeling you get when something just doesn't add up, and your mind races through every possible explanation, finding none. The logical answers started to fade fast. Was it someone hiking alone, shining a torch? But why so late at night, so far from any trail? Why had the light vanished completely, without a trace? Could it have been a car or a bike? No roads or paths were nearby. Was it some kind of reflection, maybe from a distant house or a campfire hidden behind a ridge? We'd scouted the area thoroughly that afternoon and seen no signs. Could it have been an animal? Some strange, glowing insect or creature? No, nothing that bright or steady exists in that environment. Could it have been a drone or some kind of tech? In such a remote place, at such a time, none of us had seen any signal or heard any buzzing. We walked back to camp, the night suddenly feeling colder, heavier, and less welcoming. The usual comforting sounds of the wilderness, the wind, the distant owl, seemed absent. Instead, every shadow seemed darker, every rustle louder. Back at our tents, we huddled close, reluctant to sleep, each of us wide awake despite exhaustion. None of us could shake the feeling that we'd seen something we weren't supposed to. Something unexplained, but very real. We spent the rest of the night alert, taking turns watching the perimeter. No other lights appeared, no strange noises came, no sign of anyone or anything. When morning came, the landscape was just as we'd left it, calm, green, peaceful. The bright sunlight washed away the fear and mystery of the night, but the questions remained. What had that light been? None of us have been able to come up with a satisfying answer. We checked maps and local reports. No one else had seen anything unusual in the area recently. No search parties, no lost hikers, no reported incidents. We talked to locals later, and they were as baffled as we were, suggesting possibilities from illegal poachers to hunters using night vision gear. But none fit perfectly. The whole thing stayed with me, though. That sense of unease and the feeling that out there in the dark, something unknown was watching, or moving just out of sight. It wasn't ghosts or fairies or anything supernatural. It was real. It was possible. It was terrifying because it made me realize how little we really know about the wild places we think we understand. Since that night, I've been wary of the dark mountains. I don't camp without a buddy anymore, and I always triple-check my gear and surroundings. I've grown more respectful of the silence and the shadows because sometimes things happen in the night that can't be easily explained. And sometimes a bright light appears where no one should be, and then just disappears without a trace. During the late 90s, I was 16 years old and absolutely hooked on mountain biking. It wasn't just a hobby to me, it was a way to escape, explore, and push myself. I had just gotten a new GT, a sleek bike with thick tires, a sturdy frame, and all the gears I needed for rough terrain. It was my pride and joy, and I wanted to take it out for a real test, something more than just riding the sidewalks or paved trails near where I lived. At that time, I lived with my grandparents in a small town in Georgia. They were pretty laid back, and they didn't mind my biking adventures as long as I was careful. One weekend, we decided to visit some distant cousins who lived deep in the backwoods of Georgia, people my grandparents jokingly called our redneck cousins. They lived way off the beaten path, in a place where the roads were mostly dirt and gravel, and the woods seemed endless. I thought this was the perfect opportunity to take my new bike out into real wilderness. No pavement, just raw nature and old trails. I packed my gear, making sure I had water, a flashlight, and some snacks, then hopped in the car with my grandparents for the drive. The road wound through thick pine forests and rolling hills until we reached their property, a small clearing surrounded by dense woods. Their house was old, weathered by time and weather, with a porch sagging a little, but still sturdy enough to hold all of us. I spent the first part of the day with my cousins, who were friendly enough, but definitely lived a different kind of life. They showed me around their land, a few old trucks, a rusted-out tractor, and a few outbuildings that looked like they'd been there forever. But all I could think about was getting my bike out and hitting those trails. As the afternoon faded, I decided to take a quick ride around the area. I figured I'd stay close and not get too far, just enough to see how the bike handled the rough dirt paths. The trails twisted through thick woods, and the air smelled of pine needles, damp earth, and a faint hint of smoke from nearby chimneys. It was peaceful but wild, like the kind of place time forgot. I started out feeling confident, the tires crunching over the loose dirt and scattered rocks. The bike handled great, and I was having fun weaving between the trees and hopping over roots. But after a while, I realized I didn't recognize where I was. The trails all looked the same, narrow paths cutting through thick forest, shadows stretching long in the late afternoon sun. I checked my watch. I'd been gone maybe an hour, but I hadn't seen any signs of the house or the main road. I tried to retrace my steps, but the paths forked and twisted, and I got turned around more than once. The woods were dense, and the underbrush thick, making it hard to see very far ahead. I felt the first twinge of unease. What if I couldn't find my way back? I wasn't carrying a map, and my cell phone was barely a brick compared to today's standards, with no signal in these parts anyway. The sun dipped lower, and the woods grew darker, shadows lengthening until the forest felt like a tunnel of black. I flicked on my bike's small flashlight, but it barely cut through the thick darkness. The only sounds were the crunch of my tires on the gravel and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I started to realize just how isolated I was. The silence was heavy, broken only by the night's natural sounds. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. Then I heard it, music. At first, it was faint, like a low hum carried on the wind. Then it grew louder and clearer. It was a song I recognized immediately, Elvis Presley's "I Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog." The sound was coming from somewhere in the woods, but it wasn't like it was just playing on a radio nearby. It echoed strangely, as if bouncing off the trees and rolling through the forest like a slow, haunting wave. I stopped my bike and looked around, trying to find the source, but I couldn't see a single light. The darkness was so thick that my flashlight seemed useless. The music grew louder, almost deafening now, and it felt like it was surrounding me from every side. It wasn't just the volume, it was the way the song carried an eerie, strange feeling. It didn't feel like someone was just playing a tape. It was more like the forest itself was alive with this strange sound. I pedaled faster, heart pounding, trying to put distance between me and that blasted music. Up ahead, the gravel road stretched out in front of me, empty and silent except for the crackle of my tires over the stones. I focused on the road, hoping to find a way back to the main trail. Suddenly, through the trees on the right side of the road, I saw it, a dark shape that didn't belong. An old camper trailer, half hidden by overgrown bushes and fallen branches. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, paint peeling and windows dirty and cracked. The music seemed to be blasting from inside it, though there was no sign of life around. I wanted to stop and investigate, maybe call out, but the overwhelming noise drowned out my thoughts. It felt oppressive, like the air was thick and heavy. My instincts screamed at me to get away. I turned my bike around and hammered back down the gravel road as fast as I could, the tires skidding on the loose rocks. The music faded behind me, but the memory of that eerie sound stuck in my head. I pushed on, the night swallowing me up as I tried to find any sign of civilization. Hours passed, or maybe it was less. I lost track of time. The woods didn't change, they just closed in tighter. My legs ached, and my throat was dry. I was exhausted and scared out of my mind. Eventually, I stumbled across a small roadside restaurant. It was closed for the night, windows dark and doors locked tight. Desperate, I spotted a side window that wasn't fully shut. With trembling hands, I pried it open just enough to slip inside. Inside, the place was cold and empty, the air stale with disuse. I found the phone behind the counter, and with a shaky voice, I dialed my grandparents. They promised to come get me, but I had to wait, pacing nervously in the dark restaurant. When the cops arrived, they were polite but serious, asking if I was okay and what happened. My grandparents showed up not long after, worried but relieved. We fixed the broken window the next day, and life went back to normal, or so I thought. That experience stayed with me. The fear of being lost in the dark woods, the strange music coming from nowhere, and that lonely old camper trailer haunted my memory for years. A couple of years later, in late '99, a friend and I decided to go biking back in that same area. We thought it would be fun, to see if we could find those trails and maybe relive some of the adventure. What I hadn't realized then was that at the very beginning of my lost trek, I had passed an old cemetery dating back to the 1800s. It was overgrown and tucked away, almost hidden by the thick woods. That day, we rode around the backwoods, laughing and racing each other on the dirt paths, the sun warm on our backs. The forest felt alive with birdsong and the rustle of leaves. We found clearings and small streams, and for a while, it was just two friends enjoying the wilderness. As dusk fell, we headed back toward the car. The sky turned a deep orange and purple, and shadows stretched long and soft. We passed the old cemetery again, its crumbling headstones barely visible under the moss and vines. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a flicker of color, a small orb floating near the edge of the graveyard. It wasn't a firefly or any insect I recognized. The orb glowed with swirling colors, orange, green, purple, and blue, shimmering in a perfect sphere. It hovered there, just beyond reach, and I stopped my bike to stare. My friend pulled up beside me, and we both watched the orb silently. It was beautiful and strange, almost mesmerizing. I wanted to get closer, to see what it really was, but before I could move, my friend suddenly pedaled away as fast as he could. The sudden fear in his movement made my heart race, and I followed suit without hesitation. We didn't stop until we reached the car, both of us breathing hard and shaken. He was eager to get out of there, and I couldn't blame him. The orb disappeared behind us, and we left the woods behind. I've never been able to explain that night. The music in the woods, the eerie camper, the glowing orb, all of it feels real, but it's something I can't put into words. It wasn't ghosts or anything supernatural. It was just strange, unsettling moments in a wild, quiet place where nature and mystery meet. That's the story I carry with me. The night I got lost in the backwoods of Georgia and the strange things I saw there. It's not a tale of monsters or spirits, just the kind of real, unsettling experience that stays with you long after the sun comes up. Several months ago, I was visiting my parents at their home in Utah Valley. It was a quiet neighborhood, one of those older, well-established areas with big trees, wide streets, and a steady calmness that settles in once the sun goes down. My parents' house sits near the edge of a small hill, giving it a great view of the valley in the distance and the mountains that loom far behind. I'd grown up in that house, but after moving out for college and work, I only came back every now and then. That night, I was staying for the weekend, and everything had been normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just a peaceful evening. It was maybe 8:30 or 9 at night, and I decided to take the dog out for a walk. Their dog, Max, is a medium-sized mutt, mostly black with a little white on his chest. He's getting old now, but still full of energy, and he loves going out at night when the air is cool. There's this loop I usually take, not too long, just a few blocks around the neighborhood. That night, it was quiet. No cars on the road, no people out. Just the sound of my footsteps and Max's leash jingling with each step. The air was cool but not cold. It was one of those Utah spring nights where the daytime warmth still lingers, just enough to make a light hoodie feel perfect. The stars were really bright that night. The air was dry and clear, and with so little light pollution, the sky looked like one of those high-resolution photos, just scattered with stars. I've always liked stargazing, even when I don't know what I'm looking at. It just feels calming. I was maybe one house away from my parents' place, walking along the sidewalk with Max sniffing at every bush and tree trunk. I stopped for a second to let him explore this patch of lawn, and while he was doing that, I looked up to check out the stars again. That's when I noticed them. In the southeast part of the sky, just above the silhouette of the tree line, there were 4 orange lights. At first I thought they might be some kind of plane or satellite, but they didn't look right. They were about the size of stars to my eyes, but they definitely weren't stars. They had this steady orange glow to them, not twinkling like stars do, and not blinking like a plane. They were all slowly moving, kind of drifting together in a diagonal line across the sky. I stood there completely still watching. Max had finished sniffing around and was just standing there beside me, leash slack, like he sensed I was focused on something. The lights moved slowly, not fast, but deliberate. The top one, the highest of the 4, suddenly slowed down and then stopped. The other 3 continued for another second or 2, and then each slowed down and stopped as well, one by one, until they formed a perfect vertical line. I kept staring, trying to make sense of it. They weren't blinking, just glowing steadily. There was no sound. The whole sky was quiet, and I couldn't hear anything but the wind in the trees and Max's leash when it shifted. It wasn't like anything I'd seen before. The lights didn't drift like balloons or hover like drones. They were steady, smooth, like they were guided by something intelligent. Then the top light blinked. Just once, a bit brighter, then dimmer again. After a second or 2, it blinked again. Then a third time. Then suddenly it shot off to the south. Not like it slowly faded away. No, it shot off, like a meteor going the wrong direction. A fast, straight line, no curve, no wobble, just gone. I stood there frozen. My heart wasn't racing yet, but I could feel that cold, distant kind of fear that creeps up when you see something you don't understand. A few seconds later, the second light did the same thing. 3 slow blinks, then a sudden streak southward and gone. Then the third, and finally the 4th. Each of them blinked the same way. 3 slow pulses of light, and then shot away in that same straight southern path. Each time, the sky seemed to swallow them up like they had never been there. I stood there for maybe another minute, just staring at the empty sky. Max shifted beside me, looking up at me like he was wondering what I was doing. I looked around the neighborhood. Everything still looked the same. No one else seemed to be outside. The lights on in the windows of nearby houses were soft and still. There was no noise, no cars, nothing unusual except what I'd just seen. I turned around and started walking back toward my parents' house, keeping my eyes on the sky as long as I could. But there was nothing more. Just stars, steady and still. No more movement, no more lights. I got back inside and let Max off the leash. He trotted off to his water bowl like nothing had happened. I stood by the front window for a while, staring out at the same part of the sky, but it stayed quiet. I didn't say anything to my parents that night. I didn't really know what to say. I wasn't scared exactly, but the whole thing had rattled me. Not in a horror movie way, but in that deep, unnerving way that hits when you realize there are things out there you don't have an explanation for. It wasn't a dream. I wasn't half asleep or spaced out. I was completely awake and aware. I hadn't been drinking or anything like that. I knew what I saw, and it didn't fit with anything I'd seen before. The next morning I woke up and still felt weird about it. I kept going back over the moment, second by second, trying to figure out what it could have been. I looked up weather balloons, drones, satellite formations, even military stuff. But nothing I found moved or behaved quite like what I saw. The blinking, the way they moved in perfect coordination, and especially the way they shot off, it didn't match anything. For a while, I didn't tell anyone. It wasn't that I was afraid of being judged, but more that I didn't know how to talk about it. It wasn't some wild, over-the-top event. It was quiet, subtle, and eerie. It felt personal somehow, like something I'd stumbled onto that I wasn't meant to see. A few weeks later, I tried to draw it. Just a simple sketch of the sky, with the 4 dots and the order they moved in. I even tried recreating the timing in my head. It was always the same. The first light stops, then the rest line up, then each one blinks 3 times and disappears in a fast streak southward. Always 3 blinks. Always the same path. That detail still sticks with me the most. Since then, I've kept looking up more often. I've been watching the sky on clear nights, hoping maybe I'll see something like it again. But I haven't. I've seen satellites and planes and stars, and even the occasional meteor, but nothing like those lights. Nothing even close. And it's not that I'm obsessed with it, it's just that it stays with me, like a splinter in the back of my mind. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I'll glance up at the sky and remember how still and quiet it was that night. I'll remember the way Max stood next to me, not barking or reacting, just calmly waiting while I stood there frozen. And I'll remember the way those orange lights blinked, not fast or urgent, but almost like they were saying goodbye or signaling something. Then they vanished like they were never there. I've come to accept that I may never know what I saw. Maybe it was some test flight. Maybe it was a phenomenon that hasn't been explained yet. Or maybe it was something else entirely. But whatever it wasn't normal. It didn't behave like anything from this world that I'm familiar with. It didn't make noise, didn't flash like aircraft, didn't drift like balloons. It was deliberate, controlled, precise. And for a few quiet minutes on a clear night in Utah Valley, I saw something I can't explain. It didn't change my life or give me some big revelation, but it left a mark. A quiet, constant memory of standing under the stars, watching orange lights blink 3 times and vanish into the night. And every time I walk past that same spot on the sidewalk, I look up again, just in case they come back. That night still sticks with me like a thick shadow, even though it happened years ago. I was 18, young, full of energy and maybe a bit reckless. We were at a beach resort with my buddies, a group of us just wanting to have fun, escape, and forget the usual grind for a while. The resort was decent, nothing fancy, just enough to keep us comfortable, with the ocean right there, stretching out endlessly. I remember the smell of salt in the air, the sound of the waves crashing softly against the shore, and the low hum of people enjoying the warm summer night. Earlier that evening, after a long day of swimming and drinking, I met a girl. We hit it off quickly, nothing too deep, just that kind of young, careless connection you get on a vacation. By the time the clock passed midnight, most of the resort was quiet, the music from the bars died down, and the beach was mostly empty. It felt like we had the whole place to ourselves. We decided to take a walk along the shore, the moon hanging bright and full in the sky, casting a cold, silver light that made everything look both beautiful and eerie at the same time. The beach stretched endlessly, but there was this rock pier nearby. It jutted out into the water like a jagged finger. I remember it was made of huge, rough stones stacked together, some wet and slippery from the sea spray. It was the kind of place people usually stayed off at night, maybe because it felt a little dangerous in the dark. But that night, it felt inviting. We started walking on it, the girl a few steps ahead, cautious with each footstep. I could see she was looking down, focused on where she was putting her feet. The rocks were uneven, slick with moisture, and in some places, the gaps were wide enough to catch a foot if you weren't careful. The sound of the waves crashing below was louder here, echoing against the stones, mixing with the occasional call of distant seabirds settling for the night. The moonlight was surprisingly strong. It lit up the water and the rocks enough to see clearly, casting long shadows and giving the whole scene an otherworldly feel. The waves moved rhythmically, pushing and pulling, breaking over the rocks with white foam, making everything glisten under the moon. We walked slowly, the cool night air fresh and salty against our skin. The girl laughed softly at something I said, a light sound that felt so out of place against the serious stillness of the sea. It was easy to forget, in that moment, how alone we really were out there. When we reached the end of the pier, the rocks became even more jagged, and the water was rougher. It was quieter here, with nothing but the sound of the ocean and the cool wind brushing against us. The girl moved first, carefully climbing onto a rock closer to the water. She took 2 steps, still looking down, trying not to slip. She was steady but tense, like she was aware of the danger, but wasn't afraid enough to stop. I was right behind her, about to follow when something caught my eye. I looked ahead, just beyond where she was stepping, and I saw it. The moonlight revealed the shape caught between the rocks, a body. The water had pushed it against the stones, holding it there like a dark, heavy trap. It was unmistakably a dead person, someone who had drowned. The head and one arm were visible, pale and still, with the rest tangled between the rocks and seaweed. The face was slack, eyes closed, hair wet and tangled. It looked like the body had been there for a while. The water had smoothed out the skin, but it was clear this was no fresh victim. My breath caught. I froze, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. It was the kind of shock that made your body lock up, even though your mind screamed at you to move. The waves kept crashing, a relentless sound that filled the silence between my heartbeats. I suddenly realized that the girl's next step was going to be right where the body lay. Her foot was about to touch the wet stones near the dead person. Panic shot through me, and without thinking, I shouted, "Come back!" My voice was harsh and urgent, breaking the calm night. She stopped immediately, startled. She looked at me, confused, then down toward the rocks, trying to see what had me so alarmed. I grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "Don't look. Just get back here," I warned again. She obeyed without hesitation, stepping back onto the safer part of the pier. Once we were back on the flat stones, I told her what I saw, though the words felt hollow in the quiet night. Her face went pale, and tears started to fall down her cheeks. She told me we had to do something, that someone needed to know about this. We hurried back along the pier, careful to avoid the slippery rocks. The fear settled deep in my stomach, making my legs feel heavy even as I tried to pick up the pace. The cold air mixed with sweat on my skin, and every so often, the wind carried the faint smell of seaweed and salt. Back at the resort, everything looked different. The bright lights of the building seemed distant, and the few people still awake were just shadows behind curtains or inside rooms. We kept walking, hoping to find someone to help. At some point, we saw a cop standing near the parking lot, his figure sharp against the dim light from a street lamp. I told him everything, my voice still shaky. He nodded and followed us to the pier. Watching him approach the rocks, inspecting the body, I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. Relief because finally, someone was here to deal with it. Unease because the image of that lifeless figure stuck in the rocks was burned into my mind. The cop called for backup. Soon, more officers arrived with flashlights and equipment. They carefully pulled the body out of the water and laid it on a tarp. The crowd that gathered was quiet and tense. Someone was going to have to identify the person, but for now, all we could do was wait. I stood there for a long time after, staring at the waves, listening to the crash of the ocean. The moon was still high, casting light on the water, but the night felt heavier now, darker somehow. The next morning, the news spread quietly through the resort. They said the person had likely been missing for a few days, maybe from another nearby town. There was talk about the cause of death, about accidents and drownings. I kept thinking about how close I had been to stepping onto that spot, about how lucky we were to have found the body before it drifted away again or got lost in the tide. It changed something in me that night. The ocean had always seemed vast and wild, but now it felt dangerous and unpredictable. I realized how fragile life could be, how quickly things could go wrong. I never saw that girl again after the trip. We parted quietly, each carrying the memory of that night. For me, it was a reminder that sometimes the darkness hides real things, not stories or fantasies, but the cold, hard truth of life and death. The memory is still vivid, the cold rocks underfoot, the smell of salt and seaweed, the sound of the waves, and the pale, lifeless form caught between the stones. It's a memory that lingers, quiet but unshakable, a reminder that even on the most beautiful nights, there can be something waiting just beneath the surface. I worked at the park on the graveyard shift, mostly alone during the nights. The park had a pretty rough history, crimes, break-ins, vandals, so part of the job was keeping an eye on things, even when there wasn't much going on. My shifts usually involved a lot of downtime, but there were regular checks and patrols to keep me busy and make sure everything was okay. One night, I had finished my cleaning duties fairly quickly. The tasks were mostly sweeping up the beach area, emptying trash cans, wiping down the picnic tables, and checking that the restrooms were locked and secure. The park was closed at night, so there weren't many people around. I was left with hours to kill. The beach was mostly empty except for the sound of gentle waves rolling in under the moonlight. I found a spot near the jetty to park my truck, right on the sand, with the water stretching out to the right and the dark shape of the jetty jutting out into the water just a few dozen feet away. The sand glowed softly in the moonlight. The sky was clear, a pale silver moon casting enough light that I could see the uneven surface of the sand and the scattered rocks near the jetty's base. I pulled out a crossword puzzle book and sat in the driver's seat with the door open. I had a small flashlight in my hand, just enough to see the letters on the page, and I was slowly working through the puzzle, enjoying the quiet and the cool night air. The salty breeze was barely there. In fact, the air was still, no wind to disturb the calm. About an hour into my quiet time, something sharp and loud shattered the silence. Bam! 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 It wasn't a gentle knock or a tap. It was heavy, powerful pounding on the metal roof of my truck. The whole truck shook from the force. I nearly jumped out of my skin, heart racing instantly. The pounding was steady, 3 hard hits in a row, and then silence again. I sat frozen for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. My first thought was that it had to be one of the other rangers playing a prank. Some of them lived inside the park in cabins nearby, and they sometimes took late-night walks or rounds. They knew I liked a good joke, and maybe one of them had snuck up behind me to scare me. I turned slowly, flashlight and pistol already in hand, looking around the beach and the truck. The area around me was wide open, no trees, no bushes, no places for anyone to hide. I could see a good 200 yards in every direction. The sand was bare, lit clearly by the moon, and the water beyond the jetty was still and quiet. No one was there. No footprints in the sand, no movement, no sign of a person who could have run off that quickly. I spun around again, scanning the flat beach. No shapes, no shadows, no flickers of movement. The wind was calm. There was no rustling to suggest someone was hiding just out of sight. I even crouched down and shone the light under the truck, sweeping the beams slowly over the tires and under the chassis. Nothing. No raccoon, no animal, no dropped object that could have fallen and bounced off. No one crouched low trying to hide. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe a branch from the jetty's wooden structure had broken loose and hit the roof, but the jetty was well maintained and solid, and nothing made a sound like that when it fell. Plus, the pounding was too deliberate, too forceful, and repeated. I stood up and walked the perimeter of the truck slowly, checking carefully for footprints or anything left behind. The sand was cold beneath my boots, the moonlight cool and sharp. There was no sign that anyone had been near me. I felt a chill that wasn't from the cold. It was the strange feeling that I had been watched, or maybe even targeted. The pounding was too strong to be an accident, but no one had been there. I decided to leave the truck and head back to the gatehouse where there were other rangers. At least there, I wouldn't be completely alone. The walk back was long, stretching maybe 500 yards across the sand toward the entrance. The moonlight cast my long shadow ahead of me, but still, I looked behind and to the sides often. The silence was thick. I kept my flashlight steady in one hand, and my pistol, unholstered but ready, in the other. I didn't hear footsteps or any sounds except the waves and the occasional call of a distant bird. The air remained still, without even a breeze to stir the sand or the grass along the edge of the dunes. I got back to the gatehouse and sat down, trying to shake off the feeling. I radioed the front gate to check in, standard protocol every half hour, and gave them my location. The voice on the other end was calm and professional. Nothing unusual. I told myself maybe I was just tired or jumpy, or maybe the pounding was something simple that I couldn't figure out. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, eyes peeled, ears straining for any sound. Weeks went by and I told a few people about the pounding, but no one had an answer. The other rangers thought I was imagining things, or that maybe an animal had caused it, but I knew better. After a few months, I moved to working the gatehouse itself on the same graveyard shift. It was a different experience. The gatehouse was a small building at the park's entrance. A few rooms, a desk with radios and cameras, a small black and white TV that mostly showed reruns, and a couple of chairs. There were outdoor lights around the building, a streetlight out front about 50 yards away, and another behind the building. It was a little brighter and more secure than the open beach, but it still had that lonely, quiet feeling at night. I had to let the few authorized fishermen with overnight passes through the gate, making sure they signed in and stayed on the jetty. I had to stop anyone else from sneaking in. Sometimes people showed up at 3 a.m., confused and angry that the park was closed, or demanding to get through. Mostly, though, it was just me and the occasional radio call. The weirdest part about the gatehouse was the shadows I sometimes saw out of the corner of my eye. They looked like people, quick movements just beyond the door or the windows, but when I got up to look, there was no one there. Sometimes I'd step outside to check, but there was nothing but the empty road and dark woods beyond the streetlights. One night, the shadows moved faster, darting across the side of the building like they were running. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The air was cool and smelled like damp earth and pine needles. The road was empty. No cars, no joggers, no hikers. I walked around the building slowly, shining the beam of light into every shadow and crevice. Nothing. The park had a history of people sneaking in, some for fishing, some for less legal reasons, partying, drinking, or worse. I figured maybe someone had been lurking around, trying to scare me or just passing through. But I never caught anyone. The months passed. The pounding on the truck roof remained the strangest, most unsettling event. It was the one thing I never explained, the one night I couldn't just shrug off. Looking back, I think what made it so unsettling wasn't just the pounding itself. It was the fact that nothing about it made sense. The park was quiet and still. No trees or bushes near the truck. No footprints or signs of life. No wind or animals to cause noise. And yet, something hit the roof hard enough to shake the whole truck, 3 times in a row, and vanished. It was the kind of thing that sticks with you, that gnaws at the back of your mind when you're alone in the dark. I never saw anyone or anything. I never caught a glimpse of a person or a clue to what had happened. It felt like a warning, or maybe a message, but from who or what I never found out. The park stayed open, and I kept working the night shift, watching, waiting, listening. The pounding never happened again. But sometimes, when I was alone in the quiet, I'd hear a faint sound in the distance, a soft thud, like a knock or a tap, and my skin would prick. I guess some nights are just meant to remind you that you're not as alone as you think. But in the end, all I had was that night, that pounding on the roof, and the knowledge that something had been there, close enough to shake my truck, and gone before I could see it. No answers, just a quiet night, and a pounding that never stopped echoing in my mind. When I was about 12 years old, my cousin invited me over one summer afternoon to play in the creek behind his house. His place was out in northwest Indiana, not far from some thick woods and stretches of fields that went on for miles. The creek ran right through the back of his yard, a narrow, slow-moving ribbon of water that cut through the tall grass and trees, lined with smooth stones and muddy banks. It was the kind of place kids like us loved, perfect for exploring, building dams, and throwing rocks to see who could make the biggest splash. Before we even got to the creek, my cousin told me about this weird animal he'd seen a few times near the water. He said it looked like a baby crocodile, but it was about twice as long. He described it as black and furry, which immediately made me think he was pulling my leg. Crocodiles didn't live anywhere near here, and I figured he was just messing around. But something about how serious he sounded made me keep an eye out anyway. We got to the creek and kicked off our shoes, the warm summer sun making the water feel nice on our feet. The mud between my toes was cool and soft. We started building little dams out of sticks and stones, trying to redirect the water and catch leaves and bugs. We threw rocks and mud clumps at the banks and made a game of seeing who could find the biggest crawdad or the fastest fish darting through the water. It was the kind of simple, messy fun that made summer afternoons perfect. I remember how the light was coming through the leaves, casting shadows that danced on the surface of the water. The air smelled like wet earth and fresh grass. Birds were chirping, and the quiet hum of insects buzzed nearby. Everything felt calm and normal. At one point, I spotted a hole in the muddy bank near the edge of the water. It was just big enough to look like it could be a snake's den or maybe a muskrat's home. Without thinking much about it, I grabbed a big clump of mud and threw it right at the hole. I wanted to see if anything would come out or if the splash would scare away some animal hiding inside. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, this creature exploded out of the hole and into the water. It was fast, too fast for me to catch a clear look right away. It slipped into the creek and started swimming downstream, twisting its body through the water like a snake. It was terrifying and fascinating all at once. My cousin and I stared, frozen for a moment, before we started running alongside the creek, trying to keep pace with the animal. It was clear we wouldn't catch it. It was moving like a dark shadow, slick and fluid. The water rippled around it, but the creature's body stayed mostly above the surface, weaving between rocks and logs with ease. I could make out more details now that it was swimming closer. It looked like a ferret, but much bigger and more muscular. Its fur was shiny and black, slicked down by the water. Its face was long and narrow, with sharp, gleaming eyes that seemed to watch us as much as we watched it. The way it moved wasn't like any animal I'd seen in these parts. It slithered more than swam, bending and twisting its body in smooth, snake-like motions. There were no crocodiles or alligators in Indiana, not anywhere near that creek or the surrounding woods. It was impossible, but this thing looked like some kind of weird, twisted version of one. The fur threw me off completely. Who had ever seen a furry crocodile? It was like something out of a bad dream or a strange animal from another world. We followed the creek as it curved and twisted, the creature always staying just ahead, slipping through the water like it belonged there. I kept watching it, feeling a mix of fear and curiosity. The way it moved was so unnatural that I couldn't stop staring, even though my skin was crawling. The banks were muddy and slippery, so I had to be careful where I stepped. The creek wasn't very deep, maybe 2 or 3 feet at most, but the water was cold and murky. Tree roots jutted out here and there, tangled and knotted, and the air smelled damp and earthy. Leaves floated on the surface, pushed by the gentle current, and the trees overhead blocked the sky in patches. My cousin and I kept running along the bank, shouting and trying to scare the creature, but it never slowed down. It disappeared under the water once or twice, then reappeared a little further down, cutting through the water with that snake-like grace. I remember feeling helpless, like we were watching something we were never supposed to see. At one point, the creek widened a bit, opening into a small pool surrounded by reeds and bushes. The creature paused there, swimming in tight circles. I thought maybe it was tired or waiting for us to give up. But then it darted out again, heading into a narrower stretch where the trees grew thick, their branches hanging low over the water. We followed as best as we could, but soon the brush was too thick to run through easily. We had to slow down and push through the branches, grabbing at vines and ducking under low limbs. The air smelled richer here, with wet leaves and moss covering everything. I could hear the creature splashing ahead, its wet fur glistening in the dappled sunlight. Suddenly, the creature stopped moving. We slowed too, unsure if it was hiding or just waiting. The creek curved sharply here, and the trees grew so close together that it was almost like walking through a tunnel. I could hear the water trickling and splashing, but I couldn't see the creature anywhere. My heart was pounding, and I could feel sweat running down my back, even though the air was cool under the trees. I wanted to keep going, to find out where it had gone, but a deep sense of unease settled over me. This was no normal animal, and I had the feeling it could be dangerous if it wanted to be. After a few minutes, my cousin and I quietly turned back, deciding to leave the creek and head home before things got too dark. We didn't say much on the way back, just kept looking over our shoulders, half expecting the creature to jump out again. When we finally reached his backyard and climbed up the bank away from the creek, the world felt safer. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard. The smell of fresh-cut grass and the distant sound of cars on the road brought me back to normal life. That night, I lay in bed, trying to picture the creature again. I couldn't shake the image of that sleek, black body sliding through the water, the way it moved so smoothly and silently. I thought about all the animals I knew from around here, and none of them came close to what I'd seen. It was like a glimpse of something wild and secret, hiding just out of reach. Over the years, I asked around and read up on animals native to the area. Nothing matched what I saw. Some people mentioned mink or otters, but those were smaller and didn't swim like that. Others said maybe it was a river otter with a bad fur coat, but I knew what I saw. It was bigger, meaner looking, and moved differently. Sometimes, when I'm near that creek, I still wonder if it's out there. Maybe it's some rare or forgotten creature that's managed to survive in the shadows, hidden away from people and cameras. Or maybe it was just a strange, one-time sighting of an animal nobody ever expected to see. Whatever it was, I never went back to the creek after that day. The memory of that black, furry shape slipping through the water is still clear in my mind, and it reminds me that even in places we think we know, there can be things that don't fit, things that remind you how little you really understand about the world around you. I've lived in the same house all my life, 19 years, and honestly, I never thought much about it. It's just a regular old house, nothing fancy, nothing historic or anything. Just a simple 2-story with a basement that my parents finished years ago, a kitchen that smells faintly of old wood and coffee, and creaky floors that sound like they're complaining when you walk over them. Most of the time, it's just a place to come home to crash and relax. But sometimes, when I'm alone, especially late at night, there's this feeling that creeps over me down in the basement, and I can't really explain it. I usually spend my evenings gaming, headphones on, sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the TV. The basement has a big screen and a couch, but I prefer sitting on the floor. It just feels more focused that way. The only light comes from the TV and my keyboard. The rest of the basement is shrouded in shadows. There are windows, but at night they look out into complete darkness. The house is quiet except for the hum of the gaming system and the occasional creak or pop of the house settling. That's when it starts, this subtle unease. It's not fear exactly. It's more like awareness. Like the space feels smaller, the silence heavier, like the walls are closing in a little. The air feels thicker, colder somehow, but not cold enough to be uncomfortable. More like something unseen is watching. And I'm not just imagining this. It's real in the moment. Once, I remember, I was so unsettled that I actually spoke out loud to myself. It was one of those nights when I was gaming late, maybe 2 or 3 a.m., and I felt the weight of the house pressing in on me. I said something like, "It's just the house. Nothing's wrong." It was weird to say it out loud, because I don't get scared easily, and I don't have anxiety. But in that moment, it was like saying it made me feel less alone, less vulnerable. The weirdest part happened about 2 years ago, when I was in the kitchen with my mom. The kitchen is the heart of the house, the center between the foyer where we come in and the basement door, which is just a few feet away. We were just talking, nothing serious, the kind of small talk that fills quiet moments. Then suddenly, the basement door slammed shut. It wasn't just a soft click or a door closing with a draft. It was a loud, hard slam, the kind of noise that shakes the window panes and makes you jump. The kitchen is small and open to the foyer, and that door is heavy. It's not like it could close on its own from a breeze or anything. It's old, a solid wooden door with a brass handle and a latch that needs to be lifted to open it. The basement itself is below ground level, so it doesn't exactly get wind gusts rushing through. I looked at my mom. She froze, and I could tell she was just as surprised as I was. We didn't say anything for a moment. It was one of those silent exchanges where you both know something weird just happened, but don't want to voice it. I thought maybe it was the wind, but the house was completely still. No windows open, no doors open, no fans running. The temperature was steady, and the lights were normal. My mom never fully admitted it wasn't the wind. She just quickly changed the subject, something about needing to get ready for bed or how the day went. I wanted to ask more, but she shut me down with a glance. Since then, whenever I bring it up, she looks away or brushes it off, as if thinking about it too much might invite trouble. I'm not the kind of person to jump to conclusions or blame strange noises on ghosts or spirits. I've always tried to be practical and rational, but that slam was different. It was not normal. Since that night, the basement feels even heavier. I avoid going down there late alone if I can help it. When I do, I keep the lights on, and sometimes I leave the basement door open a crack. I try to stay busy, focus on whatever I'm doing, but there are moments when I swear I can hear faint creaks or whispers. Nothing clear, just soft sounds that could easily be the house settling or the pipes shifting, but they still set my nerves on edge. The basement has a lot of things in it. Old boxes of stuff my parents never threw out, holiday decorations, some tools, and the gaming setup I mentioned. There's a furnace tucked in the corner, and pipes run along the ceiling. The walls are cinder blocks painted white, but the paint is chipped in places, giving it a rough, unfinished feel. Sometimes when I'm down there, I catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. I tell myself it's just shadows or the way the light flickers. I even think about the fact that my eyes get tired late at night, and my brain tries to make sense of shapes in the dark. Still, those moments make me freeze in place for a second. The basement stairs creak loudly when you come down, and the sound echoes off the walls. One night, I was going down to grab a drink, and I thought I heard footsteps behind me on the stairs. I stopped and listened. Nothing. Just my own breath and the faint hum of the furnace. I waited a few seconds, then turned around. No one there. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things. I even tested it once by walking down and then standing still to listen for footsteps again. But it never happened twice when I was expecting it. It's always random, always catching me off guard. Another thing I've noticed is the basement smells different sometimes. Usually, it has that typical basement smell, musty, like damp concrete mixed with old wood. But some nights, there's a strange smell, like something metallic or faintly burnt. It's never strong enough to pinpoint or follow anywhere. It just lingers for a little while before disappearing. I asked my mom if the furnace or the pipes had ever had problems. She said nothing unusual, that everything was serviced regularly. She joked that maybe I was smelling the ghosts of old appliances, but she didn't sound serious. The basement is probably the oldest part of the house. The house itself was built in the 1950s, and the basement was finished sometime in the early 70s, according to my dad. Over the years, the house has settled and shifted a bit. There are cracks in the foundation walls, and the floors creak more than they used to. Sometimes I wonder if the sounds and sensations are just the house reminding me that it's old, that it's alive in its own way, shifting and changing beneath my feet. But that door slamming shut, that felt different. It wasn't the house settling. It wasn't wind or a draft. It was sharp, sudden, and impossible to ignore. I've checked the door dozens of times since. It closes firmly, but you have to pull it shut. It doesn't just swing closed on its own. The latch works fine, and nothing about it looks broken or loose. Sometimes at night, I'll sit on the basement stairs just staring at the door. I think about what could have caused it to slam. Maybe an animal? But the basement is sealed well enough that a raccoon or something couldn't just get in. We have no signs of critters down there. The windows are small, barred by grills outside, and there's a small vent, but it's covered with a metal mesh. Whatever it was that night, I'll never know. The fact that my mom doesn't want to talk about it makes it feel heavier, like some secret we're both ignoring. It's as if acknowledging it might give it power or invite something else in. I still go down to the basement sometimes, but never late alone. The feeling never goes away entirely, and sometimes when I'm playing video games, I get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like something's watching from the shadows. But when I look up, nothing's there. I'm not scared enough to move out or anything, but I'm always aware now. There's a boundary in the house, a line I don't want to cross too often. I'm not going to say the house is haunted. I don't believe in that stuff. But some nights, when the basement door slams shut all by itself, it's clear that some things don't have easy explanations. And sometimes, the house feels like it's holding its breath, waiting for me to notice something I can't see. It was December 17th, 2007, a Monday night, cold, dry, and clear, the kind of winter night where the stars felt unusually sharp, like they'd been polished for show. I remember because we'd just gotten home from a long road trip. We'd been visiting family up north, about a 10-hour drive from where we lived. The trip had been long, loud, and filled with the kind of tension that builds when you're crammed into a car for too long. I was tired, not just sleepy, but tired down to the bones, mentally worn out, physically stiff, just wanting to unload the car and collapse inside. It was around 10 p.m. when we pulled into the driveway. The air outside was colder than I expected, dry and biting. I could see my breath in front of me as soon as I stepped out of the car. The neighborhood was quiet. Lights in the houses around us were either off or dimmed behind curtains. It felt like the world had already gone to sleep, and we were the last ones crawling in. The crunch of gravel under my boots felt louder than it should have. I walked around to the back seat, opened the door, and started grabbing bags, duffels, shopping bags, snacks we hadn't finished. I was halfway leaned in when something in the sky caught my eye. It was a bright streak of light, just above the trees across the road. At first, I thought it was a shooting star, big, white gold, and glowing like a flare. But it wasn't moving right. It wasn't streaking across the sky like a normal shooting star. It was gliding. Slow. Slower than any shooting star I'd ever seen. I froze there with one hand on the bag strap, eyes locked on the sky. My first thought was, that is one big-ass shooting star. It must be really close. And it did look close. Not like those high, distant flickers you sometimes see when you glance up at the right moment. This looked low, like it was skimming just above the cloud line, except there weren't any clouds. The sky was completely clear. I kept watching it. Something felt wrong. It wasn't just the speed. It was the color. It was bright white, too bright for the stars around it, and the glow didn't flicker like a normal meteor would. It was steady, like it had its own power source. I know that sounds stupid, but that's the best way I can explain it. And the tail behind it wasn't a streak, it was a trail. A thick, glowing line stretching behind it like it was cutting the sky open. Then I noticed something else. At the end of the tail, far behind the bright light at the front, there were two smaller blinking lights. Faint, but definitely there. They blinked in a pattern, on-off like aircraft lights. But they were the same color as the big glowing front. It didn't make sense. Planes don't look like that. Satellites don't blink. Meteors don't hover. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, just staring, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My breath fogged in front of me and drifted away. The cold air on my face didn't register anymore. It was like my brain was pushing everything else to the side to focus only on that thing in the sky. Then I got this strange feeling in my chest. Not fear exactly, more like unease. Like when you walk into a room and suddenly forget why you're there, and something feels off but you don't know what. My stomach dropped, and a weird prickling feeling spread up the back of my neck. My mind was telling me I needed to move, now. I slammed the car door shut and ran inside. My boots thudded hard against the driveway, then the front steps. I don't even remember unlocking the door. I must have already had the keys in my hand. I just remember bursting into the house and shutting the door behind me like I was locking something out. Once I was inside, the warmth hit me, and for a second, I stood there just breathing hard, heart pounding. I felt stupid, embarrassed even, like I'd just freaked myself out over nothing. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a plane. It wasn't a satellite. It wasn't a shooting star. It was something else, and I didn't have a name for it. I didn't say anything to anyone that night. I didn't even look out the window. I went to the bathroom, splashed water on my face, and then crawled into bed. I couldn't sleep, though. I lay there for hours, eyes open, listening to the silence of the house, the creaks of the floorboards settling, the occasional hum of the heater turning on. My mind kept replaying that image over and over. The light, the blinking dots, the slow glide across the sky. The next morning, I went back out to the car to finish unloading. Everything was just as we left it. Sky was still clear, cold had settled in harder, and there were a few tiny frost crystals clinging to the windshield. I looked up, just out of habit, half expecting to see something. But there was nothing, just blue sky. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a plane with an unusually bright light. Maybe it was some sort of atmospheric illusion. Maybe the long drive had messed with my head. Maybe the cold and the exhaustion made me misjudge what I was seeing. But that image never left me. I kept thinking about the way it moved, so slow, like it was dragging itself forward through thick air. I thought about the blinking lights, how perfectly spaced they were, how faint and steady. It didn't feel random. It felt controlled. A few days later, I went online, started checking local news sites, forums, anything that might mention something strange seen in the sky around that date. I didn't find much. One post on a random message board mentioned something weird seen over the mountains a few hundred miles away, but it was vague, and I couldn't tell if it was even the same night. Most other mentions of UFO sightings felt like obvious jokes or rambling nonsense. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen something important. Not necessarily alien. I wasn't thinking about aliens. I was thinking about how much we don't understand about what goes on above our heads. I've always been a pretty grounded person. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't buy into conspiracy theories or fantasy. I believe in weather patterns, air traffic control, satellites. But what I saw didn't fit any of that. Over the next few weeks, I found myself looking up at the sky more often. Not obsessively, just more aware. Watching for anything unusual. Most nights were uneventful. The usual stars, planes blinking across the sky, the occasional helicopter. But nothing like that night. Nothing even close. Eventually, the memory settled into the back of my mind like a dream you can't fully forget. Life moved on. Holidays came and went. The year changed. But even now, every time I'm outside at night and I catch movement in the sky out of the corner of my eye, I feel a little jolt. That brief flicker of wondering, is it happening again? I've thought about reporting it. I looked up some of those official forms you can fill out to describe sightings. But something about it felt pointless. What would I even say? Saw a weird light in the sky. Not a plane. Not a star. I didn't have proof. I didn't have photos or videos. Just my memory. And memories are fragile things. Still, I know what I saw. I remember the cold on my face, the silence in the air, the glow of the light cutting through the darkness. I remember the trail behind it, the blinking dots like eyes staring back. I remember the stillness of that moment, how time seemed to slow down. And most of all, I remember the way it made me feel. Not scared, exactly. Not awed either. Just unsettled. Like I had seen something I wasn't supposed to. Something out of place. Something not part of the usual world. I never saw it again. I haven't had any other strange experiences. No missing time. No unusual dreams. Just that one moment, that one night. It came and went like a whisper, leaving behind more questions than answers. But I still think about it sometimes. Especially on cold, clear nights when the stars are sharp and the sky feels too quiet. I look up and I wonder, maybe it was a military aircraft, something still under wraps. Maybe it was a test of some new drone technology. Maybe it was space debris re-entering in a strange pattern. Maybe it was nothing at all, and my tired brain filled in the gaps with something it thought made sense. Or maybe it really was something else. Something we don't have a name for yet. Whatever it was, I know what I saw. I'll never forget the way it moved. The way it lit up the sky without making a sound. The way it made me feel like a small, confused animal staring up at something far beyond my understanding. And even now, almost 2 decades later, I still catch myself looking up at the night sky, searching for a light that shouldn't be there. I woke up around 6:40 that morning. My alarm didn't even need to go off. I just opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, already fully awake. I remember lying there for a minute, trying to gather myself before I started the usual morning routine. The sunlight was starting to slide in through the blinds in long, thin stripes, casting angled shadows across the walls. It was early February, one of those weird Southern California mornings where it's cold in the shade, but already warming up in the sun. I remember thinking about whether I needed a jacket. My apartment is just off Central Avenue in Glendale, not too far from the Galleria. I've lived there about 3 years, and I know the neighborhood pretty well by now. It's not sketchy, not high-end either, just a mix of normal apartment buildings and older single-family homes packed close together. A lot of traffic on weekdays, especially around 7:30 to 8:30 when everyone's commuting. I usually leave around 7:10 to beat the rush and get to work with time to grab a coffee before clocking in. That morning was nothing special. I brushed my teeth, made some toast, packed my lunch. The usual. I double-checked that I had my keys, wallet, and badge for work, then slung my bag over my shoulder and headed out the front door. The air outside was crisp but dry. I remember hearing some pigeons fighting over something near the sidewalk and the distant hum of traffic from the 134. I walked across the little paved path in front of my apartment and out to the street, where my car was parked. A white Honda Civic, parked on the south side of the street like usual. I was still thinking about whether I wanted to stop at the Starbucks on Brand or not. That was where my head was at. Just a normal weekday, same as always. I walked around the back of the car to the passenger side so I could throw my bag in the seat before getting in. I remember I had my keys already in my hand, and I was halfway through pulling the handle when something off to my right caught my eye. It was just a small shape, maybe 10 feet away on the sidewalk. At first I barely registered it, just a weird lump of something oddly shaped and grayish in color, maybe the size of a grapefruit. It wasn't moving. It was just sitting there, maybe a foot off the curb, on the cracked concrete. My brain processed it as some trash. A balled-up newspaper, maybe. Nothing unusual, but something about it felt wrong. I don't know what made me take a second look. Maybe it was how still it was. Or maybe the shape, too round in some parts, too sharp in others. I took a few steps toward it. The closer I got, the less it looked like paper. It wasn't dirty or soggy. It wasn't blowing in the breeze. It was sitting there, completely still. My footsteps slowed, and I stepped onto the sidewalk, peering down at it. That's when I saw what it really was. It was the top half of a cat's head. Not a toy, not a Halloween prop. Real. The fur was still on it, short, grayish fur, kind of dusty looking. One ear was intact. The other looked like it had been ripped or torn, flattened back. The eyes were gone. The whole thing looked like it had been cleanly separated from the lower jaw, right around the middle of the face. It wasn't crushed or mangled. It wasn't bloody either. That was maybe the worst part. No blood, no mess around it, no other body parts in sight. Just the top part of a small cat's head, sitting clean on the sidewalk in the middle of the morning. I froze. I didn't breathe for a second. My stomach flipped, and for a moment I thought I might throw up. My mouth filled with spit. I swallowed hard and backed away, my eyes locked on the thing like it might move. It didn't. I turned, walked quickly back to my car, opened the door, got in, and closed it. I didn't look back. I sat there for a second with my hand on the wheel, trying to decide what the hell to do. I thought about calling someone. The city. Animal control. But what would I even say? Hi, I found part of a cat's head on the sidewalk, and I don't know what to do. Would they even take it seriously? I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to touch it, didn't want to go back and take a picture or anything. It felt wrong. like something I shouldn't mess with. So I just started the engine and drove to work. The whole drive, my head was racing. I couldn't get the image out of my mind. The fur, the ear, the flat way it sat there. It looked like it had been placed there, not dropped or dragged. No other marks on the sidewalk, no blood trail, no feathers, no footprints, nothing. Just that one piece. At red lights, I kept seeing it in my head. Every time I blinked, it came back. When I got to work, I parked and sat there for a while before going inside. I didn't tell anyone. What would I even say? It wasn't something you just bring up over coffee. I went through the day distracted. I couldn't concentrate on anything. Even during meetings, my mind kept drifting back to it. What animal does that? A coyote? Maybe. I know there are coyotes in LA, but they usually take their prey with them. They don't just leave a cleanly removed half of a head in a high-traffic residential neighborhood. And there were no birds or other scavengers around either. No flies. It was just left there. All day, I felt this tension in my chest, like I was waiting for something to happen. I kept checking the news, scrolling through local forums, looking for any reports. Nothing. No one mentioned anything weird. No next-door posts. No police scanner activity. Just another day in Glendale. I left work around 5:40 and got home a little after 6. The sun was already low. That strange California light, soft orange, long shadows. As I turned onto my street, my eyes automatically flicked toward the sidewalk near where I'd parked that morning. It was gone. The cat's head, or whatever it had been, was just gone. No trace. No stain on the concrete. Nothing to show it had ever been there. The sidewalk looked normal. Clean. I parked a little further up the street and walked back slowly, scanning the ground. I felt dumb, but I had to look. I half expected to see something I'd missed that morning, but there was nothing. I checked the street too. Maybe someone had kicked it into the gutter. Nothing. It had been real. I was sure of it. I remembered every detail. I hadn't imagined it. But now, standing there in the cooling air, watching the shadows stretch across the concrete, I felt something else. This weird emptiness, like the street itself had swallowed it up. That night I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds outside. Cars passing, a dog barking somewhere down the block, the occasional shout from someone walking past. All the normal city noises. But they didn't feel normal anymore. For days after, I kept watching that sidewalk every time I left or came home. I never saw anything else. No signs. No blood. No stains. Just the same patch of cracked concrete next to the curb. People walked past it like nothing had happened. Maybe nothing had. Not to them, anyway. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. It stuck in my head. The way it looked. The way it didn't make sense. I tried to reason it out. Maybe a hawk or an owl had dropped it. Maybe it got separated during a fight with another animal. But how did it end up so clean, so intact, and so placed? Why no blood? Why no other pieces? I read up on coyotes, raccoons, even people hurting animals. I found some disturbing stuff, but nothing that quite matched what I saw. Most predators don't leave things behind like that. And if it had been a person, someone doing it on purpose, why there? Why just that one part? What kind of message was that? Eventually, I stopped checking the sidewalk. I had to. It was making me feel paranoid. But I never really forgot. Even now, months later, I still think about it sometimes. Especially in the mornings, when I walk out to my car and the light hits the sidewalk just right. I find myself glancing down, half expecting to see it again. It never came back. Nothing ever happened after that. No one else ever mentioned anything. Life just went on. But that one morning, something wasn't right. I don't know what it meant. I probably never will. All I know is I saw it. I remember it. And nothing can undo that. I was walking through the parking lot at my college on a chill, clear winter night, heading back to my dorm after a late study session at the library. The air was crisp, and every breath I took felt sharp, like tiny ice crystals had settled on my tongue and in my lungs. The sky above was dark but clear, dotted with a few stars that barely peeked through the streetlights scattered around the lot. The pavement under my feet was dry, but patches of frost clung stubbornly to the edges of the concrete islands where the trees grew. It was the kind of cold that made your cheeks sting, but not freeze, and it had a calming effect, almost like the cold was washing away the stress of the day. I had my jacket zipped up all the way, hands stuffed deep into the pockets. I liked the quiet of the campus at night. It felt peaceful, safe even. There were only a few other people around, some walking briskly toward their cars, others standing near their vehicles talking softly or scrolling on their phones. The parking lot wasn't packed, but it wasn't empty either. I could see at least 3 or 4 other groups or individuals scattered around the area, but they were distant enough to feel like they were part of the background. The streetlights cast a yellow-orange glow, making long shadows that stretched over the rows of parked cars. The metal of the vehicles gleamed faintly, reflecting the light and the dark sky above. I noticed the occasional breath of steam rising from exhaust pipes as some cars idled, waiting for their owners. It was the typical end-of-day scene on campus, normal, familiar, unthreatening. I was about halfway across the lot when it happened. Out of nowhere, there was a sudden loud shrieking sound, high-pitched and piercing, like the sound a smoke detector makes when it's low on batteries, but much louder, sharper, and almost unbearable to hear. The noise lasted for just an instant, but it was enough to make me jump violently. It was as if the sound had punched me in the chest. At the exact same moment, a bright blue flash lit up the entire parking lot. It wasn't just a simple flicker or a glow. It was a sudden, intense burst of blue light that was so bright, it seemed like an explosion of color in the dark. The light washed over everything, the cars, the pavement, the streetlights, the distant buildings. The blue was cold and electric, almost painful to look at, even though it only lasted for a fraction of a second. The force of the flash and the sound hit me like a physical blow. My body reacted instantly. I dropped to the ground, landing hard on my knees and hands, my heart pounding in shock. For a moment, my ears were ringing, and my eyes were blinking rapidly to adjust to the return of normal darkness. The whole experience was disorienting, like being caught in a small, silent explosion. I wasn't the only one who noticed. From the corners of my vision, I could see other people nearby freeze in place, their bodies tense and still. Even though they were some distance away, I knew they had heard the shriek and seen the flash too because their reactions were the same, startled, confused, wary. But they were too far ahead for me to catch up with, or to ask what had happened. They disappeared into the shadows between the cars as I gathered myself and got back to my feet. For a few seconds after, I just stood there, breathing hard, my heart still racing from the shock. I looked around carefully, trying to make sense of what I'd just experienced. There was no smoke, no smell of burning, no damage to anything nearby. The parking lot was still perfectly intact. No broken glass, no sparks, no signs of fire or anything that could have caused an explosion. The streetlights kept humming quietly above, the same as before. I scanned the lot for anything unusual, a flickering light, a strange machine, a malfunctioning car, but nothing seemed out of place. The people I'd noticed before had scattered now, walking quickly toward their cars or the dorms. The air was still cold and calm, except for the thudding in my chest. I tried to push down the adrenaline and remind myself it was probably just a weird electrical problem or a malfunction of some kind. Maybe a car alarm or a fire alarm somewhere nearby had gone off momentarily, or maybe a transformer had blown, causing the flash and the shriek. But none of the usual noises or smells followed. It was like the sound and light appeared out of thin air, startling me and then disappearing as quickly as they came. I kept walking slowly toward my dorm, eyes flicking nervously around the parking lot, but the rest of the way was quiet and uneventful. The streets were empty except for a few distant footsteps echoing across the pavement. My phone was in my pocket, and I tried to call a friend as soon as I got inside my building, just to ask if anyone else had noticed something strange, but there was no answer. Later, I checked social media and school forums for any news or posts about an incident on campus, but nothing was mentioned. Over the next few days, I asked some classmates if they had been out late that night, or if they had heard anything unusual. A few said they remembered a strange noise, but no one seemed to know exactly what it was or where it had come from. The campus security didn't mention anything either, and when I contacted the campus maintenance office, they said there had been no reported electrical issues or alarms triggered that night. I tried to convince myself it had just been some kind of freak coincidence. Maybe a bird flew too close to an electrical box, or a nearby transformer sparked and flashed for a split second. But even those explanations felt thin, because no one reported any power outages or disturbances that night, and the shriek wasn't the kind of sound electrical equipment usually makes. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my mind. How the sound was so sudden and loud it made me flinch. How the blue flash was like standing in front of a camera flash times 100, and how the ground felt like it shook beneath me. The shock wasn't just physical. It rattled me emotionally, making me question if something more serious had happened that no one was willing to talk about. In the weeks and months that followed, I found myself walking different routes back to the dorm, avoiding that parking lot altogether after dark. It wasn't because I felt afraid, not exactly, but because the memory of that shriek and flash stuck in my head like a warning. It was a reminder that sometimes things can happen without explanation, that not all events have a clear cause or a neat answer. For years have passed since that night. I still walk past that parking lot, and every so often I glance at the exact spot where it happened. The same rows of cars sit there, the streetlights casting the same yellow glow. Life at school has carried on without any other strange incidents, but I never forget that flash and that sound. They remain a mystery to me, something real but unexplainable, a sudden, sharp interruption in an otherwise ordinary night. And maybe that's the most unsettling part, not knowing what it was or why it happened, or whether it might happen again. It's like a loose thread in the fabric of my memory that I keep trying to unravel, but never can. The shriek and the blue flash don't have a story, no cause, no explanation. They were just there, blinding and deafening for a heartbeat, and then gone, leaving me alone on cold concrete, trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense at all. That night changed something in me. It taught me that not all strange moments are part of a story you can tell. Sometimes they just happen. And sometimes the best you can do is hold on to the memory and accept that some things will remain a mystery forever. I remember the cold biting at my cheeks, the way the snow crunched under my boots as I played outside near my house that winter day. I must have been around 6 or 7 years old. The sky was a pale gray, thick with clouds, the kind that promise more snow but never quite deliver it in a heavy storm. The air was crisp and sharp, and each breath I took came out in tiny white puffs, disappearing quickly into the stillness around me. I was bundled up in my thick coat and scarf, gloves that were a little too big, and a wool hat that slipped down over my ears. I was just a kid having fun, throwing snowballs, making small piles of snow, and watching my breath hang in the cold air. That part one remember clearly, but then everything after that got strange. I have no idea how long it lasted, maybe 40 minutes, maybe an hour. Time itself feels like a black hole in my memory from that moment on. The next thing I remember, I was sitting inside my house, having a quiet talk with my mom. It was just a casual moment, nothing out of the ordinary. The warmth from the heater filled the room, and the soft hum of the house settling was all I could hear. My mom was acting like she always did, calm, gentle, the kind of presence that makes you feel safe. We didn't say anything unusual or remarkable. The clock on the wall ticked normally. The light from the window showed the snow still lying in soft mounds outside. But between that moment of playing outside and this conversation with my mom, there's a complete blackout in my mind. It's like a chunk of time has been erased. I have never told anyone about this before. Not because I was scared or anything like that, but because I never really understood it myself. It's like my brain refuses to remember that stretch of time. It's not just a fuzzy memory or a moment I forgot. It's a total absence of memory, like it never happened. At first, I thought maybe it was 2 separate days mixed up in my mind. Maybe I played outside one day, and then talked to my mom the next, and my brain got confused over time. But something about it feels real. The way I recall the moments before and after the blackout feels too detailed to be fake. It feels like it actually happened, even if I don't remember what happened in between. My mom has always been extremely cautious when it comes to my health. If I had passed out or was unwell in any serious way, she would have called an ambulance immediately. I know this because I grew up with a mom who was worried about everything. My cold, a scrape on my knee, if I stayed out a little too long. She would never have let something serious go unnoticed. So if I really had passed out or lost consciousness, someone would have been there. An ambulance, neighbors, someone. But there was nothing. No calls, no visits from anyone checking on me. That makes the blackout even more confusing. What could have happened that I don't remember, but no one else noticed? Recently, about 10 days ago, I passed out for real. It was because I hadn't been sleeping enough. University work piled up, stress was high, and I was just exhausted. I remember that feeling, the sudden blackout of my mind, The way everything went dark and silent for a moment. The confusion when I woke up not knowing where I was or how I got there. That experience helped me understand the feeling I had that day as a kid. The confusion, the loss of time, the feeling of waking up with no clue what happened just before. But the real difference is that when I passed out recently, there were people around. I wasn't alone. Someone helped me. The blackout back then was silent and invisible. I often wonder if I just slipped into a brief unconscious state, maybe a faint or a blackout caused by cold or fatigue, and then woke up inside the house without anyone noticing. Maybe I wandered inside myself and sat down, too confused to say anything. But I don't remember walking inside. I don't remember anything happening. It's like my mind simply erased the event. The house that day was quiet and warm. The windows were frosted with a thin layer of ice crystals, and the curtains were drawn halfway. I remember looking outside and seeing the snow-covered yard, the footprints I made earlier, and the bare branches of the trees shaking slightly in the winter breeze. My mom's face was calm and familiar, the way it always was when she talked to me quietly. She didn't seem worried or alarmed, just gentle. Maybe she didn't even know about the blackout. Maybe she thought I had just come inside on my own and was fine. But the missing time still haunts me. Sometimes I try to piece together what might have happened. Maybe I got too cold and fainted outside. Maybe the cold shocked my system and caused a short blackout. Maybe I wandered inside in a daze and just sat down. But none of it adds up completely. Why wouldn't my mom notice if I was out cold for that long? Why would she act so normal? Why do I have zero memory of those missing moments? I even checked with my family, casually, long after I was older, just to see if anyone had noticed something strange that day. They all said no. No one remembered anything unusual. No one heard me calling for help or saw me acting oddly. It was like the day continued normally without interruption. I'm sure this isn't a ghost story or something supernatural. It's not one of those creepy memories or weird, spooky events. It's simply something my brain can't explain, a blackout in my life with no answers. A mystery I carry quietly, a blank spot in my childhood where time just disappeared. What makes it so strange is the clarity of the moments before and after. I remember the cold snow outside, the sharp winter air, my gloves rubbing against the rough bark of a tree as I played. I remember the warmth of the house and the calmness in my mother's voice. But I can't remember walking from one place to the other. I don't remember taking off my coat or sitting down. I don't remember any sounds, smells, or movements from that time. It's like my brain hit pause and never resumed. I've thought about all sorts of explanations, medical ones, psychological ones. Maybe a small seizure I don't remember. Maybe a fainting spell. Maybe an early form of some condition that caused temporary amnesia. But there's no evidence, no scars on my memory, no warning signs, just that blank space. The thing is, the feeling of confusion I have when I think about it is eerily similar to what I felt when I passed out recently. That initial moment of waking up, trying to piece together where I was, what happened, why everything felt wrong. That disoriented state, the fogginess, the strange sensation of time lost. That's what I associate with my childhood blackout. I still carry that mystery with me. It's a quiet shadow in my past that I don't try to push away, but I also don't dwell on. It doesn't scare me, but it does make me wonder about the fragile way our memories and consciousness work. How time can slip through our minds like sand, how moments can vanish without a trace. It's strange and unsettling, but maybe it's also just part of being human. Some days are forgotten, some moments are lost, and some memories fade into black without warning or reason. And sometimes, all you can do is accept that the past holds some secrets that may never be fully explained, no matter how much you want to understand them. I was sitting in an old deer stand that someone had left up long after hunting season was over. The wood was rough and weathered, covered in patches of moss and peeling paint. The kind of stand you could tell had seen a lot of years, standing quietly in the woods, forgotten now. The late afternoon sun filtered softly through the bare branches of the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I had climbed up a little before noon, just to relax and watch the wildlife. The woods were calm, peaceful even. There was a faint rustling of leaves and the distant call of a bird. A couple of squirrels scampered from branch to branch, and somewhere not too far off, a deer moved carefully between the trees, stopping to nibble at some last bits of fallen acorns. I wasn't hunting. I didn't bring a gun or any gear. I just wanted to sit up there, away from the noise of daily life, and watch the forest. The air smelled sharp and cool, the way it does in early November. The branches were mostly bare now, the leaves all gone, but it made the shapes of the trees stand out more, their gnarled limbs reaching up to the fading sky. I had a thermos with some coffee, a small snack in my pack, and my phone, though there wasn't much signal out there. The world felt still. Hours passed, and the sun sank lower. Shadows stretched and darkened the woods, changing everything's shape until it felt like the trees themselves were closing in. The quiet got heavier. I could hear more sounds now, twigs snapping, leaves shifting under tiny feet, little eyes watching me from the underbrush. I felt the chill creep into my bones and decided it was time to get down and head home. The sky was a pale gray, almost dusk. The last light was slipping fast. The ladder to the deer stand was old, the wood creaking slightly when I tested it with my weight. I moved slowly, hands gripping the rungs, feeling the rough bark underneath my fingers. The ground below was covered in leaves, some damp and slippery. I was tired but steady. Halfway down, just about at the middle, my foot slipped on a damp rung. I tried to catch myself, but my hand hit a thick branch sticking out from the tree trunk. The edge of it caught my neck hard. Everything went black in an instant. When I woke up, the sky was dark, the sun long gone. I was still in the tree, but barely hanging on to consciousness. My neck throbbed in sharp bursts, a pounding pain that felt like it might split me open. The cold night air brushed against my skin, and I could taste the bitter sharpness of blood or sweat in my mouth. My limbs felt weak, unresponsive at first. It was a long moment before I realized something was crawling all over me. Pain exploded across my skin, small bites, burning like fire. I opened my eyes fully and looked down. A writhing mass of fire ants covered my arms, legs, and chest. They were everywhere, biting and stinging with relentless fury. The mound was right at the base of the tree, and somehow I had fallen right into it. I didn't have an allergy, so my throat didn't swell or anything like that, but the burning, the itch, and the sharp stabbing pain from hundreds of bites felt like I was on fire. The ants seemed to move fast, like they knew exactly where to bite, crawling into every nook, every fold of my clothes and skin. I tried brushing them off with shaking hands, but they kept coming, relentless. They bit harder whenever I tried to slap them away. Panic rose inside me as I realized I was trapped in the dark woods, miles from the nearest road or house. I didn't know how long I had been out cold, but the cold night was pressing down around me like a weight. Summoning every ounce of strength I had, I scrambled down the tree the rest of the way, my neck screaming with pain every time I moved. I stumbled out of the woods, swatting and shaking my clothes, but the ants were still biting. My skin felt swollen and hot under my clothes, and I could feel tiny pinpricks everywhere. I ran, or at least tried to, but my legs were weak and my breath came in sharp gasps. The dark forest around me seemed to close in tighter, shadows moving in the corners of my vision. Every step was agony, and the bites burned deeper with each second. I knew where to go. My brother's house was about a half-mile away, near the edge of the woods. I'd made it there many times before, sometimes after long walks or late-night hikes. I pushed myself harder, adrenaline taking over despite the pain. When I finally reached the chain-link fence surrounding his backyard, I could barely stand. I jumped over it, barely steady on my feet, and headed straight for the garden hose attached to the spigot on the side of the house. I turned the water on, the cold jet spraying out into the night. I began hosing myself off, water splashing everywhere, dripping from my hair and running down my neck and back. The cold water felt like a relief at first, but the ants didn't let up. I kept washing and wiping, trying to get the biting creatures off my skin and clothes. I was screaming and yelling, the pain and shock making me lose control. The burning and itching were overwhelming, making me feel like I was trapped in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. My brother heard the screaming and came outside. He didn't say anything, just helped me wash off the ants and checked my neck carefully. The pain in my neck had gotten worse, and my skin was red, swollen, and blistered from the bites. My brother grabbed some towels and we worked together, spraying and wiping until I was finally free of the ants. Over the next several hours, the pain didn't ease. Instead, it got worse. My skin was hot to the touch, and the swelling spread. I started feeling sick, nauseous and feverish, my body reacting badly to the hundreds of bites. The inflammation was so bad I couldn't sleep properly, and the dull ache in my neck made every movement agonizing. I spent the night curled up on the couch, trying to stay calm, drinking water, and taking pain meds my brother got from the medicine cabinet. The redness and swelling were frightening, and I kept checking my breathing, making sure nothing was closing up. It felt like the bites were burning from the inside out, and every time I moved, the pain shot through my neck and shoulders. By morning, the swelling had started to go down a little, but I was exhausted. I still had marks and scabs from the bites all over my arms and legs. My neck hurt, stiff and sore from the impact and the ant bites. I could barely turn my head without sharp pain. The whole experience felt like a wake-up call. I had always thought the woods were safe, just a place to get away from everything. But this night reminded me how dangerous they could be if you weren't careful. Something as simple as falling asleep in the wrong spot could turn into a nightmare. I kept telling myself that I was lucky. Lucky that I wasn't allergic to the ants. Lucky that I could find my way out and get help. And lucky that my brother was close enough to help me. I've never sat in that deer stand again. I never climbed a tree alone after dark either. And I learned to watch where I sat. No matter how calm or peaceful it looks, the forest holds dangers you don't always see. Fire ants can be small, but they can hurt more than you'd imagine. The next few weeks were tough. The bites left scars, the pain lingered longer than I expected, and the memory of the fall and the ant bites haunted me. But I recovered, slowly, day by day. The woods called to me again, but I never forgot what happened. I was more careful, more aware. The forest is beautiful, yes, but it demands respect. So if you ever find yourself in the woods, don't pass out on a fire ant mound. It's not just painful, it could ruin your life for days or weeks. Stay alert, stay safe, and never underestimate the little things hiding beneath the leaves. For a whole year, I sailed with my parents from the Caribbean islands all the way to Australia. Our boat was a modest sailboat, not one of those massive yachts you see in magazines, but sturdy and well-kept. It was just the three of us for most of the journey, sometimes joined by one or two other crew members. The three of us made a small team. My dad was the captain, my mom handled navigation and supplies, and I was the deckhand and helped with watches at night. We crossed vast stretches of open ocean, miles and miles where nothing but water and sky met the horizon. The sun was our constant companion during the day, and at night, the stars lit up the sky like scattered diamonds. We visited some amazing places along the way. Small islands with white sand beaches, tropical forests that felt like stepping into another world, and bustling ports where we'd restock and meet other sailors. But there was one strange thing that happened almost every night when I was on watch. It wasn't something we could explain or even understand fully, but it was real enough to give me a chill the first few times it happened. At night, while standing alone on deck, scanning the dark water with only the moon and stars to light the way, I began to hear music. Faint at first, like a melody coming from far away, drifting through the air over the ocean. It didn't matter if the night was calm or windy, or if I was the only one awake, or if the entire crew was on deck. That music was there, soft but clear enough to recognize tunes. Sometimes it was old folk songs, sometimes classical, sometimes a tune I couldn't place but felt oddly familiar. The weirdest part was that we were usually hundreds of miles away from any land, and according to our radar and navigation software, no other ships were anywhere near us. We had modern gear, capable of tracking vessels way beyond what we could see, and the ocean was empty. The radio showed no signals, and the night sky was silent except for the sea and the wind. At first, I thought maybe it was my imagination or something wrong with my ears after long days at sea. But my parents heard it too, and a couple of the other crew members confirmed it when they took night watches. Everyone was puzzled. We never heard the music during the day, only at night, and only on certain nights. It was never loud, never close, more like a whisper floating on the breeze, a distant echo of sound coming from nowhere. Sometimes, it seemed to come closer or fade away as if drifting in the night air. Other times, it would just linger, haunting the silence, making it hard to sleep even when off watch. I tried to focus on the practical side of things. Could it be a radio signal? A distant ship playing music? But we checked everything. Our radios were tuned correctly, and the radar showed no signs of any vessel or signal nearby. The ocean was empty. The sky was clear. No islands, no other boats, no airports or fishing vessels. Nothing. One night, the music started while I was on the bow, staring out over the Black Sea. The The moon was full and cast a silver glow on the waves. The sound was clear, a slow, soft melody that reminded me of a lullaby my mom used to hum when I was a kid. The wind was light, barely moving the sails, and the sea was calm. The music floated through the air, so clear it felt like someone was right there playing an old violin somewhere far away. I stood frozen for a moment, the notes wrapping around me, feeling both soothing and strange. Then I looked at the horizon, scanning for any lights or shapes, but there was nothing. No other boats, no islands, just the endless dark ocean. I moved closer to the radio, turned it on, hoping to catch a signal, but all I heard was static. I looked at the radar screen again. It was empty except for our own boat's icon. The compass spun steadily, no changes in course. I started to feel a strange mix of awe and unease. The ocean was so vast and empty, yet here was this sound, drifting to us as if the sea itself was singing. Over time, I grew used to the music. It became a part of my nights at sea. Sometimes it was comforting, a strange reminder that even in the emptiest places, something human or natural might still be present. Other times, it was eerie, like the ocean was hiding secrets we couldn't understand. We discussed it often among ourselves, trying to reason it out. My dad thought maybe it was something to do with sound waves traveling unusually far at night because of temperature or humidity changes in the air. He explained how sound can bend or carry over the water under certain conditions. My mom suggested it might be distant ships broadcasting music from hundreds of miles away, beyond our radar's range somehow. The others thought maybe it was underwater noises or animals making sounds that our brains translated into music. No one had a clear answer, but we all agreed it wasn't just our imaginations. One night during a long stretch of calm seas, I decided to try something. I took a small handheld recorder and stood on deck during my watch, keeping the device pointed toward the horizon. I wanted to capture the music, to analyze it later or show it to others. The night was quiet, the sea glassy smooth, the sky full of stars. After about an hour, the music appeared, soft, gentle, almost like a distant guitar playing a slow melody. I held the recorder steady, focusing on the sound, trying not to lose it. When the song faded, I went below deck to listen. The recording was faint, but the melody was there. It was real. I played it back for my parents, and they listened carefully. The music didn't sound like anything from a typical radio or loudspeaker. It had a natural, organic tone, no static, no interference. Just pure, clear notes drifting in the background. We kept the recording, hoping to analyze it when we reached Australia. After months at sea, finally arriving in Australia, we handed the recording to a sound expert on the mainland. He studied it carefully, running it through filters and comparing it with known sounds of marine life, ships, radios, and other sources. The conclusion surprised us all. The music wasn't music at all, at least not in the way we thought. It was a natural acoustic phenomenon caused by the interaction of the ocean, the air, and the equipment on our boat. At night, under certain atmospheric conditions, the ocean surface can produce sounds from the movement of water, wind, and marine life. These sounds can overlap and combine in ways that resemble human-made music. Waves hitting the hull, the creaking of the rigging, the subtle noises of sea creatures can blend into melodies that our brains interpret as music. The expert explained that this kind of music is rare and only occurs in specific weather, temperature, and humidity conditions. Our boat's materials and shape likely amplified and mixed these natural sounds, turning them into something almost musical. So the mystery was solved, not a ghost ship or distant radio, but the ocean itself playing its own song. Even though it wasn't from a person or a distant boat, the music had made our journey more memorable. It reminded us that the sea is full of surprises and beauty, even in its silence. That the ocean, vast and empty, can still speak in its own way. I never forgot those nights on watch, the quiet music floating over the waves, a reminder that sometimes the world is stranger and more wonderful than we expect, even when we think we understand it all. Around 15 years ago, I was 16 and just starting to enjoy the feeling of being trusted enough to stay home alone. My parents had started letting me watch the house if they went out for the night, and this was one of those times. It was summer, the air was thick and warm, the kind of heat that clings to your skin even after the sun's been down for hours. The bugs were usually noisy that time of year, crickets, cicadas, frogs, the works, but that night, I remember it being especially quiet. That sticks in my mind, but maybe that was just part of how the night unfolded. My sister was 13 at the time. She had a friend over for a sleepover, some girl from school she'd been close with that year. They were into all kinds of girly stuff I didn't care much about. Friendship bracelets, secret journals, decorating their nails. They giggled a lot, always whispering in corners and bursting out laughing about nothing. The kind of behavior that drove me nuts back then. But that night, they had a plan they'd been excited about all week. They wanted to sleep in the playhouse my dad had built out back when we were younger. The playhouse was no little plastic toy. My dad had put serious effort into it. He built it a few years earlier when my sister was still little enough to play pretend with dolls and plastic tea sets. It was maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, with windows and a little porch. It even had insulation and an electric hookup. He'd made it look like a tiny version of our real house. It sat about 100 yards from the main house, right near the back edge of the property line, which was surrounded by thick trees. The backyard sloped down a bit toward the woods, so the playhouse sat low, almost in a hollow. During the day, it was sunny and bright, but at night it got pitch black out there. No street lights, no lights from neighbors, just open dark and trees. There was no moon that night. I remember that clearly. It was a new moon, so the sky was just this wide, blank darkness with a few scattered stars. The walk to the playhouse felt longer than usual without any light, just a narrow dirt path leading down to it. I hadn't thought much about that at the time. I was more focused on what I had planned. My sister and her friend had taken some pillows, blankets, and snacks down there around sunset. They brought a deck of cards and some books, maybe a CD player. I don't remember exactly what all they had, but they made it cozy. I stayed inside the main house. I had the place to myself and planned to spend the night doing what most teenage boys do when left alone, snacking, watching whatever late-night crap was on TV, maybe playing some video games. It wasn't until about 9:30 or so that the girls came back up to the house. I was in the living room, lights low, flipping through channels when I heard them come through the back door. They looked spooked, but they tried to act casual. My sister said the lights were acting weird out in the playhouse, flickering off and on randomly. She thought maybe the power cord was loose, or maybe the storm from a few nights ago had messed something up. I shrugged, acted like it wasn't a big deal, and gave them a couple of flashlights we kept in the hall closet. I didn't bother checking if the batteries were fresh. They left again, walking back down the path into the dark. I watched them through the back window for a moment. Their flashlights were tiny cones of light bobbing in the dark, swallowed up almost immediately. Then I went into the garage. You see, this wasn't random. I'd been planning something. I don't even remember what gave me the idea in the first place. But the moment my sister told me they were going to camp out in the playhouse, a little spark lit up in my brain. I just recently figured out which switch in the circuit breaker controlled the power to the playhouse. I had tested it once when I was bored, flipping the switch and watching the lights blink off from the back porch. The whole thing gave me this perfect opportunity to mess with them. I was still that age where pranks were the highest form of entertainment. So I grabbed my Super Soaker, one of those big, pressurized water guns with the backpack reservoir. I'd filled it with ice water and let it sit in the fridge for hours earlier that day. I had a hoodie and dark jeans, and I pulled on an old ski mask, just in case they got close enough to see me. I wanted the whole thing to be creepy, not dangerous, just enough to freak them out and get a good laugh. After they'd been back down there for about 20 minutes, I slipped outside and walked around the side of the house to the breaker panel. It was mounted on the back wall, just out of sight from the kitchen windows. I flipped the breaker for the playhouse off, waited a few seconds, then flipped it back on. I did that 2 or 3 times. Not fast, but just enough to make it seem random. On, off. Wait. On. Wait. Off again. I stood there for a moment, listening. The night air was dead still, the only sound the slight buzz of insects near the porch light. I couldn't hear anything from the playhouse at that distance, but I could imagine them sitting in there, flashlights out, trying to act brave. Probably whispering to each other, getting nervous. I waited another 5 minutes and turned the power off completely. Then I made my way slowly across the yard. I took the long way around, keeping low, moving near the tree line to stay in the shadows. I had done this kind of thing before, sneaking around in the dark, pretending to be some kind of night commando. My eyes adjusted quickly. The ground was soft and slightly damp. There had been a light rain earlier that day, just enough to make the grass wet and muddy in spots. When I reached the edge of the clearing where the playhouse stood, I could see the faint shape of it against the darker trees. No lights. No flashlights either. They must have gone dead. The air was oddly silent. No tree frogs, no traffic from the road a few miles off. It was like the whole area had pressed pause. I crouched behind the lawn furniture we kept out there, a couple of plastic Adirondack chairs and a small table, and waited. Then, slowly and deliberately, I tipped one of the chairs over. It made a heavy scraping noise as it fell onto the wooden porch. That was when I heard the scrambling inside. I could picture it perfectly. My sister clutching her friend's arm, both of them frozen for a second, hearts racing. Then, panic. The playhouse door flew open with a loud creak. I could barely make out their shapes in the dark. 2 quick flashes of pale movement as they bolted out into the yard. I waited just until they got a few feet away. Then I let out the loudest, most twisted sound I could manage. Something between a scream and a howl, sharp and high-pitched. I blasted the super soaker in their direction, the cold water hissing through the air and splattering them as they ran. They shrieked and kept running, soaked and terrified, not even looking back. I chased them partway, not close enough to catch up, just enough to keep the pressure on. When they hit the back porch, they were yelling and fumbling with the door. I dropped low in the grass and stayed still, watching as they slammed the door behind them. The lights flicked on inside one by one. Then I saw them moving fast, going room to room, locking doors, checking windows. I could even see the glow of their phones as they ran around. It was beautiful. Perfect. The best prank I'd ever pulled. I lay there for a while in the wet grass, trying to keep from laughing too loud. My stomach hurt from holding it in. The cold water from the super soaker had soaked into my shirt, but I didn't care. I was too happy. Every detail had worked. The power trick, the timing, the ice water. I'd pulled off something unforgettable. Eventually, after maybe 20 minutes, I figured it was time to go back in. I slipped around the side of the house, took off the ski mask, stashed the water gun in the garage, and came through the front door as quietly as I could. I was soaked, muddy, and grinning like an idiot. But as soon as I stepped inside, I could tell the tone had changed. My sister wasn't laughing. Neither was her friend. They were still freaked out, sitting in the living room with every light in the house on. Their eyes were wide, and they jumped when they saw me come in. My sister's face went red. She knew. She jumped up and started yelling, but I couldn't stop laughing long enough to answer her. I went to the bathroom, washed my hands and face, then went to my room and collapsed on the bed, still giggling. When our parents came home the next morning, she tried to sell me out right away. She told the whole story while I was still half asleep. I figured I'd get grounded for sure, but my dad just burst out laughing. Mom tried to act mad, but even she had to admit it was pretty clever. They told me not to pull something like that again, but I didn't get in trouble. Looking back on it now, it was probably a bit too much. I'm not proud of scaring them that badly. They didn't sleep the rest of the night and kept every light in the house on until morning. My sister didn't talk to me for 2 days. Her friend never came over again. But even now, all these years later, we still talk about that night sometimes. My sister still gets mad when we bring it up, but I can see the smile twitching at the corners of her mouth. She knows it was good. She just doesn't want to admit it. And to be honest, that prank ended up being one of those stories that sticks around, a kind of strange little legend in our family. No ghosts, no monsters, just one idiot teenage brother with too much time and a cold bucket of water. A couple of months back, maybe early fall, my buddy had just picked up this old '86 Toyota Tercel 4WD, and he was pumped about it. The thing was a total beater, faded silver, a cracked windshield, and the passenger door only opened from the inside. But it had that boxy charm and a real second wind kind of personality. He called me up one evening, excited, saying he wanted to take it out rallying on the logging roads up in the hills. I was down right away. It was late afternoon when I threw a change of clothes and some snacks into a bag, grabbed my keys, and took off in my Subaru Impreza. The drive out took about 45 minutes, mostly winding through old roads that seemed to twist and shrink the deeper you got into the woods. There's this whole network of logging roads out past the town, near the Cascades, mostly unmarked and barely maintained. The kind of places where cell service drops out, and if you hit something or broke down, you'd be on your own. By the time I got up there, the sun had dipped behind the trees, and twilight was turning everything gray. My buddy was already there, sitting on the hood of his Tercel with a Mountain Dew in hand. We dapped up and talked a little about the car. He just swapped the tires with something a little chunkier, probably from Craigslist. And then I told him I'd park my car off the main trail. I didn't want anyone driving past and seeing it. I found this narrow spur trail that climbed up a bit to the right and decided to back the Impreza in just far enough that it would be hidden from the main road. The trail was rough, overgrown, and it curved uphill steeply, but I managed to tuck the car in behind a clump of brush and kill the lights. I grabbed my bag and hiked back down to where he was waiting, already revving the little Tercel like he was in a rally race. I tossed the bag in the back, climbed into the passenger seat, and off we went. At first, it was exactly what you'd expect. Bumpy, rocky logging roads, the occasional pothole big enough to swallow a tire, and branches scraping along the sides of the car. He had some old rock music playing on low volume, and the two of us were just laughing every time the suspension bottomed out, or the Tercel actually made it up a particularly rough incline. It was the kind of aimless freedom you only get in your 20s. No plan, no destination, just seeing how far we could push the little car and where we could end up. We followed the main route for a while, maybe 20 or 30 minutes, getting deeper into the backwoods. We passed old clear cuts, stacks of rusted logs, and heavy equipment left to rot like bones in the brush. The forest was dense and quiet. Even with the engine running, it felt like we were in some kind of dead zone, like the sound just got eaten by the trees. Every now and then, a rabbit or something would dart across the road, but otherwise, it felt weirdly still out there. Eventually, we saw a side trail we hadn't noticed before. It wasn't on any of the maps either of us had pulled up earlier, but that didn't mean much. Half the stuff out here wasn't listed anywhere official. What caught our eye was the gate. It was one of those thick steel ones you usually see bolted across logging roads, painted forest green with reflective tape across the middle. Except this one was hanging open, and the lock was just dangling from the latch, snapped clean. It didn't look fresh, but it wasn't rusted through either. It was just broken. Something about it was off, like it wasn't meant to be open, but someone had wanted in bad enough to force it. We sat there for a second in the car, engine idling, just staring at it. I don't remember either of us saying anything. It was one of those moments where the curiosity just overpowers everything else. So he eased the Tercel forward, the front tires bumping gently over the edge of the gravel and onto the narrower trail beyond the gate. The trail was rougher and narrower than the others we'd been on. The branches were thicker overhead, forming a kind of tunnel. It hadn't been maintained in a long time. Ferns and saplings were starting to grow up from the middle of the track. In places, it was obvious no one had driven up it in months, maybe years. We kept going anyway. At first, it was just more woods. Fir trees crowding close, thick underbrush on both sides, and the occasional flash of an owl's eyes in the headlights. But the further we got, the more wrong it started to feel. There wasn't any one thing I could point at. It wasn't the trees or the shape of the road or anything visual. It was something you felt in your gut, like we'd pushed too far into a place that wasn't meant for us. A place that had been closed for a reason. We had gone maybe 2 or 3 miles up that trail. The Tercel was still grinding forward, slower now, the tires crunching over broken rock and old pine cones, when I realized I was gripping the seat with both hands and sitting stiff as a board. My buddy must have felt it too because he glanced over at me, and we just looked at each other. We didn't say a word. We didn't have to. It hit us at the same exact moment. It felt like we were being watched. Not like how you feel when you're camping and think maybe a raccoon is creeping around your tent. No, this was different. It felt like something was waiting, something patient, something just beyond the edge of the headlights, watching and deciding. I could feel my skin crawling. Every instinct in my body was screaming to get out. Now, just go. And I could see my buddy felt the same. He didn't say anything. He just slammed it into reverse, and we started backing down that trail fast. The trees closed in tighter. The headlights swung wildly as he jerked the wheel to keep us centered on the path. The brush scraped and clawed at the sides of the car, branches slapping the windshield hard enough to sound like knocks. There was no place to turn around. The trail was barely wide enough to fit one car, and the ground dropped off sharply on one side. We had no choice but to back down the same way we came. And the whole time, that feeling never let up. It only got worse. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, straining to see through the darkness behind us, convinced I'd catch a glimpse of something stepping into the trail. At one point, the rear tires slid slightly, and we almost went off the edge. The drop wasn't huge, maybe 6 or 7 feet, but we would have been stuck for sure. He corrected just in time, swore under his breath, and kept going. The Tercels engine was whining, the gears grinding slightly from the strain of going in reverse over terrain like that. I remember every bump, every crunch of the tires, every low-hanging branch that screeched across the roof like nails on a chalkboard. But mostly I remember the silence, that oppressive, unnatural silence. No wind, no animals, not even the usual creak of trees settling. Just the sound of our breathing and the engine, and the feeling that we had crossed a line. It felt like forever before we made it back to the gate. The second we cleared it, my buddy slammed it into first and floored it. We didn't stop until we were back at the main road, tires kicking up dust and gravel, both of us staring dead ahead like if we looked back, we'd see something following us. We didn't talk about it. Not then. Not later. Not even when we got back to where I'd parked my Impreza. We just sat there in the car for a minute, letting the engine idle and our breathing slow down. I climbed out, grabbed my bag, and walked back up the little hill to my car. Everything looked untouched, but it still felt wrong, like we'd brought something back with us. I got in and started the engine. It felt too loud. The headlights swept over the woods as I turned the car around, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was just barely out of sight, just far enough into the trees that the light didn't reach. I drove home without the radio on. The whole way back, I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see something in the back seat or on the road behind me. But there was nothing, just that gnawing feeling, like a weight in my chest that didn't go away for days. Since then, my buddy and I still hang out. We still carpool to work, but we've never brought that night up. It's just something we left out there, buried under those trees. Whatever it was, we felt it. We both did, and we both knew enough not to go looking for it again. I haven't been back to that part of the logging road system since. I don't even like driving near it. I still think about it sometimes. What would have happened if we'd ignored that feeling? If we'd gone further up the trail looking for a place to turn around? If we hadn't felt it at all? Maybe it was just instinct. Some part of our brains catching something we couldn't see. Maybe it was nothing. But I've been in sketchy places before. I've had close calls, mechanical failures, wild animals, bad weather. None of them felt like that. Whatever was up that trail, we weren't supposed to be there. And we got lucky that we left when we did. That night still sticks with me in a way few things do. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters, at least not the kind you find in stories. It was something else, something about being out in the middle of nowhere, where the silence itself feels heavy, and the kind of fear that sneaks and isn't from what you see, but what you don't. We decided to check out this old road that had a reputation. My cousins, some of their friends, and I were all there. It was a group of maybe 10 or 12 of us, all teenagers or just barely out of it, full of that restless energy that pushes you toward dumb ideas. We heard the stories, devil worshippers supposedly using that road for rituals, the mafia tossing bodies into the woods nearby, people disappearing. It sounded like the kind of place where something bad had definitely happened, but no one talked about it openly. Just those rumors, whispered when the adults thought we weren't listening. The old road ran close to the newer highway. The old one was narrow and cracked, with weeds growing through the asphalt and trees hanging low over the edges. We parked near where the old road met the new one and started walking down it. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something faintly like smoke, even though there were no fires nearby. The sun had set hours ago, but the sky wasn't completely dark. There was still a dull glow on the horizon from the city miles away. Not close enough to see lights clearly, but close enough that you knew civilization was far off. We walked for a while, stepping carefully over broken glass and twisted bits of metal that someone must have left behind years ago. The oldest cousins, the ones who liked telling the creepy stories, kept looking back, half hoping someone was following us. The youngest ones, maybe 12 or 13, were quieter now. They held on to each other, glancing nervously into the shadows, and that made the whole group slow down. Eventually, it was clear the younger kids were too scared to keep going. That's when we decided to turn back. We headed back toward the new road, planning to cross it and check out the other side. The new road was straight and wide, perfectly lit by tall streetlights that cast long, thin pools of light onto the pavement. Compared to the old road, it felt safe, almost boring. We figured we'd walk down that road until we hit the dead end, then turn back and call it a night. The dead end was at the far side of the road, a small clearing surrounded by thick woods. The road curved in a perfect circle there, like it was made for turning cars around, but no one lived nearby. It was quiet except for the sound of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. We could see the tops of the trees blending into the dark sky, and the glow from the city felt even more distant. That's when we saw the car. It was an old, rusted sedan sitting in the middle of the circle. What made it weird was that the car was raised up on cinder blocks, like someone had taken the wheels off. The paint was chipped, and the windows were dirty and cracked. At first, it just looked abandoned, like it had been left there and forgotten. But then, the headlights from our group's car swept across it as we pulled the flashlight beams around to get a better look. And I saw them. 2 people were sitting behind the car. Not standing, not moving, just sitting. They were hunched over, backs against the trunk, facing away from us, but still close enough to be clear shapes in the dim light. At first, I thought maybe they were mannequins or some kind of prank, but there was nothing fake about them. The way they sat was too natural, too still, like they were waiting for something or someone. My cousin's friend was the only one who saw them too. I noticed her gaze fixated there, her face pale, eyes wide. The rest of us didn't see them, maybe because we weren't looking hard enough, or maybe because they only appeared to some of us. I don't know. The thing is, the road was miles from anywhere, miles from the city, from houses, from any sign of life except us. And still, there they were, 2 people sitting silently in the dark. We didn't say anything. No one wanted to. The air between us got heavy, like the whole world had suddenly gotten colder. It wasn't the kind of fear you get from a sudden noise or a shadow moving. It was the feeling that something was very wrong, that those 2 people shouldn't be there, and that we weren't supposed to see them. We slowly backed away, keeping our eyes on the car. The 2 figures didn't move. They didn't even shift, just sat there, silent and still. As we turned and hurried back down the road, the night seemed to close in tighter. The silence wasn't just quiet anymore. It was watching us, waiting. We kept our heads low and our voices down, all feeling the same chill that settled deep into your skin when you know something about that place is dangerous, but you don't know exactly what. By the time we reached the car, the headlights had gone off the old sedan. We all piled in quickly, locking the doors, not looking back. The drive away felt slow, every shadow on the side of the road stretching out like fingers reaching for us. We didn't speak much. The stories about devil worshippers and the mafia suddenly felt real in a way they hadn't before. It was like that night, those 2 people, they were a part of that hidden darkness that no one wanted to talk about. I never found out who those 2 were, or why they were out there in the middle of nowhere, sitting behind a rusted car on cinder blocks at the dead end of an old road. But every time I drive past that place now, I remember the way their shapes didn't belong, and how the silence felt like it was waiting for something to happen. Something we never saw, but somehow we were part of it. And that's what scares me most. Not the ghosts, not the stories, but the fact that there are things out there in the dark, real things, that you don't want to meet. Things people don't talk about. Things that sit and wait. The night was heavy, thick with silence except for the soft crunch of gravel under our boots. Me and my friends had been planning this for weeks, an urban exploration of an abandoned doll shop on the edge of town. The kind of place that had been left untouched for so long the air itself felt stale, like a coffin sealed tight. We'd heard stories about it, some just rumors, others more grounded in reality, but nothing ever confirmed. We were curious, and like usual, we preferred to do these explorations after dark. Less chance of running into anyone, and the atmosphere just felt more intense, more real. The shop itself was an old house converted into a small store, with a garage attached on one side. From what we could tell, the building was from the 1940s or earlier. The faded paint peeled off the wooden siding in flakes, windows coated in grime, and the greenhouse attached to one side was mostly glass, but fogged over and cracked in places. The place gave off this eerie vibe even from a distance, like something was frozen in time inside it. We'd been scouting this place for a while, mostly during the day when we could get a clear look without raising suspicion. We noticed 2 ways in at the front. One was a traditional front door that seemed to lead directly into the old house, and the other was through the greenhouse, a sort of glass corridor with another door that led inside. The greenhouse was strange. Wild plants had overrun it, twisting around the metal frames and broken glass. Our friends had tested the front door a few days ago and found it locked tight. That was no surprise. Old places like these usually locked up tight to keep out vandals or thieves. But the sliding glass door of the greenhouse was slightly open. We figured it might be our best bet for getting inside without too much trouble. As we got closer, the streetlights barely lit the cracked sidewalks, casting long, jittery shadows. The air was damp, the smell of wet earth mixing with the faint but unmistakable scent of decay. I felt a chill crawl down my spine, but I kept it to myself. We all did. There's always a moment like that before stepping into somewhere abandoned, part excitement, part fear. I crouched down near the greenhouse door and gently pushed it. It moved quietly on its track, the glass door sliding open with a faint creak. The air inside was stale but still, like it had been locked away for decades. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness and fell on the dusty floor covered with broken pots and dead leaves. The air smelled faintly of rot and old wood. The greenhouse door that led into the house was also open, which was odd. Why would someone leave these doors open if the place was locked up? I glanced at my friends. We all shared the same thought, but said nothing. We had a rule: always close doors behind us to avoid drawing attention or making it obvious someone had been inside. So, as silently as possible, we slipped through the greenhouse into the house. Inside, the air was thick with dust. Every surface was covered in a layer of grime, so thick it almost looked like a fine layer of frost. The wooden floorboards creaked under our feet, and the walls were lined with shelves, many of which held old, broken dolls. Some were missing limbs, others had cracked porcelain faces, their glass eyes staring blankly ahead. Boxes were piled haphazardly, their labels faded or missing. It was a chaotic jumble of abandoned junk and forgotten memories. We flicked the light switches on the walls, hoping the power might still be on, but there was nothing. No hum, no flicker, just dead silence. The city had long since cut the electricity, probably because no one had lived here or used the shop in years. We knew better than to bring big lights or noisy equipment. It was all about feeling the place in its natural state. Our watches showed that only a few minutes had passed since we entered, and we were careful to keep track. 10 minutes was our strict limit in any place like this, a rule made to avoid trouble with the police or security patrols. We moved carefully but quickly through the main room, eyes scanning everything. The house had an odd layout. You could tell it had started as a regular home, but was converted into a shop with minimal changes. There was a small counter near what must have been the cash register, with a dusty ledger book half buried under old receipts and scraps of paper. The walls were decorated with faded posters advertising doll brands from decades ago. I ran my fingers lightly over the shelves. The dolls varied from tiny baby figurines to full-sized porcelain dolls dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Some of them looked like they had been handmade, the stitches on their clothes uneven and crude. The eerie thing was how intact many of them were, despite the years. It felt like the shop had just been frozen in time, as if the owner had stepped out and never came back. As we started moving back toward the greenhouse door, my flashlight caught a shape near the doorway. At first, I thought it was just some old debris or maybe a stack of boxes, but as I got closer, I realized it was something else. A perfectly groomed white cat was sitting there, staring at us with those sharp yellow eyes. It was still, poised on a small wooden stool that looked out of place in this mess. The cat had no collar, no sign it belonged to anyone, and certainly no sign that it had been living here all this time. We all froze. No one had mentioned the cat when we came in. We were sure the doors were closed tight when we arrived, and there was no way it could have snuck in unnoticed. That meant it either appeared out of nowhere or had been watching us from the shadows the entire time. It didn't blink or move an inch, just sat there, staring. Passing by it felt impossible. The cat was right in the way of the only exit. My heart pounded a little faster. I kept my flashlight steady and slowly stepped around it, careful not to make sudden movements. The others followed suit, eyes glued to the cat. As we passed, it didn't even flinch. No twitch of the tail, no shift in position. Just that cold, unreadable stare. For a moment, I had the uneasy feeling that it wasn't just a cat, that maybe it was something else watching us, something waiting. But it was just a cat, a real animal, sitting in a place where nothing alive should be. We moved out into the greenhouse and closed the sliding door behind us, careful not to slam it. The cold night air hit us, a relief after the musty heaviness inside. We didn't say much as we walked back toward the street, each lost in our own thoughts. None of us wanted to go back to that place. The doll shop wasn't just abandoned. It felt watched, and the cat's presence was the most unsettling part. It was like a silent guardian or a trap waiting for the next curious soul. We never returned. The doll shop stayed there, forgotten by time, holding onto its secrets and its strange white cat. And sometimes, when I'm walking by that way at night, I swear I can see those yellow eyes watching from the window, waiting for someone to come back. I grew up in a very rural area, miles away from the nearest town, surrounded by endless stretches of forest and old fields that no one really farmed anymore. Back then, it felt like the kind of place where time slowed down or even stopped altogether. My brothers and I spent countless afternoons wandering through those woods, climbing over fallen trees, crossing shallow creeks, and exploring places that looked untouched by people for decades. We didn't have much to do for fun, and the woods were our playground, our adventure zone, our escape. One of the more memorable things we came across during those explorations was the skeleton of a dog, nestled deep in a thick patch of pine trees. It was mostly intact, just bones now, bleached white by sun and rain, tangled in dead branches and pine needles. It was a little unsettling, but not entirely unexpected. I remember how back then, some people in the area would shoot their old or sick dogs and just leave them in the woods. It was a harsh kind of practicality that didn't bother most folks too much. We found that skeleton maybe 10 years before the time I'm telling you about now, and while it was sad, it felt like part of the natural cycle in those wild places. But what really stuck with me, and what I remember clearly to this day, was the old hobo camp I found one late summer afternoon in the early 90s. It was nothing I would have guessed was there if I hadn't been poking around carefully, trying to find anything unusual in the thick undergrowth. I was wandering through a dense part of the forest I hadn't been to before, down a slope covered in pine needles and broken branches, where the trees stood so close together that barely any sunlight could reach the ground. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves hung heavy in the air, and the only sound was the quiet rustle of wind through the needles. As I pushed aside a thick curtain of low-hanging pine boughs, I stumbled upon something strange. There, partly hidden beneath a pile of dead leaves, was the edge of a piece of burlap. At first, I thought it was just trash, old fabric torn and weathered. But as I brushed away more leaves and small twigs, more of it appeared, scraps of burlap and rough tarp, faded and threadbare. It was clear someone had been using these to build a shelter or cover of some kind. The fabric was brittle and stained with dirt and age, but it wasn't just random rubbish tossed there. It was arranged, deliberately placed. Curious, I crouched down and started to clear the area around it more carefully. That's when I noticed the scattered remnants. Opened cans with rusted edges, a few empty beer bottles with faded labels, and oddly, a pair of old, moldering dress shoes set neatly side by side, as if whoever had been there had just stepped out of them and left them behind. The shoes were cracked and softened from age and wetness, the leather peeling and the soles coming apart, but they looked sturdy, well-made, the kind of shoes someone might wear when trying to look decent. There was also a flashlight, heavily rusted but still recognizable, lying near the shoes. It was an old model, the kind you'd see in the 1950s or maybe early 60s, with a thick metal body and a glass lens that was now shattered. That detail stuck with me because it helped me guess the age of the camp. The bottles and cans too, the labels and designs were from decades ago. This wasn't just some recent squatter or hiker's mess. This was old, really old. I was hooked. I had always been interested in history and archaeology. Maybe it was the quiet kid in me, fascinated by stories and things left behind. To find a piece of the past like this, right here in the woods, felt like discovering a secret. The camp was small and hidden under a cluster of young pines and firs. It looked like it had been lived in for several days, maybe even longer. The tarp and burlap pieces were arranged in a crude shelter shape, enough to block the wind and rain. There were small flattened spots in the dirt where someone must have lain down or sat. The cans and bottles were mostly near that spot, along with some rusted tin food containers. I found a dented metal cup as well, and some scraps of cloth that might have been part of clothing or bedding. What chilled me more than anything was the loneliness that seemed to hang over the place, like the silence after a crowd has left. It wasn't just abandoned. It felt like someone had vanished and left this little world behind without a trace. The shoes, placed carefully together, felt felt like a quiet goodbye, or maybe a sudden departure. Whoever had been there didn't just drop everything and run in panic. They left something personal behind, something intimate. I couldn't help but wonder, who was this person? Why had they chosen this spot, hidden deep in the woods, to live for a while? What had happened to them after they left? And most of all, why had they left their shoes? I imagined someone, maybe a man or a woman, drifting from town to town, traveling the country on foot or by hopping freight trains. A drifter from a time when the roads were less traveled, when the world still felt wild and open. Maybe they'd come through the area looking for work, or just to escape something back home. Maybe they had a family somewhere, or maybe they were alone. I pictured them making this camp after days or weeks of wandering, trying to stay out of sight, finding shelter and food wherever they could. And then one day, for reasons I could only guess at, they packed up whatever they had left and disappeared into the forest again, leaving behind only the faintest trace of their passing. The shoes, set side by side, looked like they were waiting for someone to come back for them, a return that never happened. I spent a long time at that spot, sitting on a fallen log nearby, staring at the camp and the scattered pieces of a life once lived. There was something deeply sad about it, but also strangely peaceful. It was a reminder of the kind of loneliness and uncertainty some people carry with them, the kind of hard, quiet existence hidden just out of sight. Over the years, I visited the site a few more times, but the forest slowly reclaimed it. Leaves and needles piled up again, the tarp and burlap rotted away completely, and the cans and bottles sank deeper into the dirt. The shoes disintegrated until nothing recognizable remained. I never saw another camp like that, and I never found out who had stayed there. Sometimes, when I think about that place, I feel a kind of respect for whoever it was, someone who lived on the edge of the world, if only for a little while. It's a part of history nobody writes about, a quiet story in the shadows of the forest. And though it was a little creepy to find something so old and forgotten, it was real, raw, and haunting in a way that no ghost or fairy tale ever could be. The real fear came from knowing how tough life could be for people like that, struggling in silence, fading away without a trace. That old camp stayed with me long after the forest swallowed it whole, a silent reminder of the invisible lives that brush past us every day. I remember that night clearly, even though it was years ago now, and everything felt a little hazy from the drinks we'd all had. We were camping on a mountain in Vermont, somewhere near an old fire tower and a weather-beaten cabin that looked like it had been abandoned for decades. It was one of those spots that didn't feel quite alive, but not exactly dead either, just still and a little quiet in the way that made you notice every little sound. We'd all spent the day hiking up trails that twisted and turned through thick forests, patches of birch and maple and moss-covered rocks. The kind of woods that smell sharp and fresh, with a faint scent of pine needles and damp earth. The air was cool but not cold, and as the sun slipped down behind the distant hills, the sky turned a deep blue that slowly bled into black. By the time we reached the campsite, we were tired and a little buzzed from the beers we'd cracked open while setting up the tents. The fire tower was just a few hundred feet away from where we pitched our tents, its rusty metal frame towering into the sky like a forgotten sentinel. The cabin was a small, rickety thing, its windows boarded up and the door hanging loose on its hinges. We joked about it being haunted, but mostly because we were trying to scare each other in the dark. I don't remember much of the night before the moment that stuck with me. We sat around the fire, sharing stories, laughing loud enough to echo off the trees, until our voices grew quieter and our eyes heavier. I remember the feeling of sitting there, feeling the warmth from the flames on my face, the crackle and pop of the burning wood, and the smell of smoke mixing with the cool mountain air. It was peaceful, but I guess that's what made what happened next so unsettling. It was nearly 3 a.m. when I woke up, and for some reason, I couldn't get comfortable. My body was sore from the hike, and my head throbbed slightly from the alcohol. Everyone else was passed out, their breathing slow and steady in the dim light from the fading fire embers. The tents were quiet, the usual rustling of sleeping bags and shifting bodies replaced by stillness. But I was wide awake, eyes staring up at the inside of my tent, catching the faint shimmer of the moonlight filtering through the thin fabric. That's when I heard it. At first, it was just a faint murmur, barely audible above the sounds of the night, the occasional rustle of leaves, the soft whistle of the wind threading through the branches. But there was something else, something that didn't belong, voices. low and distant, carrying across the trees from somewhere farther up the trail. I sat up slowly, heart picking up its pace. I strained to listen, trying to make out what they were saying, but it was impossible. The voices were muffled, like they were wrapped in a thick blanket of dark woods. At the same time, my stomach twisted into knots. It was the kind of sound that made your skin crawl, unfamiliar, unexpected, and oddly human. For a few moments, I debated staying inside, convincing myself it was just my imagination. Maybe other hikers had come up the mountain, or campers from another site nearby. But a strange part of me was curious. The mix of fear and curiosity made my hands tremble as I unzipped the tent flap and crawled out into the cold night air. Outside, the world was quiet except for the faint voices, now clearer but still distant, carried by the wind that rustled the branches above. The ground was uneven, covered in pine needles and small stones, and my bare feet made almost no sound as I moved down the small slope away from the campsite. I was careful to stay in the shadows, moving slowly, the cold air biting at my skin through my thin shirt. The trail that led up the mountain was narrow and winding, flanked by tall, dark trees that stood like silent guards. Their branches creaked and groaned in the wind, and every now and then, a twig snapped somewhere off the path, making me jump. I called out once in a half-shout, "Hello," hoping to break the tension, to see if anyone would answer. Then something changed. The voices stopped immediately, as if someone had hit a mute button on the night itself. The forest seemed to hold its breath. The rustling leaves stopped. The wind dropped to nothing. Even the crickets and frogs, the usual chorus of the night, fell silent. The sudden stillness was so complete it was deafening. I froze, heart hammering in my chest, every nerve on edge. The silence stretched out, thick and heavy, pressing down on me from every direction. It felt like the whole mountain was watching, waiting. I couldn't see anything past the dim outlines of the trees, but I had the terrible feeling I was not alone. Not just physically, but something deeper, like the whole place was aware of me being there, exposed in the darkness. My breath came out in sharp puffs, visible in the cool air, and I realized I had to move. Slowly, carefully, I turned around and started heading back toward the campsite. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud as they crushed through the needles and dry leaves. I told myself not to run, not to panic, but every instinct screamed to get back to the safety of the tents, to the warmth of the dying fire, and the familiar faces of my friends. The trail back felt longer than it should have. The trees leaned in closer, their shadows twisting and stretching with every flicker of moonlight. I stumbled once, catching myself against a tree trunk, and my heart jumped. Every sound, an owl hoot, a branch snapping, the distant call of a coyote, made me flinch. But the voices didn't come back. That silence remained, thick and suffocating. By the time I reached the campsite, I was sweating despite the cold. I slid back into my tent without a sound, zipped it up, and lay down, my body trembling. My friends were still asleep, completely unaware of the tension that had gripped me just minutes before. I stared at the tent ceiling, wide awake, listening to the sounds that had returned. The soft breathing of my friends, the faint crackle of the dying fire, the normal night noises that now seemed almost comforting after what I had just experienced. I didn't say a word about it the next day. We packed up and left the mountain, the morning sun bright and warm, chasing away the chill of the night. But that moment, the sudden silence, the voices that vanished when I called out, and the overwhelming feeling of being watched, stayed with me. Even now, I can't explain what those voices were, or why everything stopped when I spoke. Maybe it was some group of people hiking late, or a prank gone wrong. Maybe it was animals making sounds that my drunken mind twisted into voices. But whatever it was, I know it was real. That night taught me that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're the unknown sounds and silences of the wild, and the way the mind races when you're alone and vulnerable in the dark. We had been sitting outside my neighbor's house for a while, just talking and hanging out. It was well past midnight, maybe around 1 or 2 a.m., and the air was thick with that kind of heavy, still silence you get in the middle of nowhere. The streetlights from the road barely reached this far back. His backyard opened directly into a stretch of woods and wetlands that spread out for miles. There wasn't a single other house nearby, just the woods and the marshy ground that stretched all the way back to the highway, which was maybe 2 or 3 miles behind the tree line. We'd been best friends for 11 years, so sitting out back like this was normal for us. We had our usual spots on the old, creaky wooden deck that wrapped around his house, drinking sodas and smoking cigarettes, the kind of quiet night where the only sounds are the occasional rustling of leaves or a far-off owl. There was something peaceful about it, the kind of peace that feels like a lull before something could go wrong, but you try not to think about that. That night felt normal for a long time. The crickets buzzed softly, and every once in a while, a frog croaked somewhere in the wetlands. The wet ground smelled damp and earthy after some light rain earlier in the evening. The cool night air was humid and sticky on my skin. We talked about random stuff, music, some dumb jokes, plans for the weekend, nothing serious. Then all of a sudden, out of the stillness came this weird noise. It started with this awful long, high-pitched squeal that wasn't quite like anything I'd ever heard before. It sounded almost like a pig, but nothing like a normal pig squealing or grunting. This was harsher, more guttural, like the animal was screaming in pain or rage. The sound dragged on for what felt like 10 seconds, but was probably just a few. Then, right after the squeal, there was this sharp, loud whipping sound, like a branch snapping hard or a whip cracking through the air. The whole thing felt unnatural and wrong. We both froze. The night, which had been calm, suddenly felt thick with tension. The woods that had seemed so quiet just a moment before now felt alive with something hidden. I looked over at my friend, and even though we didn't say anything, I could tell he was just as shaken as I was. His eyes were wide, scanning the edge of the woods where the sound had come from. The air between us was heavy with unspoken fear. The thing that made it worse was how close it sounded. The squeal and the whipping noise came from the tree line, maybe just 100 yards or so from where we were sitting. The woods dropped sharply into the wetlands there, with thick brush and tall grasses that would make it impossible to see much beyond the first few feet in the dark. We sat there for a moment longer, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. No second squeal, no footsteps in the leaves, no breaking branches. Just the usual night sounds slowly creeping back in, like a slow tide washing away the tension. Still, that noise was burned into my head. It was so strange, so loud, and so different from any animal noise I'd ever heard. We decided it wasn't safe to stay out there. We gathered our things quickly and went back inside the house. As the door shut behind us, the silence inside felt heavy, like the whole house was holding its breath. Neither of us tried to speak about what we heard. There was no need. The fear and confusion were enough. The next morning, when the sun was up and the world looked normal again, we both tried to figure out what the noise could have been. Animals fighting? Maybe. But it didn't sound like any animal fight I'd ever been around. There was no growling or snapping, just that one long, screaming squeal, then the sharp whip sound. Hunting? Possibly. But who goes hunting that late at night? Especially in those woods, which are full of wetlands and thick brush. Not exactly easy ground for moving quietly. I checked online and in some books later to see if there was an animal known to make a sound like that. Nothing really fit. Wild boars can be loud and aggressive, but I don't think they make a scream like that. And I'm pretty sure there aren't any boars around here anyway. Whatever it was, it left me with this uneasy feeling for a long time afterward. There's something about sounds in the night, especially strange ones. They mess with your head because you want to know what's making them, but sometimes you don't. You're left with questions, and the imagination fills in the blanks with worst-case scenarios. The woods behind his house are still there, sprawling and dark. That night, we thought we might have been close to whatever made that sound. Close enough to be heard, maybe even seen if the light had been better. But all we could do was retreat back inside and pretend everything was fine. I never went back out there alone at night after that, and neither did he. It's funny how one strange noise can change the way you see a place you've known for years. The woods that felt so calm before suddenly seemed like a place full of unknown dangers, just waiting in the dark. Even now, sometimes when I'm lying in bed and everything is quiet, I remember that squeal. It's like a warning, something wild and angry hidden just beyond the trees, something we can't fully understand. We never found out what it was, and maybe that's better. Some things are just meant to stay a mystery. Driving home during the holiday break, my friend and I had planned to carpool to save on gas and just have some company during the long drive. It was early winter, so the days were short and darkness came quickly, especially on that stretch of highway we were about to take. The road was familiar to me. I'd traveled it many times before, But that day it felt different. We left late afternoon, somewhere around 3 o'clock, hoping to reach home before nightfall. The sky was already turning a dull gray as the sun began to sink low, and the temperature outside dropped steadily. I remember watching the bare trees on either side of the highway, their branches twisting up like fingers against the pale sky. There wasn't much traffic, just a few cars here and there, mostly heading the same direction as us. The car we were in was old but reliable. The heater was cranking, making the inside warm, a good contrast to the cold air outside. The radio was playing some soft rock, barely audible over the hum of the engine and the tires rolling over the asphalt. My friend was quiet, probably tired or lost in thought, and I found myself staring out the window, watching the landscape slowly change as we drove deeper into the countryside. About an hour into the trip, the familiar surroundings began to shift. The trees thinned out a little, and the hills flattened into more rolling fields, dotted with patches of dried grass and leafless bushes. Then the road changed. Instead of the usual faded yellow lines marking the lanes and the white lines on the edges, the asphalt stretched out completely bare. It was fresh pavement, smooth and dark, but no lines, no reflectors, nothing. The stretch was long, much longer than I expected. 10 miles, maybe more. It felt odd, driving on such a blank road in the growing twilight. The headlights cut through the dimness ahead, reflecting off the untouched black surface like a mirror. There was something about it that felt unsettling, even though there was no clear reason. It wasn't dangerous, but it was definitely different. The silence inside the car was heavier now, the usual chatter replaced by a kind of quiet tension. I kept glancing at my friend, but they were still staring forward, focused on the road. The air felt cooler, despite the heater still blowing warm air around us. Outside, the wind had picked up slightly, causing dead leaves to swirl along the roadside. After several minutes of driving on the blank stretch, something caught my eye. Just up ahead, before an overpass, there was a dark reddish stain covering a large part of the road. At first, I thought it might be oil or some kind of spilled paint, but the color and shape didn't quite fit. It looked like dried blood, dark and cracked, spreading across the asphalt. It was hard to say for sure, but it was big, and the color was unmistakably deep red. I blinked, trying to make sense of it, but the stain didn't move or change. It was just there, right on the road, fresh enough to be noticed but old enough to be dried. My heart picked up a bit, a strange mix of curiosity and unease settling in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was probably something harmless, maybe rust or a stain from some animal, but it didn't look natural. As we got closer, the stain took up more of the lane. The air felt heavier, the cold pressing in around the car windows. I could hear the tires humming over the smooth asphalt, the only sound in the quiet stretch. Just beyond the stain was the overpass, tall and imposing in the fading light. Its concrete pillars looked worn and dirty, covered in graffiti and moss, casting long shadows across the road. Then, less than 2 minutes later, just past the overpass, we saw it. A Jeep, old and weathered, sitting crooked in the ditch on the side of the road. It looked like one of those classic off-road vehicles, something you might see in a nature documentary or a park ranger's vehicle. The paint was faded, the windows dusty and cracked. It had the iconic Jurassic Park logo on the side, a detail that seemed out of place, almost surreal, given the quiet emptiness of the road around it. The Jeep was tilted awkwardly, one wheel stuck in the soft earth of the ditch. There was no sign of anyone nearby. No footprints, no tire tracks leading away, nothing. Just the Jeep, alone in the darkening countryside. The headlights from our car briefly lit up the side of the vehicle as we passed, and I caught a glimpse of the interior, empty, with the steering wheel turned slightly to one side, as if someone had just stopped and left it there. The whole scene felt strange, like something from a movie. The fresh black road without lines, the dark red stain before the overpass, and then this abandoned Jeep with that weird logo, just sitting in the ditch like a forgotten relic. It didn't make sense. Why would someone leave a Jeep like that in the middle of nowhere, especially with no sign of trouble or accident? And what was that stain? The questions circled in my mind, but the night was closing in fast, and the road stretched on ahead, dark and empty. We didn't talk about it much on the way home. Both of us were quiet, thinking about what we'd seen, but not sure how to put it into words. The rest of the trip passed uneventfully, the road finally returning to normal, painted lines, familiar signs, and the usual traffic. But that strange stretch of unmarked road and the Jeep in the ditch stayed with me, like a puzzle I couldn't quite solve. A few days later, I found myself driving the same route back home, this time alone. I wanted to see if that odd stretch of road was still the same, if the stain or the Jeep would be there again. It was midday now, the sky clear and bright, the cold morning air still crisp. I drove carefully, eyes scanning the road ahead as I approached the section without lines. The asphalt was still fresh, still black and bare, just as I remembered, but there was no sign of the bloodstain. The road was clean, smooth, and empty, nothing to suggest anything out of the ordinary had happened there. I slowed down, looking carefully along the roadside as I passed under the overpass. No marks, no stains, nothing. Then I reached the ditch where I had seen the Jeep before. It was empty. No vehicle, no tire tracks, no disturbed earth. Just grass and dirt, quiet and still. It was as if the Jeep had never been there at all. That part of the drive stuck with me long after I got home. I wondered if I had imagined things, if the shadows and the darkness had played tricks on me. But the memory of the red stain, the Jeep, and the blank road felt real, vivid, strange, and unsettling. Sometimes I think about that drive and the odd silence that settled over that stretch of road. No lines, no marks, just a black ribbon of asphalt cutting through the winter landscape. It's a reminder that sometimes the world doesn't make sense, and not every strange thing has an explanation. In the end, that road remained just a mystery, a quiet, odd moment caught between the fading light and the deepening shadows. No ghosts, no monsters, just a place where the normal rules of the road seemed to pause for a while, leaving behind a feeling that I couldn't quite shake. A few years ago, I lived in this tiny village on a tiny island. The kind of place where everything feels like it's been frozen in time, except for the weird contrast of old, crumbling houses right next to a bizarrely new and shiny estate that looked like it was plucked out of some suburban Stepford Wives set. Getting to my house was always an adventure, and not in a good way. The roads were narrow, winding country lanes that turned into even narrower backroads lined with these old, weather-beaten houses with peeling paint and wild, overgrown gardens. Sometimes, you'd see broken fences or rusting old farm equipment left to rot. There was nothing inviting about those roads, especially once the sun went down. The place was utterly devoid of street lighting, so after dark, it was pitch black, the kind of black where you can't see your hand in front of your face, and the only sounds are the wind and the distant, eerie calls of birds or foxes. The new estate where I lived felt out of place, like a polished pearl dropped into a muddy pond. The houses there were uniform, cookie-cutter, and sparkling clean, with freshly paved driveways and manicured lawns. It was almost surreal compared to the ramshackle homes leading up to it. The drive down the main road was long enough to make you think twice about walking anywhere once night fell. The walk back alone would take ages and feel unsafe in that kind of darkness. One evening, my dad and I were driving back home together. It was around 6 in the evening, not fully dark, but not quite daylight either. The kind of murky, gray light that leaves everything looking flat and a bit washed out. We were heading down one of those narrow country lanes, the kind that twist and dip between the old houses, where the road narrows so much that oncoming cars have to slow right down or even stop to let each other pass. At one point, the road dropped into a small hollow. We were going down this dip, and for a moment, our eye level was almost equal to the road's surface, like we were riding right alongside it instead of above it. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, a massive flash of light lit up the middle of the road. It wasn't just bright, it was sharp and intense, a harsh beam that looked orange and yellow mixed with white. And it was huge, maybe about 4 feet wide, cutting a perfect line across the tarmac, almost like a spotlight had been switched on just for a second and then switched off again. The light was gone almost as fast as it came. It was so sudden and strange that my dad and I just stared at each other, blinking, trying to process what we'd just seen. We both said the same thing at the exact same time. What was that? I know what you might think, sunlight reflecting off the road, or some kind of vehicle light. But this was Great Britain on a cloudy, dull day, and at that time of year, the sun was nowhere near bright enough to create anything like that. The light didn't come from the sky, and it wasn't from a car or bike either, because there was nothing else on the road. For a few moments after, the world felt a bit off, like something was lingering in the air, unseen but heavy. The road stayed quiet and still as we slowly carried on driving, both a little shaken, but not sure why. That was just the beginning of the strange things that happened on those roads. A few weeks later, My dad was driving home from work. It was the winter, so it was fully dark by the time he left the office, usually around 6:30 p.m. The stretch of road he took had brick walls lining one side and open fields on the other. The walls were old, maybe 8 feet tall, solid and unbroken. No gaps or gates, just a continuous line of red bricks covered in moss and dirt. The fields opposite the walls were wide and empty, stretching into the darkness with nothing but a few trees here and there. As he drove, he saw a man crossing the road from the field side. This wasn't the kind of place people walked at night, so it caught his attention. The man looked like a builder, wearing dusty boots and clothes that seemed worn and dirty from a hard day's work. My dad slowed the car as he got closer, expecting the man to hurry or step back to the side of the road. But the man just kept walking, not speeding up or stopping, like he was on a mission. When my dad was nearly alongside him, the man glanced toward the car, paused for a second, then just carried on walking. What confused my dad was what happened next. The man vanished. He left the road where the brick wall was, and there was nowhere else to go. The wall was solid. There were no holes, no gates, no gaps. It was impossible to get through without going over, under, or breaking it. My dad stopped the car, staring at the wall. He was certain of what he'd seen. The man had crossed the road and disappeared behind that wall, but there was no way he could have gotten through it. For the rest of the drive, my dad couldn't shake the image of that man walking straight through a brick wall. When he got home, he was so rattled he didn't even mention it right away. But 20 minutes later, he realized we were out of a vital ingredient for dinner, and we had to get to the nearest shop. We drove that stretch of road with our eyes closed, hoping to avoid seeing anything else strange. Months later, my stepmother's parents visited. One night, driving home on the same road in the dark, they noticed someone crossing the road and slowed down to let him pass. They both saw him walk straight through the brick wall. That was when I really started to believe that the place we lived wasn't just lonely or remote. Something about those roads, those walls, and the houses felt wrong. Like the island itself had secrets it was holding tight. But my dad has even stranger stories, ones I don't think I'm ready to share yet. For now, all I know is this. Driving down those tiny country roads in the fading light, or worse, in the pitch-black winter nights, felt like crossing a border into a place where the rules didn't quite apply. Where you might see things your brain refuses to explain, and where disappearing into a brick wall wasn't just the stuff of dreams or movies. The roads weren't just long and winding. They were a reminder that sometimes the world around you isn't as solid or safe as you think. That night feels like it was pulled from a nightmare I never want to relive, but it's burned into my memory, clear as day. A couple years ago, me and a buddy found ourselves sitting in an old cemetery, one of those places that's been around since the 1800s. I honestly don't know how we ended up there. One minute we were just hanging out, smoking cigarettes, talking about nothing in particular. The kind of late-night chill that just drifts along. But the spot itself was weird. Twisted iron fences, old cracked headstones leaning into the ground, moss crawling over everything. The air was thick with that damp, earthy smell of decay, like the ground had been breathing out for 100 years. You could see the fog settling low over the grass, swirling around the bases of the stones, almost hiding the worn names and dates that faded with every passing year. It was late fall. The trees around the cemetery had lost most of their leaves, and the grass was brittle and dry, with that dull gold-brown color that looks like it's on the edge of dying. The wind was calm that night, which only made the silence heavier. We were just sitting there, the occasional crackle of our cigarettes and the dull sound of our breathing the only noise. It was the kind of quiet that presses in on you, makes you listen harder than you want to. And then out of nowhere, we started hearing this tussling sound coming from the tall grass, maybe 100 feet away. It wasn't constant, just rustling and shuffling, like something or someone was pushing through the dry grass with force. I turned to my buddy, eyes wide, trying to figure out if he heard it too. He just nodded slowly, and we both sat up a bit straighter, watching. Then suddenly there was a scream. Not a far-off shout or anything that could be dismissed. This was a sharp, raw scream, full of fear and panic. It was coming closer. At the same time, we caught sight of a small figure running through the grass, a child by the looks of it. The kid was sprinting, legs pumping hard, face turned sideways like they were looking behind them as they ran. Right behind was a man, moving fast, arms swinging, the way you'd expect someone chasing to run. The screams got louder and louder as they neared our spot. It was impossible to look away. We were frozen, caught in this surreal moment where you're too shocked to move, too scared to speak. The cemetery around us felt like it shrank, like the dark trees pressed in tighter. The child and the man passed within about 30 feet of us, the kid's frantic steps almost brushing the edge of the small clearing we sat in. The man's face was hard to see, shadowed by a hoodie pulled low, but the aggression in his movements was unmistakable. Then, just like that, the screams stopped. It was so sudden, it felt like someone had flipped a switch. 1 second, the air was filled with the desperate shouts, the pounding of feet in the grass. The next, silence. Complete silence. No rustling, no breathing, nothing. The kind of silence that feels thick and dangerous. We looked at each other, eyes wide, hearts hammering like we'd run a marathon. For a few seconds, we just sat there, frozen. Neither of us could figure out what happened. Was the man gone? Did the kid stop running? We didn't dare move or look around too much. The feeling that something terrible was about to happen settled over us like a weight. Then, without a word, we both bolted. We ran like we'd never run before, bursting out of the cemetery and into the cold night air. The ground was uneven, littered with fallen branches and dry leaves that crunched under our feet. We sprinted harder than I ever had in my life. Faster than I thought possible, like Forrest Gump running from those bullies. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but the fear drove me. I didn't look back once. After what felt like forever, we finally slowed down near a streetlight on the edge of town. My buddy was gasping for air, his chest heaving, sweat dripping down his face even though it was cold. We just stood there for a while, trying to catch our breath, trying to make sense of what we saw. Neither of us said a word. The quiet was back, but the night no longer felt peaceful. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. That kid, the man chasing, the scream, what it meant. It was the kind of thing that sticks with you, gnawing at your mind. I wondered if anyone else heard it, if the police got called, if someone was hurt. I didn't want to know really, but the questions kept coming. I never went back to that cemetery after that night. The place wasn't just old and spooky anymore. It felt dangerous, like a spot where something bad had happened or was about to happen. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. This was real, too real. It was people, someone in trouble, and a darkness in a quiet place where no one should ever have to be scared. That night changed the way I see things. How silence can be louder than screams. How fear can freeze you 1 second and push you to run the next. How the world can hold its breath while something terrible unfolds just out of sight. And sometimes, when I'm alone late at night, I still hear those screams in my head. I remember when I was a kid, my neighbor and I would often wander down a few empty lots from our houses. It was a kind of rundown area, right at the edge of our little neighborhood where things started to thin out and nature took back some space. There was this one empty lot that had always caught our attention. It used to belong to an older Asian couple who had lived there for decades before they passed away some years earlier. No one had moved in since then, and the place was just left to sit, overgrown with tall weeds and wild grass, giving it a kind of quiet, forgotten feel. On the corner of that lot, there was a small white shed. It wasn't fancy by any means. The paint was peeling off in strips, the wood underneath looking gray and weather-beaten. The roof sagged just slightly, but the whole thing still looked solid enough to hold up for a while longer. Still, it had this eerie vibe, like it was barely holding itself together, waiting to fall apart. There were cracks along the corners, and I could see some spots where the boards had warped or split. My neighbor and I, being the mischievous kids we were, thought it would be cool to explore that shed. We liked playing badasses, testing our courage by poking around places we weren't supposed to. That summer, we decided it was finally time to check it out. The door was nailed shut with 3 old, rusty bent nails hammered in from the outside. They were so old and crooked it looked like they'd been there forever. We found a small hammer in my neighbor's garage and used it to carefully pry the nails open one by one. It took some work, and the nails bent and twisted as we pulled, but eventually, the door creaked open with a loud groan. Inside, the shed smelled like damp wood and old metal, mixed with a faint musty smell that reminded me of forgotten places. The floorboards were dusty and uneven. To the left was some rusted gardening tools leaning against the wall, and scattered around were a few old broken crates. Nothing too interesting at first glance. But in the far corner, There was a wooden ladder leading up to an attic space above the main floor. The ladder looked rickety, but still sturdy enough to climb. We glanced at each other, half excited, half nervous. We grabbed a small flashlight and slowly climbed up, careful not to make too much noise. At the top, the attic was cramped and dusty. It was filled with all kinds of random junk: old newspapers, broken chairs, a rusty bicycle wheel, and heaps of cobwebs. The wooden beams above creaked when we moved. Our flashlight beams swept across the clutter until we landed on something that made us freeze. Wrapped in a white plastic tarp, laying on top of some old boxes, was a shape that looked unmistakably like a human form. It was stiff and oddly shaped, and the plastic was stained in a few places. We also noticed an old aquarium nearby, cracked and dusty, with bits of dirt and dead leaves inside. Neither of us said a word. The shed suddenly felt much colder, and the air thick. I remember my heart beating faster, but curiosity got the better of us. We stayed there for a few minutes, shining the flashlight around and trying to figure out what the tarp might be covering. It could have been some kind of storage, maybe something from the couple's past, but it definitely didn't feel right. We decided not to touch it and quietly climbed back down. After that first visit, the shed stayed in our minds. We went back a couple more times over the next few weeks, each time feeling a little more uneasy. We never saw anything else that strange, but the shed itself seemed almost alive in its silence, holding secrets. What really caught our attention, though, was what happened to the nails on the door. Every time we pried the door open by bending those rusty nails back, we noticed that when we came back the next time, the nails had been bent back over the door, as if someone didn't want the shed opened. It was almost like a warning, but we never saw anyone around or heard anything. We thought maybe the elderly neighbor across the street was keeping an eye on it. He was a quiet man who always kept to himself, but sometimes gave off this odd vibe, like he was protecting something. One evening, as we were poking around near the shed again, the neighbor shouted across the street in a panicked voice, "Leave the shed alone." It wasn't angry or mean, but urgent, like he was scared of what we might find. We didn't reply, just slowly walked away. The nails were bent back the same way the next time we visited, but this time we didn't try to open the door. Something about that shed, the way it was locked down and the neighbor's warning, made us stop messing around with it. We never did find out what was under that tarp, and we never returned to that shed again. Looking back now, it was probably just old junk or something the couple had stored away. Maybe the neighbor was just worried kids would get hurt or disturb something important. But as a kid, that shed was one of the creepiest places I ever dared to explore, and the memory of those bent nails always stuck with me, like a silent reminder that some things are better left alone. The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the neighborhood as my brother, mother, and I set off on our bikes. The festival was just a few miles away in the town park, and the route we planned took us through a wooded path behind some houses. It was a shortcut we often used, saving a good 10 minutes compared to sticking to the roads. We'd taken that path plenty of times before without issue. The trees towered high, their branches thick with leaves that filtered the fading light into greenish-gold patches on the dirt trail. The air was warm, but held that slight chill that comes just before dusk. Birds called here and there, and the faint hum of insects buzzed in the underbrush. We were just rolling along, the tires crunching softly on the dry leaves and twigs that littered the path. My brother was ahead, the faster of the two of us, and I was right behind him. Mom followed, her bike a bit slower but steady. We were chatting quietly, excited about the festival. There'd be food stalls, music, games, and people from all over town. Then, out of nowhere, something made me stop cold. Up ahead, just a few feet away, stood a figure. At first, I thought it was a tree stump or maybe some odd shape in the dimming light. But no, it was definitely a person. An old woman, standing completely still, completely naked. She was facing away from us, looking deeper into the woods. The way she stood was stiff, almost like she was rooted to the spot, and she didn't move when we came closer. Not even a twitch. I braked hard, my front tire skidding against the packed earth and fallen leaves. The sudden halt sent a jolt through my arms and my bike wobbled slightly, but I stayed upright. Behind me, I heard my brother do the same, and then my mom. The three of us stopped maybe 10 feet from her, the silence thick except for the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. I looked carefully at her. She was thin, her skin weathered and blotchy with age, but there was something wrong about her posture. The way she stood didn't seem natural. Her shoulders were slightly hunched, but her head didn't turn, didn't shift even once. The hair was gray and matted, hanging down her back in uneven strands. It was almost like she was frozen, like a statue someone had dumped out here. There was no sign of fear or acknowledgement in her, no sign she even knew we were there. My heart began to beat faster, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. The woods that had felt familiar and safe a minute ago suddenly felt alien and hostile. The festival, the bright lights, the sound of laughter in the distance, it all felt very far away now. We stood there for what felt like forever, maybe a minute, maybe longer. The woman didn't move, didn't make a sound. My mother's voice finally cut through the silence, calm but firm. Without looking back, she told us to turn around, to leave the path and take a longer route to the park. We obeyed immediately, backs to the woman as we pedaled hard away from her, the crunch of the wheels and our breathing loud in the quiet woods. As we emerged from the tree line and back onto the street, the normal sounds of the town returned. Cars driving by, dogs barking, kids shouting from their yards. The woods, with their strange woman and thick shadows, stayed behind us. That moment stayed with me for days. I thought about that woman every time I passed the woods on my bike, every time I heard a story about weird things in the area. Because the truth is, she wasn't the only strange thing out there. The woods behind my house have always had a reputation. Over the years, I've stumbled across tiny tent towns hidden in the underbrush, makeshift shelters made from tarps and old blankets. I've seen bits of broken glass, empty cans, and scraps of clothing scattered on the forest floor where no one should really be camping. People live rough out there, and it's not always clear who they are or what they're doing. Once, an ex-girlfriend of mine was chased through those woods on her way to a friend's house. She told me later a man had followed her, running after her with his thing out. She managed to get away, but the fear in her voice when she recounted it stuck with me. It made the woods feel even darker, even more dangerous. There was also that time the police found a dead body somewhere back in those woods. I never learned all the details, but it wasn't far from where we saw that woman. The sheriff's department had a small investigation, but nothing really came of it publicly. The forest just swallowed the story, like it swallowed everything. Even the local ranchers who live on the edge of town and own land bordering the woods talk about strange things. One told me his horse was found torn up in a paddock near the trees. No explanation, no sign of a wild animal that could have done it. Just a horse dead and mangled, left for the crows. When you combine all of that, the tent towns, the strange woman, the violent incidents, it's hard not to feel uneasy when you head into those woods. There's something off about the place, a sense that it's a boundary between the familiar and something else. It's not the kind of place you want to be alone after dark. I've never gone back to that path at night since we saw the woman. Even during the day, I take the longer route. My brother and I still talk about it sometimes, but there's never much to say. The woods keep their secrets tight, and the things we saw and heard are the kind that don't fit neatly into explanations or stories. We live in a quiet town, and for the most part, it's a safe place. But the woods remind us that beneath the calm surface, strange and unsettling things can happen. It's a reminder to be cautious, to trust your instincts, and to respect the unknown. The festival went on without us that day. We made it eventually, but the excitement was gone, replaced by a lingering sense of unease. I still think about that old woman, standing silent and naked in the fading light. A reminder that some parts of the world don't want to be disturbed. That sometimes the safest thing to do is to turn around and never look back. I never thought a camping trip could turn into one of the scariest nights I've ever had, but that night in Wyoming proved me wrong. It was late summer, the kind of late August heat that cools down just enough to make sleeping outside bearable, but still reminds you of the sun's power during the day. My girlfriend and I had been planning this trip for months, wanting to get away from the city and all the noise, to soak up some quiet in the wild. We picked a spot deep in Wyoming, a national forest area where the trees were thick and the land stretched for miles in every direction. The kind of place where you knew bears roamed because the ranger station had a big sign warning campers to keep food locked up tight and not to leave anything outside. We arrived in the late afternoon and set up our tent on a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees. The ground was soft with fallen needles, and the air smelled like fresh wood and damp earth. We'd brought a small camp stove, some canned beans, and bread, simple stuff. We kept our food sealed tight and away from the tent, like the ranger advised. After eating, we sat outside watching the sun sink behind the mountains, painting the sky with streaks of orange and purple. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. The kind of peace that makes you notice even the smallest sounds, like twigs snapping or leaves rustling. We got into the tent early, both exhausted from the hike we'd done earlier. The tent was small but cozy, just enough room for the two of us lying side by side. I zipped the door closed and turned off the little battery lantern we'd brought. The darkness outside was complete, thicker than any city night, swallowing everything whole. The stars shone bright overhead, but even their light couldn't reach into the woods that surrounded us. We tried to sleep, but it was hard. Every crack of a branch or rustle in the bushes made us jump. We knew bears were nearby, and every time I thought about it, my heart started pounding. Eventually, I drifted off, or at least I thought I did. Then, around what I guessed was close to midnight, I woke up to a strange noise. At first, it was just a faint rustling outside the tent, like something big was moving through the underbrush. Then I heard it more clearly, a heavy, slow breathing, mixed with the sound of something large rubbing against the fabric of the tent. My girlfriend stirred beside me, wide awake too. We froze, sitting upright in the dark, staring at the thin nylon walls that separated us from whatever was out there. My mind raced. Was it a bear? I remembered the warnings from the ranger, the stories I'd read online about bear encounters that ended badly. My hand instinctively reached for the small pocket knife I kept in my bag, but I didn't want to move too much and risk making noise. The breathing grew louder. Something pressed firmly against the tent's side near my head, and I could feel the weight pushing the fabric inward. The smell hit me next, wet, musky, earthy. It was the smell of an animal, heavy and wild. My girlfriend's breathing was shallow and fast, matching my own. On the other side of the tent, I heard another heavy body press up against it. Two large animals, close enough that if the tent had ripped, we would have been face to face with them. We sat there, not daring to move or make a sound, the minutes stretching on like hours. Every second felt like it could be the last. The animals sniffed and rubbed the tent, moving slowly around us. At one point, the breathing shifted, and it sounded like the animal right next to me was sniffing the air, maybe trying to figure out if we were food or danger. I didn't want to know what they thought. My mind flickered through all the things I'd learned about bears. Play dead if attacked, don't run, make noise to scare them off. But none of that mattered right now because we were trapped, and these animals were inches away. After what felt like an eternity, the animals started moving away slowly, still making noises that sounded like heavy steps and soft rustling. My heart was pounding so loud, I was sure they could hear it. I looked over at my girlfriend, whose eyes were wide and shining in the faint moonlight filtering through the tent. Neither of us spoke, just nodded silently to each other. It was nearly dawn, around 4:30 a.m. by my guess, and we decided to pack up and leave as quietly and quickly as possible. We gathered our gear, trying not to make any noise, folding the tent and stuffing everything into the bags. The forest around us was still, almost too still, like it was holding its breath. Then, as we were about to finish, we heard it again, movement through the woods behind us. Heavy footsteps, slow and steady, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of breathing. But this time, there were more of them. A group of animals moving through the trees, coming closer. We didn't hesitate. We dropped what we were holding and sprinted, the cold morning air rushing past my face. My girlfriend ran just behind me, her breath ragged in the cool air. We didn't look back until we reached the clearing where our car was parked. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and pressed my foot hard on the brake, heart still pounding from the sprint. She climbed in beside me, and I fumbled for the keys, my hands shaking. In the rearview mirror, I caught sight of the animals moving slowly through the tree line. My breath caught because I was sure I saw large dark shapes, enough to fill me with dread. But as they stepped into the dim light of the parking area, I realized what we were actually staring at. Two cows, a mother and her calf, ambling slowly through the trees. The mother cow glanced at the car with a lazy, almost human look, then sighed softly and moved on. We sat there in stunned silence for a moment before bursting into laughter, the tension breaking all at once. The fear that had gripped us so tightly just minutes before dissolved into a mix of relief and ridiculous disbelief. We had spent the whole night terrified of bears, and it turned out to be cows. It was absurd, but also exactly the kind of thing that made the memory unforgettable. We didn't stay to see if more bears would come by. We packed up quickly, still laughing about the cows, and drove off, vowing never to camp in bear country without a proper bear canister and maybe a little more courage. It was a quiet afternoon when I found myself back in town after almost a year away at college. Life had been moving forward in all kinds of directions, but something stayed the same, like the memory of my best friend. He died in a car accident about a year after we graduated high school, and it still hit me hard every time I thought about it. I hadn't visited his grave in a while, caught up in school and all the noise of life, but today I felt like I needed to go. The cemetery was out past the edge of town, a little rural patch surrounded by fields and low hills. You had to turn off the main road and follow a gravel path lined with wild grass and a few scattered trees before you reached it. I remembered it well from the last few visits I'd made. It wasn't a big place, maybe a couple hundred graves, but it was quiet and peaceful, with some groves of trees that gave it a kind of sheltered feeling. The trees were tall and thin, mostly oak and maple, their branches just starting to show the first signs of autumn with yellow and orange leaves beginning to appear. I parked my car near the edge of the gravel lot, then grabbed my backpack and headed inside. The sky was clear, but the sun was already low, pushing warm golden light across the cemetery. The air had a crisp edge to it, hinting at the coolness the evening would bring once the sun disappeared. I walked slowly, stepping over patches of moss and small stones embedded in the dirt paths between the graves. I found his headstone easily, a simple granite marker with his name and the dates etched in. The grass around it was well kept, short and green despite the season, and a few small wildflowers had sprung up near the base. I sat down on the grass, leaning back against the cold stone. The air smelled faintly of earth and fallen leaves. It was a smell I'd never get used to, but one that somehow felt like the right place to think. I looked out across the cemetery from my spot. Not far from my friend's grave, there was a freshly dug one, a spot where the ground was still soft, covered in straw to help the grass grow back. The straw lay in loose clumps, pale and dry, catching the late afternoon light like golden dust scattered over the earth. The rest of the cemetery was quiet, save for the occasional chirp of a bird or the rustling of leaves in the slight breeze. As I sat there, the sun dipped lower, casting longer shadows through the trees. The light softened, turning from bright gold to a deeper orange, and the temperature cooled enough for me to pull my jacket tighter around me. I kept my eyes on the horizon where the sun was just beginning to disappear behind the low hills beyond the cemetery. It was a beautiful sight, the kind of quiet moment that made me feel small and a little lost in the vastness of everything. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something move near the fresh grave. At first, I thought it was just a trick, the way the shadows stretched and shifted as the sun went down, making the straw seem to flicker or twitch. But then it moved again, more clearly this time, a small ripple through the straw. My heart picked up without any clear reason. I told myself it was nothing, just the wind maybe, or a bird landing nearby. But when it moved again, more insistently, I couldn't ignore it. I stood up and stepped closer, squinting to get a better look. The air was still now, no breeze at all, so it didn't make sense for the straw to be moving by itself. I stared hard at the spot, my mind racing with strange thoughts. Part of me expecting some kind of horror movie scene, even though I knew better. I shook my head to clear the silly thoughts and prepared myself to look away, when suddenly the straw exploded upward. It startled me so much I jumped back. The straw flew up like a sudden puff of smoke, and out from the middle of it shot a tiny chipmunk, twisting in the air as it flew a few feet before landing on the dirt and scurrying off into the brush. I stood frozen for a moment, heart pounding, as I watched it disappear under a bush near the edge of the cemetery. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Here I was, half expecting something supernatural or frightening, and it was just a small animal hiding in the straw. The way it had burst out made it seem like some kind of explosion, but it was nothing but a scared chipmunk. I wished I had a gun or something. Not that I would ever shoot a chipmunk, but the thought flashed in my head. If I did, that would have been one dead chipmunk. It felt ridiculous, but it showed how jumpy I'd become, how easily the place made me tense. I settled back down near my friend's grave again, but the magic of the sunset was gone. The sun slipped behind the hills and the shadows swallowed the trees, turning the cemetery into a patchwork of dark shapes. The birds stopped chirping, and the silence grew deeper. I stayed a while longer, lost in my thoughts about the past year. How things had changed, what had stayed the same, and how small moments like this felt like fragile islands in a sea of chaos. Eventually, the chill pushed me to my feet. I took a slow, careful walk back to my car, stepping lightly on the gravel and keeping my eyes on the path. The night was coming fast, the stars beginning to peek out in the darkening sky. As I reached the car, I looked back one last time at the cemetery, quiet, empty, and waiting. Driving away, I realized that the strange moment with the chipmunk was just a reminder. Life keeps moving, sometimes in weird, unexpected ways. Even in the stillness of a graveyard, nature and life go on. There was nothing scary or supernatural there, just the normal, sometimes weird, but real parts of the world around us. And somehow, that made it easier to breathe again. Driving on the New Jersey Turnpike in the early morning hours has always had a strange, quiet feeling. Around 4 or 5 a.m., the world outside feels paused, like it's holding its breath. The roads are mostly empty, and the sky is still pitch black, with no hint of dawn yet. It's a kind of stillness you rarely get in the middle of the day, something that lulls you into a kind of quiet focus, or sometimes an uneasy alertness. That morning, I was driving home after a late night out, the kind of night where everything feels just a little heavier because sleep never really settled in. My significant other was with me, sitting in the passenger seat, both of us quiet, tired but alert. The hum of the engine and the soft rush of wind against the windows filled the space. The road ahead stretched out like a black ribbon, lined by faint glimmers of distant city lights, but mostly dark. The turnpike was almost empty, a rare sight for such a major highway. I was driving about 70 miles per hour, steady and careful, not in a rush but wanting to get home. The car's headlights cut through the darkness in front of me, illuminating the smooth asphalt and the occasional reflective signs. The cool, slightly humid air seeped in from the cracked windows. It was the kind of drive where you get lost in thought, memories flickering through your mind, the quiet broken only by the rhythmic thumping of the tires on the road. Then, just as I was shifting gears to merge slightly toward the left lane, something caught my eye in the corner of my vision, something out of place. There, in the right lane, was a car. It wasn't just stopped on the shoulder or pulled over like you'd expect. No, this car was completely wrecked. The front end was crushed and twisted, the metal bent in sharp, unnatural angles. The windshield was shattered, spiderweb cracks sprawling across it. The car looked like it had collided with something very hard enough to crumple the entire front. But what made it worse was the fact that there were no lights on, no hazard lights blinking, no brake lights glowing red. It was just sitting there, dead in the middle of the lane. The nose of the car was sticking out into the left lane, partially blocking the path. At first, I thought maybe someone had just stopped in an emergency, but there was no one around. No driver, no passengers, nothing. The darkness swallowed any sign of movement or life. My heart skipped. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter as I realized how dangerous the situation was. If I hadn't seen it in time, if I had been driving in the right lane, I wouldn't have had a chance to stop or even swerve away. The car was an obstacle no one should have been facing at that speed in that kind of darkness. The turnpike isn't a place where you expect a broken-down car just sitting in a lane, especially not one in that condition. I swerved sharply to the left, avoiding the wreck by inches, adrenaline spiking through me. The tires screeched against the pavement, the car leaning slightly as I fought to maintain control. My so gasped quietly beside me, tension hanging thick in the air. We sped past the destroyed car, the headlights catching more details, pieces of debris scattered around it, broken glass reflecting the light like tiny diamonds. The smell of burnt rubber and something metallic seemed to hang faintly in the air, though that could have been my imagination. After I got safely past it, I slowed down, heart pounding. I looked back through the rearview mirror but saw nothing, no sign of anyone or any other vehicles. Just an empty highway and the wrecked car, standing like a grim monument in the darkness. I thought about what could have happened. Was it a hit and run? Had the driver lost control? Was someone hurt or worse? It was chilling to imagine that car sitting there unnoticed, so close to other traffic, a serious accident waiting to happen. I kept telling myself to be grateful to be alive, to have reacted quickly enough, to have my so safe beside me. But the image of that silent, crushed car haunted me as we continued driving. The rest of the trip felt surreal, the quiet of the early morning now filled with a tension I couldn't shake. I found myself scanning the road constantly, eyes darting from lane to lane, half expecting something else to appear out of the darkness. The usual calm I felt driving on empty roads was replaced with a sharp alertness, a reminder of how fragile safety on the road can be. By the time we finally pulled off the turnpike and onto local roads closer to home, the sky was just starting to lighten with hints of dawn. The colors crept slowly into the horizon, soft pinks and pale blues washing away the night's blackness. I took a deep breath and felt some of the tension ease. That wrecked car wasn't just a random obstacle, it was a silent warning. It reminded me how quickly things can go wrong, how important it is to stay alert and cautious, even when everything seems quiet and safe. Driving isn't just about getting from one place to another. It's about being ready for the unexpected, the dangerous moments that appear when you least expect them. I still don't know what happened to that car or the people involved, if anyone was even there at all. I hope someone found it and called for help, or that the driver somehow managed to get to safety. But that image is burned into my mind, a car wreck, motionless and abandoned in the middle of a busy highway lane in the dead of night. It was a stark reminder that life can change in a split second, that danger can come without warning. I'm just glad that day I was paying attention, glad I had quick reflexes and a clear head. Most of all, I'm grateful that we made it home safely, that we could leave the darkness behind and step into the light of a new day. The night had settled deep and quiet over Panthertown Valley when the uneasy feeling first crept in. I remember how the sky was a black velvet, scattered with countless stars, brighter than I'd ever seen in the city. The air smelled fresh, earthy, and cold as it slipped through the pine needles overhead. We had spent the day hiking, laughing, and exploring, and by evening, a small group of friends and I had made camp in a little clearing just off the main trail. We'd pitched our tents close together, the orange glint of the fabric faintly visible in the moonlight. Our gear was scattered about, a mix of backpacks, empty food containers, and the remnants of dinner. We'd cracked open some beers and passed around a joint, the smoke drifting lazily through the chilly air. It was one of those perfect college nights, where everything seemed light and easy, and the wilderness was just a backdrop for us to unwind. None of us really thought about the animals beyond the usual cautionary tales we'd heard. Bears in these parts were known to roam, but with food hung carefully from trees and trash packed tight, we figured we'd be safe. What we didn't know then was how careless we had been, or how quickly the wild could come knocking. I was the first one to fall asleep, curled up inside my tent, the rough nylon walls barely muffling the night sounds. Somewhere, a creek murmured quietly. The breeze rustled the pine needles. Somewhere farther off, an owl hooted. I was in that half-dream state, where the mind drifts but the body still listens. Then came the slap on my shoulder. Hard, but not rough. My friend's eyes were wide, filled with a mixture of panic and disbelief. I sat up groggy, blinking in the darkness. There it was, the sound. Close, unnervingly close. Crunching, munching, the unmistakable tearing of plastic and the slow, deliberate shuffling of heavy paws. It was a bear, no bigger than 2 feet away from my sleeping bag. The bear was busy pulling apart one of our trash bags, the sharp crackle of the plastic mixing with the wet, sloppy sounds of it chewing. The smell hit me next, a pungent, sour odor mixed with something wild and musky that made my stomach tighten. I froze, heart pounding loud enough to drown out every other sound. I could hear the gentle rustle of the tent fabric as the bear shifted, its broad snout sniffing, searching for more. My breath came in short bursts, my body stiff like I'd turned to stone. I looked around at my friends, just inches from me, wide-eyed and silent. No one moved. No one dared to speak. There was an unspoken agreement that this was a moment we didn't want to disturb. The fear rooted us in place. The bear was close enough that I could imagine its massive head turning slowly from our trash to the edge of the tent. I imagined the heavy black fur, the gleam of its eyes reflecting the faint moonlight, the strength in those jaws that could crush bone without effort. It wasn't a monster from a story. It was a real, breathing, dangerous animal rummaging through what was ours. Minutes passed like hours. I wasn't sure if the bear had noticed us, or if it cared. I hoped it was distracted enough by the food scraps and garbage to not see the shapes beneath the thin tent walls. I didn't want to make a sound, didn't want to move, didn't want to do anything that might provoke it. After what felt like forever, the bear's chewing slowed. The sounds grew more distant as it shifted away from the tent and into the darkness beyond our camp. The tension didn't leave me instantly. My whole body was still on high alert, every nerve screaming. Eventually, the silence returned, heavy and strange. That night, sleep was impossible. We lay awake in our tents, ears straining for any hint of the bear's return, every little noise twisting into imagined threats. In the morning, we found our campsite a mess. The trash was shredded and strewn across the clearing. Empty food wrappers, crushed cans, bits of food smeared on the ground. It was clear the bear had feasted well, and our carelessness had invited it. We gathered what was left of our gear and packed up quietly. No one spoke much about it on the trail out, but inside I felt a mix of relief and respect. The wilderness wasn't just a pretty place to hang out or get away from life. It was alive and unpredictable, and we were visitors in its domain. Looking back now, I can laugh at the absurdity of it all. The way we just froze, not knowing what to do, hoping the bear would lose interest. But at the time, it was pure raw fear. It reminded me to never underestimate nature, to never take safety for granted, and to always be prepared. I never forgot to hang my trash properly after that night. That's one lesson that stuck harder than any of the others I learned in those woods. College had this huge botanical garden. It wasn't just some small patch of plants either. It was sprawling, acres of trees, shrubs, winding paths, and little hidden corners that felt like they belonged in another world. You could get lost there easy, especially at night. Most students didn't dare go there after dark. Some said the place was creepy, but I found it peaceful, quiet in a way that felt good, like the rest of the world disappeared. I started sneaking in late at night, around 1 or 2 in the morning, when the campus was dead silent. I liked the quiet and the way the stars looked through the gaps in the tree canopy. The air smelled different too, damp earth, pine, and all the plants mixed together. It was fresh and calm. I'd wander the trails alone, sometimes just sitting on a bench or lying back on the grass looking up at the sky. It felt like my own secret escape. Eventually, I brought my girlfriend with me. She liked the idea too. One night, maybe a couple months after I started going, we decided to take a hike through the garden to do some stargazing. The moon was a thin crescent, so the sky was pretty dark, perfect for seeing stars. We brought a small flashlight just in case, but mostly we let our eyes adjust to the darkness. The trees were tall and thick, and their branches made weird shapes in the moonlight. It felt like walking through a giant, sleeping jungle. As we moved slowly along a narrow dirt path, the only sounds were our footsteps on the dry leaves and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. We were deep enough that the distant hum of campus life was gone. The silence was almost total. Suddenly, out of nowhere, we heard a sound, the unmistakable noise of shoveling. The slow, repetitive thud and scrape of a shovel digging into soil. It was faint but clear, coming from somewhere not too far ahead, maybe a few hundred yards away. The timing made it worse. It was nearly 2 in the morning. Who the hell would be digging in the middle of the night, here, in the middle of a forest-like garden? We froze for a moment, listening. The shoveling stopped. Then a soft scrape as dirt was shifted. The silence after felt heavier, like the night was holding its breath. Our eyes darted around, trying to see through the thick trees and dark shadows. But the dense foliage blocked any clear view. No flashlights or phones lit up the area, just black shapes and distant shadows. We didn't say a word. It was enough to make our skin crawl. I didn't want to stick around to find out what the hell was going on. We turned and started walking back quickly, almost jogging, careful not to make too much noise but eager to get out. The path back felt longer. Every little snap of a twig or crunch of leaves underfoot sounded louder than usual. My heart was pounding. I felt like something was watching us, but all I could see were the same dark trees, silent and still. When we finally reached the edge of the garden near the campus buildings, the normal lights and sounds of the night felt like a safe bubble. We didn't talk about what we heard on the way back. We didn't have any explanation, and that made it worse. Was someone digging a grave? Were they burying something? The whole idea was so out of place it felt like a nightmare you couldn't wake from. That night stuck with me for weeks. I kept thinking about it every time I went back to the garden, but I never heard the digging again. I even went back during the day to see if there was any sign of disturbed earth or freshly dug holes. Nothing, just smooth paths and normal plants. It was as if the noise had been a trick of the mind, or maybe someone working late and hidden from sight. But it wasn't just that night. I had another experience that was just as unsettling, if not more. A couple years later, my girlfriend and I took a trip to Costa Rica. We wanted to explore the wilderness, go off-road, and see what the country's wild parts were like. We rented a 4x4 and drove deep into the jungle. The roads weren't really roads, more like dirt tracks, rutted and twisting through dense forest. There were no streetlights, no other cars, nothing but trees and darkness. One night, we were driving for hours. The moon was hidden by thick clouds, so it was pitch black except for the car's headlights cutting through the darkness. We stopped in a clearing to take a break. We climbed out, stretched, and opened some water bottles to drink. The night was completely silent except for the occasional insect or frog somewhere deep in the jungle. The air was heavy and warm, thick with humidity. We stood close to the car, looking up at the sky that was barely visible through the thick leaves. That's when I noticed something strange. The ground beneath our feet wasn't still. It looked like it was moving, almost like waves rolling over a dark sea. The dirt, leaves, and grass were undulating slowly, like something alive shifting under the surface. The movement wasn't random. It almost looked like a pattern, snake-like curves moving smoothly in and out, rising and falling. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes. I thought maybe I was seeing things because of the long drive or maybe dehydration. But when I pointed it out to my girlfriend, she saw it too. She didn't say anything, just stared at the ground with wide eyes. It was like the earth itself was breathing or alive. We both got creeped out. The feeling was too strange, too unnatural. It wasn't like the wind blowing leaves or something moving on the surface. The whole ground was slowly pulsing, like a living thing. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe our eyes were playing tricks because of the headlights. When we'd been driving for hours, the moving road and lights could have made our brains expect some motion. Standing still in the dark, maybe our eyes were confused, or our minds filled in movement where there was none. But whatever it was, it made my skin crawl. Without a word, we got back in the car. The engine roared to life, and we drove away as fast as we could. The dark jungle swallowed the lights behind us, and we didn't stop again until we reached a small village where there were streetlights and people. Even now, thinking back, I don't know what that was. My best guess is that our brains just played a trick on us, but that didn't make it any less scary in the moment. These 2 nights stayed with me, moments where the natural world felt off, unfamiliar, and quietly threatening. No ghosts, no monsters, just the eerie silence and strange noises or sights in the dark. It's funny how the dark can change everything. When you're in the middle of a familiar place, like a college garden or a dirt road in the jungle, and something doesn't fit, a noise, a movement, it shakes your sense of safety. You realize how little control you really have when the sun goes down and your senses get muddled. But at the same time, those moments taught me to respect the night more, to trust my instincts when something feels wrong, and to appreciate the ordinary light and noise of the day. After all, sometimes the scariest things are the ones you don't understand, the ones that don't have a clear explanation. They just happen, leaving you with that uneasy feeling, reminding you that some parts of the world stay wild and unknowable no matter how close you get. That night started out like any other weekend when my friend's parents were away on a cruise. She and I had been hanging out for a while, just watching TV, the usual stuff, but there was always this unspoken tension between us, the kind where you want more but nerves hold you back. We'd fooled around a bit before, close but never all the way. I guess I was too nervous, or maybe just unsure about taking it to the next step. But this night, something felt different. I was finally ready to make the move, to push past the fear. We were at her house, her parents gone, so it was just the 2 of us. The TV was on, casting flickering light across the room. I kept stealing glances at her, trying to work up the courage to say something. Eventually, I blurted out, asking if she wanted to spend the night at my place. It was a bold ask, partly because it meant going somewhere new, and partly because I thought maybe tonight could be the night we finally crossed that line. She shook her head, though, saying she wanted to stay at her house. Her mom was there, and even though her mom could probably hear everything, she preferred the safety of her own bed. I wasn't about to argue. I could feel my confidence deflating, but I wanted to prove a point, so I got up and left. It was about midnight when I walked out into the cool night air. The quiet street almost empty except for the soft rustling of leaves and distant sounds of cars far off. The walk to my house was calm, the usual path, the same one I'd taken 1,000 times before. The moon was just a thin crescent, barely lighting the way, but I didn't need much to find my way home. Once inside, I locked the door behind me and went straight to my computer. I was planning to relax, maybe watch a few episodes of Lost. I poured a glass of water, sat back in my chair, and hit play. The story pulled me in, and for a while I forgot about everything else, just me and the screen. Then it happened. A sudden noise came from the direction of the china cabinet. It was like a sharp, brief shake, the kind that rattles your nerves. My heart jumped. That cabinet was old, an heirloom, standing tall and solid against the wall, and I knew it well. It was the kind of thing that didn't just move for no reason. It shook just a little, but enough to make me freeze for a second, ears straining in the silence that followed. I reached for the knife sitting on my dresser, something I kept nearby for peace of mind, even though I'd never had to use it. With it in hand, I got up slowly, feeling every step on the hardwood floor creak just a little under me. The house was quiet, but I was alert. I moved to the right of my room, careful not to make too much noise, then peeked out from behind the wall. The china cabinet stood there, 2 feet from my face. Nothing. No movement. No sign of what could have caused the shake. I wasn't about to let it go. I've lived in that house all my life, and I know the sounds it makes. The cabinet sits near the kitchen, and usually, if someone walks through the kitchen, it rattles just a little. Not like this, though. This was something different. I started to search the house. Room by room, I checked every corner, every closet, even under the stairs where dust gathers. Nothing. No one was there. I needed to be sure it wasn't just my mind playing tricks on me, so I decided to perform a test. My little dog, a Shih Tzu who weighs about 10 pounds, was my unwitting participant. I dropped him beside the cabinet, then made him run past it repeatedly, trying to recreate that exact shaking sound. For 10 minutes, I did this, running the dog back and forth, listening carefully. The cabinet didn't shake like it had before. It was just my dog's little feet on the floor. I stood there, breath shallow, nerves buzzing. The house was still, and I was starting to feel something creep in, something cold and heavy that settled in my chest. The knife in my hand felt heavier than ever. After that, I packed a small bag, some clothes, my water bottle, the knife, and downed the rest of my water in one gulp. I didn't want to stay. I wanted to get out of there, out of that house where the cabinet shook with no explanation. So I left, walking back to my friend's house. When I got there, I told her what had happened. We ended up spending the night together, just like she wanted, in her room, under her covers. It felt safer there, warmer somehow, and it was the start of something new between us. 2 years later, we finally had sex. Weird, yeah, but awesome too. I still don't know what caused the cabinet to shake that night. No wind, no one in the house, nothing that made sense. But whatever it was, it pushed me out of my comfort zone, in a way I never expected. It was like some silent force nudged me forward, and it ended up bringing me closer to her. Looking back, I realize it wasn't about ghosts or strange creatures. It was just one of those moments where your mind plays tricks, or maybe the house was settling in its own way. But for me, it was the moment that changed everything. No shadows lurking, no eerie whispers, just an old cabinet shaking in the quiet, and me finally finding the courage to step into something real. And for that, I'm thankful, even if it was a little scary at the time. I was in 5th or 6th grade, which means I was about 10 or 11 years old, and that part of my childhood still sticks with me for some odd reasons. The memory is fuzzy in parts, but the feeling of that day, the way everything seemed to shift in a split second, is sharp and clear like it just happened yesterday. I still remember standing outside of my school, in this strange little corner of the building that didn't really feel like a normal school space. The school itself was an older building, nothing fancy. Brick walls, a few windows here and there, and what I remember most was this odd little spot outside, basically 2 walls that met at a corner and a set of double doors between them. It was like a small alcove or entrance that didn't really open up to much besides the street and a narrow patch of sidewalk with some trees and grass around it. That area always felt a bit weird to me, like a small space squeezed in between bigger things. I was waiting outside there, probably after school let out or maybe during recess. I can't remember exactly. What I do remember is that it wasn't a perfectly clear day. The sky was kind of heavy, gray but not rainy, just thick. The wind was blowing softly at first, brushing over the leaves on the ground and rustling through the branches of the few trees near the sidewalk. It wasn't a wild wind yet, just enough to make the leaves dance in small circles. I stood there watching those leaves spin around in little swirls. There was something kind of mesmerizing about it. The way the wind caught the leaves just right, making them twirl like tiny dancers in a strange performance meant only for me. Then the wind started to pick up, and fast. What was once a soft breeze turned into a sudden rush, almost like the world had switched gears. The leaves that were just swirling lazily now whipped around violently, tossed into the air like a miniature tornado right there on the sidewalk. I remember feeling a bit of chill from the wind, the kind that sneaks past your jacket and makes your skin crawl. The swirling leaves made this constant, dry rustling noise, and the sky grew darker, as if some shadow was passing over the sun. I was standing still, but my heart began to beat faster. I wasn't scared exactly, but I was definitely aware something unusual was happening. Then, out of nowhere, something caught my eye. There was this yellow light, small but bright, moving through the air around me. It wasn't like a flashlight or a street lamp. This light was soft, glowing, almost like a tiny ball of fireflies, but more concentrated and steady. The way it moved was strange. It wasn't just floating randomly. It circled me quickly, with a speed that made my head spin just trying to follow it. The light zipped around me maybe a dozen times, always in a perfect loop. It never got close enough to touch me, but was close enough that I could see its glow reflecting faintly on my face and the walls nearby. It moved with purpose and energy, like it had a mind of its own. I felt my whole body tense up, unsure whether to be amazed or frightened. My eyes locked on the yellow light, tracking its movement as it circled faster and faster. Then, without warning, it shot upward at an impossible speed, flying over the street and into the sky beyond the schoolyard. The light disappeared quickly, leaving nothing behind but a faint yellow streak against the darkening sky. I stood there, blinking, trying to process what I had just seen. My first thought was that maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe my brain was playing tricks, or maybe there was a piece of yellow trash caught in the wind, spinning fast enough to look like a glowing light. I looked around, expecting to see something or someone who might explain it, but there was no one there. The wind had calmed, the leaves were lying still on the ground again, and the world felt normal once more. For years after, I kept thinking about that moment, replaying it in my mind and trying to make sense of it. I don't believe in spirits or aliens or anything supernatural, so none of those explanations ever felt right. It just didn't add up. How could a piece of trash glow and move with such speed and purpose? How could a simple wind swirl look like a tornado with something so precise flying through it? I've tried to find reasonable explanations. Maybe it was a trick of the light, some kind of optical illusion. Maybe I was caught between being tired and excited, and my brain created something out of nothing. But the memory never faded, and even now, it's one of those moments I can't explain but can't forget. Even when I close my eyes and picture it, I see that yellow light, moving so fast it almost felt alive, buzzing with energy in the middle of that small, hidden corner of the school. It's a tiny mystery from my childhood, something that doesn't scare me but makes me pause and wonder about the odd little moments life throws at us when we least expect it. And the more I think about it, the more I realize it wasn't about ghosts or aliens or magic. It was about that brief, strange moment when the world around me shifted, just for a second, and something I couldn't explain touched my life. Just a flicker of light and wind, spinning fast enough to make me stop and look, a memory frozen in time. That's all it ever was, and maybe that's enough. I remember the night beginning like any other mischief night. The air was cool, just hinting at the first breath of autumn, and the sky was a deep, inky blue that made streetlights look like pale suns scattered along the road. I and 3 of my closest friends met up at the cracked sidewalk outside Mike's house, each of us carrying a carton of eggs. The carton felt light in my hand, but inside it was full of promise. Promise of harmless chaos, teenage rebellion wrapped in a game of prank and fun. We slipped down the block, voices low as we passed houses with darkened windows, our footsteps muffled against the road by our sneakers. My friends liked to stir up trouble on nights like this. They delighted in hurling eggs against car windshields, splattering paint on garage doors, and rattling doorknobs just to watch people jump. I was always the one to pull us back from the edge. Once someone's car got broken by rocks instead of eggs, and another time a homeowner had called the cops. So on this night, though I held the eggs just as tightly, I felt uneasy. I wasn't sure if I'd ever escape being the voice of reason, but I leaned into the role because someone had to balance my friend's reckless energy. We moved in a loose line. First was Jake, who carried his eggs at his side like a cage of cobras waiting to strike. Then came Sarah, who hummed a tune under her breath as she ducked behind parked cars. Bob was third, looking around with restless energy, his eyes glinting with mischief. I brought up the rear, scanning each yard, each darkened window, looking for the familiar faces of neighbors who might catch us in the act. A few blocks from Mike's place stood the house of that kooky kid we all knew from school. His name was Mark, though the nickname Crazy Mark stuck better. He lived alone with his father, or so the rumors said. Some whispered he had strange habits, talking to mannequins, collecting odd items in the backyard, wearing weird costumes late at night. Nobody had ever confirmed those stories, but they made for excellent fuel on nights like this. Without a word, my friends decided to include his house in the evening's route. When we reached the end of the block, the house loomed before us. Its windows were dark, no shades drawn or light spilling out. The lawn was overgrown, weeds taller than my ankle boots, and an old wrought iron fence ran along the front. I shrank back as I saw the peeling paint on the door, the way the porch light was broken off its hinge, hanging by a single wire. My friends laughed, egg cartons in hand, ready to advance, except me. I felt a knot in my gut, an urge to turn around and head home. But I didn't speak up this time. I let them go, watching as Sarah stepped onto the porch, eggs held steady. Jake cracked a grin and raised his arm, preparing to throw. Bob edged forward. Only then did I snap out of my hesitation, but by the time I caught up, they had all turned away, chasing each other down the street, daring each other to go back. That was when I saw something move in the shadows behind the tall hedge on the side of the house. A branch snapped, soft yet distinct, like a secret footstep. I froze. My heart leapt into my throat. I called out, my voice low, but my friends were already rushing ahead, shouting and egging the next house down the block. They heard nothing. I told myself it was just a stray cat or a branch caught by the wind, but the hair on my arms stood rigid, the chill crawling up my spine. I dropped back from the others and edged closer to the hedge, eyes squinting into the darkness. I wanted to warn them, but fear made my tongue heavy. I swallowed hard and inched forward. The crack came again. Sharp, low, precise. This time I couldn't ignore it. I jabbed my thumb toward the hedge, tried to shout, but only came out in a strangled breath. My friends finally paused and turned, curiosity and impatience mixing in their faces as they glanced over their shoulders. Without hesitation, Sarah strode to the hedge's end, bent down, and peered around the corner. Jake moved right behind her. I hung back, hands braced on my knees, watching. And then I saw it. The figure stood motionless, barely breathing, in the glow of a distant street lamp. At first it looked like a human, but its posture was stiff, its limbs too perfectly straight. As the dim light hit its face, I realized it was dressed exactly like a mime. White face paint, dark grease paint around the eyes and mouth, black and white striped shirt, black pants too neat for the outdoors, and a shiny black cane gripped in its hand. The cane's curved handle glinted, as if it had been polished moments before. My chest tightened. I felt the world slow down. The hedge obscured half its body, but the rest of it looked like a store mannequin that someone had somehow brought to life. No breeze ruffled its clothes, not even a leaf drifted around it. It simply stood there, silent and still. Bob stepped closer, shaking his head, convinced it was a prank. I tried to call out, something, anything, but the words lodged in my throat. Bob reached out his hand, leaning into the hedge. That's when everything snapped into motion. The arm shot up, impossibly fast. The cane whipped forward, arcing through the air. It missed Bob's nose by barely an inch. I can still see Bob's face in that moment, mouth hanging open, eyes wide with shock, a single bead of blood blossoming on his lip where the handle's tip kissed him. Then the cane disappeared into the darkness as the figure stepped back behind the hedge and vanished. That was when I felt my feet leave the ground. One push, and I sprinted with every ounce of my strength. My heart was hammering so loud I thought it might burst from my chest. Behind me I heard Sarah yell, and Jake's curse. Our laughter and banter evaporated. All that remained was heavy breathing, pounding footsteps, and the frantic crack of twigs under our shoes as we tore down the street. I glanced back once, terrified that the thing had followed us. But the street was empty. Only the darkened houses lined up like silent sentinels, and the hedges swaying gently in the night breeze. We didn't slow until we reached the safety of Mike's porch light. Our hands trembled, eggs jiggling dangerously in the cartons. Bob pressed a hand to his bruised lip, staring at the red smear on his finger. I just stood there, panting, eyes wide and searching the shadows. None of us spoke. None of us asked for an explanation. We dropped our eggs without a thought and turned on our heels, breaking the pact of mischief night and heading straight home. My mind raced. What had it been, if not a prank? Who would go to such lengths to scare a group of teenagers? And why dress like a mime? That image haunted me for days. The white face, the black lips, the perfect posture, the glinting cane. I avoided passing that house for the rest of the year. On the rare occasions I had to walk down that street, I did it with my head down, eyes fixed on the pavement, imagining every bush hiding that silent figure. At school, rumors flew. Some said it was Mark practicing his mime routine after hours. Others whispered that it was a neighbor in a Halloween costume, testing scissors for the next month. I never asked for details, afraid the answers would be worse than the fear itself. Years passed. High school ended. College began and ended. The prank nights fell by the wayside as classes, jobs, and relationships consumed us. I lost touch with Jake and Sarah, and only saw Bob occasionally at reunions. I stayed in the same town, working at the local library, shelving books and greeting regulars with a polite nod. Life had a way of smoothing over the rough edges. One crisp afternoon, walking home from work, I found myself once again on that familiar pavement. I hesitated, then climbed the stairs to the porch where there had once been a broken light. Now a warm glow spilled onto the neat lawn, flowers badged the walkway, and the weeds were replaced by a tidy garden. The fence had been painted a bright white. It looked nothing like the sinister place I remembered. I knocked on the door, uncertain why I was doing it. The door opened, and there stood Mark, the same Mark from school, the one everyone called Kooky. He had grown taller, his hair trimmed neat, and his clothes were simple and clean. No mime makeup, no black and white stripes, just a friendly face that cracked into a grin as he recognized me. I swallowed hard and explained who I was, how we lived across the street, how we'd tormented him in our youth, how one night he'd frightened us more than we'd ever scared anyone. I stuttered through my account of the mannequin, feeling ridiculous admitting my fear. He listened, calm and polite, then invited me inside for tea. In his living room, he showed me the mannequins he'd collected for an art project, a nod to silent film stars, a collection he had meant to display that fateful mischief night until the prank had forced him back inside. He admitted he'd painted one of them for a school play, left it standing by the hedge, and forgotten all about it. When he saw us approaching earlier that night, he had hurried to move it, but hadn't anticipated its arms swinging when the wind caught it just right. He apologized for the scare, explained there had been no intention to harm us, and looked genuinely remorseful. As I sipped the warm tea, I realized how much fear had twisted my memory. The mime had been nothing more than a prop, jostled by breeze and circumstance. The terror had come from within me, from that moment when imagination took over, and the darkness played host to every childhood nightmare. I felt foolish, but also relieved. The man before me was gentle, thoughtful, and honest. Nothing like the phantom I'd conjured in my mind for all those years. We talked until the sun dipped low, comparing stories of adolescence, laughter breaking the awkward silence that had lingered so long between us. When I left that evening, I felt a weight lift from my chest. The fear that had lived inside me for years dissolved, replaced by respect and a strange affection for the man who had unwittingly become the hero of our teenage horror story. Now, whenever I pass that street, I look forward to the warm glow of Mark's porch light and the tidy I remember the day clearly. The light was soft through the window, late afternoon sun slipping in behind the thin curtains, coloring everything in a pale glow. The room smelled faintly of carpet cleaner and dust, with a hint of pizza from earlier in the day. My friend sat on the couch, controller in hand, absorbed in his game. The screen cast a cool blue light across his face and the off-white carpet at his feet. I had done shrooms for the first time that afternoon, and my senses felt stretched, as if every shape and surface had tiny tremors beneath them. At first I thought I was just seeing things. The carpet looked like all carpets do in a modern house, flat, uniform, a little rough under bare feet. But then I noticed it, a swirl, a looping curve in the weave, that should not have been there. It was pale, almost white against the off-white of the carpet, yet the contrast was clear. It formed an arabesque shape, some intricate vine-like design. My heart beat faster. How could this featureless carpet suddenly display a pattern so distinct? I knelt down to look, the fibers brushing my fingertips, feeling exactly as they always had. No raised loops to trace, no change in texture. Yet the pattern sat there, etched invisibly into the pile. I felt an urge to confirm it. The scientist in me, even while altered by mushrooms, wanted proof. I glanced up at my friend without a word. He was still absorbed in the game, the tapping of his buttons a steady rhythm. I walked over quietly, placed myself beside him, and motioned him to turn his head slightly. He paused, then the screen light shifted as he looked down. I pointed with my gaze at the carpet. His eyebrows rose, and he leaned forward, dropping the controller onto the couch beside him. I watched his eyes trace the same curves I had seen. He reached out with his fingers, then paused, confused. He pressed lightly into the carpet where the pattern curved beneath his finger. No indentation, no texture change. But his finger followed the same outline I had traced in my mind. A wave of relief and dread washed through me. If he saw the same thing, it could not be pure hallucination. And yet it had to be. Carpet patterns do not change overnight. My palms grew clammy. My heart pounded like a drum. We sat in silence, the low hum of the game console in the background. He reached up, shook his head, and turned back to the screen, his eyes no longer registering the pattern. I knelt, fingertips hovering above the swirling lines, but they had vanished. Only the bland off-white carpet remained. We stared at each other in wordless shock. A moment later, he went back to the game, and I walked to the window. The sun had dipped a little lower, a cloud briefly covering it, cutting the room in half between light and shadow. The carpet looked ordinary under the changing sky. Was I losing my mind? My vision blurred as another wave of shroom fog rolled through my head. I sank to the floor, leaning against the wall, trying to steady my breath. The carpet looked back at me, featureless and real. I closed my eyes, counting my breaths, willing the swirl to reappear. When I opened them, it was still gone. That night I barely slept. My mind replayed the image of the arabesque pattern again and again. I imagined tracing its loops on paper, drawing every curve, capturing the moment when reality seemed to flicker. The ceiling fan spun overhead, its slow blades casting soft moving shadows. I wondered whether the carpet itself had briefly become a portal to another level of perception. I wondered what it meant if two people could see exactly the same hallucination. I wondered if it was a trick of the light or something deeper, hidden in the weave of the fibers, waiting to be uncovered. Morning came and went in a haze. The sun shone bright, flooding the room with warm light. I shuffled in socks across the floor, staring down at the carpet as if expecting the swirl to spring back into view. It stayed stubbornly blank. My friend wandered in, rubbing his eyes, a half-empty coffee mug in hand. He paused, looked down, then shook his head. No pattern. I leaned forward, pressing a fingertip to where I remembered the central loop. It felt no different than anywhere else. I turned in a slow circle, inspecting the earlier patches where I had traced lines in my mind. Nothing. We spent the next hour recreating the exact conditions of the previous day. We opened the curtains to the same angle. We moved the couch back to the same spot. I turned the game console on, selected the same level my friend had been playing. The same soft hum filled the room. The same bluish glow cast faint shapes across the ceiling. Yet the carpet remained unchanged. We swapped socks, retraced our steps. Silence stretched between us, heavy and uneasy. By afternoon, I convinced myself it had to be a trick of the mushrooms. But I could not shake the certainty that what I had seen was real. I paced the room, touching the walls, pressing the fibers, examining the weave under a low lamp, tilting my head to the side. I took out my phone and snapped pictures straight down at an angle under the lamp in the sun. I zoomed in, enhanced contrast, but the images showed only bland short fibers, cut low, with no pattern. Something inside me tensed. That evening I went home and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. I pictured the pattern again, crisp and clear behind my eyelids. The central spiral, the outer loops curling like tendrils, the delicate filigree that seemed to float on the surface of the carpet. Its lines were smooth, unbroken, almost fractal in their repetition. I traced them on the ceiling in my mind's eye, careful curves, stepping around the edges of my vision like a silent dance. I tried to rationalize it. I thought perhaps the carpet had been replaced at some point with a pattern version. But no, I had been in that room dozens of times before. The couch and coffee table looked the same, the walls the same dull beige. Nothing suggested a new carpet. And even if there had been a hidden pattern, it would still be visible now. The idea that the room retained a hidden image that only revealed itself under the influence of psychedelics brought no comfort. It felt like a part of reality had peeled away for a moment, then snapped back, taking something with it. Weeks passed. I visited my friend again under ordinary conditions. No drugs, no special lighting. We played that same level of the game. We sat on the couch, feet on the carpet, chatting idly about mundane things. Every now and then I would glance down. Nothing. Not even a faint impression of the pattern I had seen. I grew uneasy in that room, as if the carpet was waiting for me to believe in it. The memory haunted me. Late at night, I would replay the moment my friend and I both saw the arabesque. I would imagine other witnesses, other theories. Maybe carpets have micro-variations in fiber density that could cast shadows under certain light angles, forming patterns invisible at other times. But that did not explain why two of us, untrained in observation, would notice the same subtle forms at the same moment. It seemed too precise to be random. I began to avoid the room. I met my friend elsewhere, in cafes, on walks, in other living rooms. Whenever I entered that particular space, my skin tingled, my heart rate quickened. I would focus on the carpet, half expecting to see that swirl again, and felt a hollow ache when it did not appear. The rest of the room looked normal, the couch worn in familiar spots, the coffee table scarred by years of use, the walls dotted with framed photos and posters. Nothing stood out. Everything looked the same. Then one day, nearly 2 months later, I found myself looking down at that carpet again. A neighbor's pet had sprayed on it, leaving a dark stain. My friend was upset by the smell and had brought over a cleaner. I knelt on the floor, scrubbing the spot with foam, wiping at the stain. The familiar hum of the cleaner filled my ears. I lingered on the spot where the swirl had appeared. My hand trembled slightly as I guided the scrub brush. I felt that same pulse of expectation. But as I finished, the stain lifted, yellowing foam washed away, and the clean off-white carpet stood bare once more. No swirl. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. Nothing. In that moment, I realized something important. The pattern had been a shared vision, a fleeting communion of minds under the influence of a powerful substance. It did not belong in the carpet, but in our perception. We had both glimpsed something that existed in our heads, not in the fibers. The carpet was a screen upon which our minds had projected the arabesque. It felt as if all the particles of reality had aligned for a heartbeat, then scattered. That thought steadied me more than any scientific explanation could. I stood and stretched, the late afternoon sun warming my back. My friend offered me a bottle of water. I accepted and closed my eyes for a second, replaying the swirl one last time behind my eyelids. It was beautiful, intricate, impossible. Then I let it go. I stepped away from the spot, leaving the carpet plain and featureless. I walked out of the room feeling lighter, as if a weight had lifted from my chest. The uncertainty remained, but the fear had faded. Sometimes I still wonder about that pattern. On rare nights when I think about it, I replay the memory and trace the curves in my mind. I recall the thrill of discovery, the shock at seeing something so unexpected, the relief and dread as my friend confirmed it. I think about perception and reality, how fine the line is between what we see and what we believe. I think about that quiet room and the off-white carpet, and how for one brief moment, something extraordinary hid in plain sight. But the carpet stayed blank, and that, in the end, was the most reassuring part. It reminded me that some mysteries are meant to stay mysteries. They appear when conditions align, then vanish as if they never were. And maybe that is how it should be. Maybe the world needs a little magic now and then, even if it only